So welcome everybody to this conference that we're organizing, and I'm delighted that so many people have attended on the 1st of September. So we just started the year, so it's very quick, and many of the restaurants even in Brussels are closed still because it's so early. Usually the politicians are still coming back, or maybe in some countries are still on holidays, depending. But we wanted to organize this conference at the very beginning of September, really to push the political agenda forward. There's so much innovation taking place at the different levels in different countries, and there's so much regulatory frameworks. And the DG Research, who we'll hear from in a few minutes, have funded so many great innovations. But a key issue is the last mile of bringing this innovation into healthcare systems. Tackling this implementation gap. In the next month, you'll have wonderful big congresses. Even this week, you'll have the European Society of Pathology Congress starting in Vienna. This starts on Sunday. We'll have a speaker. The president of the European Society of Pathology will speak shortly. He's giving a little wave. Then we have the World Lung Congress in Barcelona. This will be on Sunday as well. So you have a choice between Vienna and Barcelona. Some of us will go to both, me included. So I will be in both places. So it's quite a busy period. So we have 150 plus registrants. So like a typical Brussels style, many registrants will come and go throughout the day. So you have different commissioner officials, different people from EMA, also from the European Parliament. So we're delighted that Tilly Metz is here to do an opening as well. And Luxembourg, really, from a smaller member state of the European Union, really put personalized medicine on the political map. And we work very closely with Luxembourg to set up the Council conclusions on personalized medicine, which is this political framework similar to what Obama did in the United States around the Precision Medicine Initiative. So this really set the political framework, and this has led then to the giving a justification for the European Commission and also the member states to work more closely on putting personalized medicine. We have 80 plus distinguished speakers, many in the room now. And then we have registered 450 online participants that should be here. So the European Alliance for Personalized Medicine is constituted by many different stakeholders. Many of them ring different bells, trying to get the attention of the different institutions. But we all try to go in one direction in terms of how can we facilitate collaboration and how can we improve access. So you have different regulatory frameworks which are supposed to empower stakeholders to work in collaboration. So many issues happen with the General Data Protection Regulation. And now the Commission have in their greatness and direction have developed a European health data space. And this really derives also from the 1 Million Genome Project that really set the framework in a political declaration a number of years ago, which we worked closely with DG Connect back then. So personalized medicine really is not about treatment, but really the story is around diagnosing. How do we diagnose patients at an earlier stage of the disease? So we have a lot more understanding of the disease, a lot more understanding. That's work by the work of pathologists, which I'm sure Peter will tell us a lot how great pathologists are, and the role of them to diagnose and how can we treat patients at an early stage of the disease. And then we have all this use of AI and data, which is really a key issue. European Union is really focused on this issue around the Commission with the pharmaceutical legislation, how we can improve access. But access really is a story of diagnosis again. How do we find these patients at an earlier stage of the disease so we can treat them? And then we need better use of data and a better use of political frameworks to support that. How can we empower the different stakeholders to work in collaborative frameworks? And a lot of the issues in that have been worked on traditionally in regulatory frameworks is maybe trying to see how every actor works, but we're trying to predict the future. And often these regulatory frameworks may restrict how different actors are working in the area. So we need if you want to bring innovation, we need to have this idea that we have a willingness to collaborate together. But of course, if somebody does something wrong, then they should be prosecuted. But it's very difficult to regulate the future or regulate every single actor in how we want to work together. And these regulatory frameworks has a dramatic impact in terms of the clinical trials regulation, in terms of how a number of clinical trials in the academic setting has dramatically reduced in Europe. IVDR And the medical device regulation has a similar impact in terms of how diagnostics companies are going to work here. And then the capacity of in-house lab testing. This has a dramatic impact too, and how this will be done, and how traditional the community have set this up and how they can work together. So one can have an ideal way how this can work in a regulatory and a legal setting, but one needs to have a pragmatic way in terms of having confidence of the member states to work together and set up frameworks that facilitate collaboration and combination. This is really why we have this multi-stakeholder framework in terms of this Vision Europe, how we can work together. Because really, if you want to attract investment in Europe, you need certainty. But certainty cannot be only provided by regulatory frameworks. You need certainty of the community of actors, their willingness to work together, and then willing to get tested locally, willing to get treated locally. But then here we need better adoption of technology. A lot of the issues that we focus on in national control plans and different areas, if we look to the screening programs that were just revised, and they took over 20 years to be revised, which is a shocking time. But then again, they don't very much look at the technology, how technology can be integrated in there. And one core issue that we want to focus in going into in the next 2 years is how can these council recommendation on screening be updated to support this technology frameworks, how this technology can be brought quicker into healthcare systems to support this investment from the private sector and public sector working together. And this, you need evidence. You need evidence that is trusted. Now we have guidelines coming from all the different medical societies, but then the guidelines that come and produced by the medical societies, there's often a disconnect from the policy frameworks that are set up to support the implementation. Say on liquid biopsy, which colleagues will speak about, in the area of advanced molecular diagnostics, and many in the area of digital pathology. If we look to many areas that could support those countries in low-income settings, how they could build up capacity. And even with molecular tumor boards, this area needs trust between the different healthcare systems, how they can work in collaboration. And you can't regulate every single aspect of this. So you need more collaboration frameworks to support this in a more active way. Because you have different evidence, and what is evidence can be understood in different ways. The same that we have to move beyond this one size fits all. And this is the same issue with antibiotics. I mean, we need better blood testing happening. We've got quicker stage to see which diseases people have, so we can treat them in a more effective manner and in a quicker way. And this needs data. And data is, I mean, people talk about big data is very complicated, but big data is a lot of small data together. I mean, so one has to like break it down and not complicate an issue. One is just an evidence is somebody looking at a test and understanding the test, it has certain evidence. And often this public-private collaboration is often, oh no, we have to be very careful of the private sector. But what is a private company? It's somebody who has an idea and they create a corporation, and that's an incorporated company. So the company then can work as a service provider. So one shouldn't be say, okay, we have to be very careful how we work with the private sector. Of course, we need regulatory frameworks and policy frameworks in place, but we need support of the public sector and private sector working together in a more cohesive manner. And this can unlock the potential that we have in innovation and what is to support the investment story. So we have quite a busy agenda. I wish my slides were clear. And we have different sessions, which I haven't memorized. But each session is divided into 1-hour sessions. So we want to try to maximize discussion. So we'll have, so there will be a moderator that will introduce the topic. Then we'll have 2 speakers that will set the scene. And then we'll have a panel discussion. Each speaker will speak for 8 to 9 minutes. We have a trusty bell if it doesn't fall off the table. And then the panel will respond to each of the main speakers. And then we'll have a facilitated discussion by the moderators. So we have different moderators. So we have Jose Martina Moreno, who sits here. He has a very established and esteemed background. Everybody should know him, so I won't introduce him. Tony Montserrat here. He has a different picture here, so he'd be hard to recognize. He doesn't look like this, but he has done wonderful work in setting up the whole rare disease area in Europe. And rare disease area is really a unique framework in Europe where Europe really brought added value because the member states, on initial step, the member states saw the need for collaboration across the European Union because of the small disease areas. So this was a crucial issue. And the same in screening. Europe did a lot of work to say, okay, how screening in breast, in cervical and colorectal cancer can be done. Now they've extended this to prostate and lung in a stepwise approach, but we need to go quicker in this in terms of how to bring innovation. And we have Fred, who's the CEO. He's a chief, and he's a chief of the European Brain Council. You have Josep Figueres, who's the director of healthcare, or former director of the healthcare system, so he will be a moderator. And Donna should be here from the European Cardiology Society, that hopefully she will not let us lose a beat throughout the sessions. Then we have different moderators. We have Phil Hogan, who's a former EU Commissioner for Trade. He's in Brussels, but he's probably in the Commission having meetings. We have Professor Rogério de Maria, who is the president of the Italian Alliance Against Cancer. And then we have Elil, who has a very complicated last name, which I should have practiced. He worked for many years for the WHO, World Health Organization. And now, and also he worked very closely on the resolution that was got through at the World Health Assembly in Geneva recently on lung cancer. So we're going to work quite closely with him at the UN level as well. So I will hand the floor. Oh, we have more speakers. And then we have different rapporteurs that will speak as well. I will give, so what we want to do over 2 days is to see, okay, how can we bring innovation in terms of tackling this last mile? So we brought so many stakeholders together, and we're very happy the Commission has funded this conference as well to, provide the legitimacy to go to European institutions, okay, and say, these are the key issues of how we want to tackle bringing innovation into healthcare systems. And we don't want to boil the ocean because we're concerned about climate change and we're good Europeans. So we want to come, and we don't want to overburden people in the Commission because they get so many invitations and we want them to come back. But we really want to say, okay, these are 4 or 5 key issues that we think will make sense, from a funding level, because the European has funded so many projects. There's so many of these 10 million euro projects, which is a lot of nice projects, but then often the issue of sustainability is one of the core issues, how to have sustainability. So one needs a bigger idea to say, okay, how we can have a big idea for the European Union, how to bring innovation. The 1 Million Genome Initiative was one. Well, really, okay, how can now the European Union has facilitated all this investment in the European Beating Cancer Plan? Now it's to go the next step. Joint action on personalized cancer medicine will start soon, but really now to see, okay, Europe's in like the 2nd year. In the United States, they will have midterm elections next year. So how can Europe really step up and say, okay, these are the key issues that Europe can bring innovation, and how can we attract more investment? So this is what we really want to come up with, some key recommendations to facilitate that. So we have our first session, Tech for Equity. So catalyzing innovation in high income cancer systems. So I'm delighted that I'm going to pass the floor to Jose Martin Moreno, who will moderate this session. And then we'll have a rapporteur at the end of each session. So I'll give the floor to Jose.
Put it there because the bell was. So good morning, colleagues. Delighted to be here. And it's not just to say, it's real. Delighted to be here in a vertical position. Because 3 weeks ago, I wasn't on a podium, I was in a hospital bed. So for the first time after a long time, I experienced the feeling that I was going to have cancer. I was starting bleeding. And I actually went through chronic diseases, not as a physician like I am, but actually as a policymaker, but as a patient. the waiting, the uncertainty, the small frictions that become big. That perspective sharpens today's purpose. And that's why I was particularly motivated to recover and speak about disruptive technologies, about democratizing trials, about treatment paradigms. Just not for blind, because there are many meetings like this. If we want to get different results, we have to do things differently. This is my feeling. The other thing, when I was speaking with Dennis, obviously this is the typical meeting in which we European actually criticize ourselves a lot. Europe is lagging behind. We are not doing well enough. So I would like to change the paradigm. Here, I think that we are proud to be Europeans. We are proud to be united by equity, solidarity, fraternity. But at the same time, we know that we have some room for improvement. So let's make a diagnosis. Let's tackle this with determination. That was the idea. So actually, and just to finish, because we have started, dear Dennis, 15 minutes late. We'll try to catch up. But the first thing is, I think that life is like a theater, right? So the first thing that we need to introduce is the villain, the bad guy of the movie. What's the problem in this session on tech for equity and catalyzing innovation in the cancer systems? So in high-income countries, our villain isn't a lack of discoveries, it's the translational gap. Actually, fragmented data, regulatory and reimbursement friction, and equity at risk. And I think this is important and what we are going to tackle. And we have a wonderful panel. So I am very proud to have two key experts from the European Parliament and the European Commission that I admire. First, Tilly Metz, member of the European Parliament in Luxembourg, from the Greens EFA Group and the National Party Décret Le Vert. Together with Carmen Laplace Santos, who is the head of unit, head of the Innovation Ecosystem and the RTD in the European Commission. They are going to set the scene. And then we are going to have a set of wonderful panelists that I admire, including Ruggiero Di Maria, Peter Schiffmacher, Jesus García Foncillas, Thomas Di Maio, and Anabela Isidro. So without further ado, I would like to invite Tilly Metz to take the floor. Thank you so much for being here and inspiring us.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know if suddenly Jose wants to become incognito or what, was a little bit, but but maybe I close that so you can see him. No, doesn't work. Doesn't work. Okay, so thank you very much for having the opportunity to be here this morning and to be, Thank you, Dennis. Thank you very much. So to having the opportunity to be here with you this morning and to be able to, can I close this? Yeah, may I? No, I can't. Okay, no worries. No, as I'm not very tall, you know. No worries. I feel better. So I see better the people. I used to be a teacher and I want to see you all the way. So thank you again for having me. And also I'm very honored to be able to make the opening of this session. And I want to thank also especially Dennis, because he mentioned Luxembourg, indeed, not in relation with banks or cheap cigarettes, but really also regarding individualized medicines, even if it's already some time ago, 2015, when that was. But nevertheless, I'm very happy also to see my dear friend Tom Luxembourg here from the Allianz. So thank you also to you, Mr. Montserrat, to be here this morning, also representing a little bit Luxembourg. So thank you for mentioning that. As a focus is really on how technology can be scaled and used in system-wide reform in health, I would like to focus especially on a very important aspect of every disruptive change, and that is equity. Europe has committed to Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and the European Health Data Space to bring innovation to all citizens. But we all know disparities in health remain. Access to personalized treatments, such as biomarker testing, genomic sequencing, and clinical trials varies widely between member states. So the EU contributes to personalized medicine in many important ways by funding research, by facilitating also cross-border cooperation to ERNs and biobanks, by also developing regulatory frameworks, was also already mentioned by Dennis, and ATMP, so the advanced therapy medical products, but also by supporting data sharing in many other ways. And as a legislator, I see the promise of personalized medicine to be tightly connected to a duty of guaranteeing equity and affordability across borders in the whole EU. Today, we can clearly see how technological progress makes really personalized medicine more powerful and also scalable. Decentralized clinical trials and pan-European infrastructures, such as the European Partnership for Personalized Medicine 2025 highlighted, can shorten timelines and make it easier for more patients to participate. And for patients, equity is not just an abstract word. It really means, can I get tested in time? Will my treatment be reimbursed? Am I included in the clinical research? A cancer patient in Estonia may already benefit from national biobank driven genomics, while a patient in Bulgaria or Portugal may not. And this gap is unacceptable. So technology can, yes, democratize access. Telemedicine can bring personalized care even to remote areas. EU-wide health data sharing, I discussed with my colleagues now on the table. Yes, it's still a way to go there, but EU-wide health data sharing, if done securely and ethically, can accelerate discovery while respecting citizens' rights. So stronger integration of prevention strategy with personalized solution, for example, combining population-wide cancer screening with genomic risk assessment can really bring value, but there are challenges. Risk that personalized medicine becomes a luxury medicine for the rich and well-connected, while widening inequalities is quite real. So fragmentation of national system with unequal investment in infrastructure can lead to like a postcode lottery also. So lack of sustainable financing models can lead to a situation where innovation arrives faster than health systems can pay for it. We also have to make sure that the technological drive does not overshadow prevention. Without clean air, healthy diets, and reduced exposure to dangerous chemicals and hazardous substances, we will still face rising NCDs, including cancer. So I would really like to finish with some questions, quite a lot of questions I have. So how can we ensure that the promise of personalized oncology is translated into equity rather than deepening divides within and between member states? What models of pricing and reimbursement can deliver innovation without bankrupting health system and reward meaningful innovation? And how can technology, including data sharing, decentralized trials, be designed to empower patients and clinicians everywhere not just in an elite and metropolitan centers. So what balance should Europe strike between investing in high-tech personalized treatments and maintaining strong policies for prevention and healthy environments? So finally, what role can Europe play as a global actor, ensuring that personalized medicine advances in low and middle income countries too? So I hope we and you especially will be able to find at least some answers to these important questions during these very, very interesting 2 days to come. Thank you very much again for having me. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you so much, Tilly. It has been great. And also within time and with three very challenging questions, I think it's absolutely compatible to invest in prevention, invest in the environment, at the same time take care of human beings in a personalized way. Now, Carmela Plaza, please. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jose. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow advocates for personalized medicine, it is a great pleasure for me to be with you this morning and to represent the European Commission. I think that as we gather here, we represent a really diverse array of disciplines, of backgrounds, but we are all, I hope we are all united by a shared passion, which is a passion for the advancement and the integration of personalized medicine in the heart of healthcare. And I think this passion should be seen as a commitment to a future where medical treatment is tailored to the individual, maximizing efficacy and efficiency while minimizing adverse effects. I think that personalized medicine holds a very serious promise to improve health outcomes, but also to make healthcare systems more efficient. And I think this is extremely important because we know that healthcare systems are facing unprecedented challenges. And I think the field of cancer is a field where, in particular, these challenges are even more pronounced. Fighting cancers requires innovation, requires innovative approaches that go beyond treatment to encompass, as Dennis was saying, prevention and early detection. I want to take this opportunity to reassert the European Commission commitment to support the advancement of personalized medicine. I think we have been strong advocates for it during more than the last decade. We really support the advancement from a research and innovation perspective, but now we really would like to put the focus even more stronger in the translation. I think translation is so important. We are we have seen so many examples, as Dennis was saying, of beautiful projects that finally end in, just waiting for someone to update them. So we really have to put the efforts of collaboration in really unveil the power of the translation. And this is very important and very complex. It's not just a matter of applying new technologies. It's really to embed a comprehensive approach that considers also the ethical, the regulatory, and the societal implications. So from our perspective, we are, central to our efforts now. It's really our investment into EP-Permet, the new European partnership. Well, new is already 2 years, but new partnership for personalized medicine, which represents quite an important investment, long-term and focused effort, 375 million, more than 60 partners from over 30 countries. So lots of opportunities, and they have also taken very seriously the importance of translation. So they will continue fostering research and innovation, funding transnational joint calls, but also they have a vast array of tools and instruments to also support venture creation, fast-track innovation, and really ensure that all those results are uptaken, because industry is extremely important. For personalized medicine to be uptaken, this also needs to represent an economic opportunity, and we need to have actors that want really to take the risks and to implement that translate that into the market. So I would like to mention that the 2025 joint translational call of EP-Permet is completely focused on pharmacogenomics. And I wanted to mention it, but they are currently evaluating because it's a beautiful example of the importance of translation. Although there is a lot of very convincing evidence of the opportunities that, individualizing drug prescriptions based on genomic profiles can really reduce harmful side effects. Although there is a lot of evidence, very convincing evidence, the uptake has been extremely slow and very, very diverse in Europe. So you have countries that are very much advanced and others where nothing is happening. And we are really struggling. Why? What is the reason for this? And I think we have to really, I'm extremely happy that this is the context of the call, but also extremely happy that pharmacogenomics is central to the new strategy for personalized medicine that was adopted yesterday by the Danish. Pharmacogenomics approach can be a big answer to the tackling of waste. And I think this we have also to take very seriously because according to OECD, around 20% of healthcare expenditure is just wasted. Can you imagine everything that we could do for catalyzing innovation to ensure better healthcare outcomes if we could use those 20% in something else like personalized medicine? So I think we have to take very seriously our responsibility to decrease the inappropriate use of healthcare resources. Medicines are scarce, in particular in cancer, so we have to use them very wisely. The adoption yesterday by the Danish of this new strategy for personalized medicine is once again an example of how the political level is taken very seriously the promises of personalized medicine. And I think another even more beautiful example was last year in Romania, where the personalized medicine is now a right for citizens per law. So things are advancing. It's a great political momentum, and we have to build on that. Our compromise to continue supporting personalized medicine goes much farther than EP-PERMED. We are constantly funding topics through our collaborative research cluster 1 of Horizon Europe's. Particularly, let me mention topics on personalized prevention. I think it's extremely important. And I would like to take example of one of the 4 projects that we recently funded on the field of personalized prevention with a very attractive name called Caramel, which stands for Cardiovascular Risk Assessment in Menopausal Women. And just want to mention, not only because I am a woman, because personalized medicine can also help tackling this other type of inequalities. So once again, a proof of the importance of personalized medicine, not only to get better healthcare outcomes. And if you look at the draft work program of 26-27 that is now published, this is exciting news. Now we are changing and we are republishing draft work programs. You will see that there are many topics fostering personalized medicine, either directly or indirectly, and including pre-commercial procurement and public procurement for innovation, because we have seen in particular for cancer, how the 2 pre-commercial procurements that we funded on NGS and Instant for NGSP have brought fantastic results. And I'm very happy to see that they will be taken over in synergy with the personalized cancer medicine projects that will be funded for you for health. So we are also synergizing a lot with our colleagues. Also, personalized medicine is horizontal to our efforts in the context of the mission on cancer, where the last work program is really funding a lot around pragmatic clinical trials, investigator-driven clinical trials, also as efforts in order to support the uptake of personalized medicine. And last but not least, the Innovative Health Initiative, where I don't have the time to go through everything they are doing. But if you look at their website, they have a fantastic portfolio of projects fully dedicated to oncology and personalized medicine. But I would not like to finish, and sorry, I know I'm taking a lot of time, without mentioning a few words about the political landscape, because we are living a very exciting summer in Brussels. The Commission adopted a very ambitious new multi-annual financial framework where there is a significant increase for research and innovation, confirming the strong messages in the political guidelines, putting research and innovation at the heart of the European economy. Also, a very exciting summer from the perspective of life science strategy that was adopted at the beginning of the summer. Very important also for personalized medicine, many actions in this umbrella communication that will catalyze innovation targeting clinical trials, regulatory improvement, advanced therapies. As you know, the current European Commission has set ambitious targets to enhance competitiveness of the European Union. closing the innovation gap is critical to our future. And I think we should not be ashamed to talk about competitiveness in a personalized medicine conference. We are really committed to embed personalized medicine in the healthcare practice, but also as a pathway to sustain European competitiveness from a sustainability perspective. What do we need to do to achieve this? 3 things. To develop a scale-proven innovative solutions. I was mentioning these pre-commercial procurement projects that there are many demonstration pilots that have really demonstrated that personalized medicine is not only aspirational, but it's also achievable. Let's do more of this. Foster cross-sector collaboration, IHI, it's cross-sectorial per design. Research, industry leaders, policymakers, and patients, we must co-create solutions. This will require strengthening partnerships and incentivizing data sharing, as Denise was mentioning. I will not talk about data sharing because I know there are many sessions, but obviously extremely important, and we need to respect ethical standards. And last, but certainly not least, empower citizens and patients. This is very important for the uptake of personalized medicine, for the uptake of innovation in general. We need to raise awareness and build the trust also towards healthcare professionals. So just to end, we are ready to lead and to fund, but the success will only depend on the collaboration. So I think that I would like to seize this opportunity where we are all together, propel personalized medicine forward, ensuring that these benefits will be accessible to all who need them. But please, let's develop new narratives and let's not forget the global picture. Personalized medicine approaches are also an investment. Certainly not a cost, are also an investment and can also significantly contribute to other very important political priorities for the future of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmen Laplaza Santos. Couple of minutes beyond the limit, but it's because you have shared with us a very important news, sharing news, the political landscape, the Innovative Health Initiative, and actually saying that this is an investment and we need to work together, strengthen partnership and innovative solutions. Thank you so much. The panelists, I would like you to go to the table. We have no time to waste, and we have a wonderful group of panelists here, including Ruggero De Maria, who is president of the Italian Alliance Against Cancer, Alleanza contro il Cancro, professor of pathology in Università Cattolica Sacro Cuore Rome. So we have also Peter Spearmaker, director of the Institute of Pathology in Heidelberg University and president of the European Society of Pathology. Welcome also, Peter. Jesus Garcia Foncillas, yes, please. You are the protagonist of the movie. Oh. So he's the president of the Foundation ECHO. He's director of the oncology department in Fundación Jiménez Díaz University Hospital. He's a colleague that I admire. Thank you, Jesus. Thomas Di Maio, head of diagnostic for Europe and Canada of AstraZeneca. And then Anabela Isidro, who is also a colleague that I worked with. She's the coordinator of the ECHOS project, a member of the board ICIB. We have a very limited time because we started late. You are smart enough to say, a concentrated message that you want to give. You have approximately each of you a couple of minutes at the beginning. We have in general 25 before going to the Q&A and then the rapporteur's summary. So the first person I would like to invite, following the order, if you don't mind, is Ruggero Di Maria. Whatever you want, yes. You can.
So thank you, everybody, and thank Dennis for the wonderful organization. So I'm Ruggero De Maria, I'm the president of the Italian Network of Comprehensive Cancer Centers, and I'm a cancer survivor, so you can understand the motivation that's beyond my activity. And so as a president of the network, the idea of putting the introducing the technology, the clinical level is very important. So I think that what we are facing a lot of complexity. So Socrates used to say, the more we know, the more we realize we don't know. So the complexity, and we have a lot of technologies, but the technologies open new worlds and so new frontiers, and there are a lot of issues that we don't talk at meetings. For instance, I was listening to MP Tillemets. I was thinking about the chemical exposure. You know, now the One Health is very important. The exposomics, it's a huge, very demanding topic. There are persistent organic pollutants that stay in our body for 10 and more years. And these are involved in a lot of tumors, the complexity of the genes. So we listened to Carmen Laplaza Santos talking about pharmacogenomics. We know that in Europe and United States, there are more people dying for drugs, toxicity of drugs, as compared to colorectal cancer. And so what is the solution? And then there is liquid biomarkers, a lot of, you know, the new words, the digital imaging, now there's the spatial analysis. So the complexity is growing. And so how can we face this? How can the idea, of course, is to make network programs, team efforts to cover all the major tasks and pursue common goals together. The organization is very important. We do a lot in Europe thanks to this program. I see here Kittel Tasken. We work a lot with Molecular Tumor Board and the Joint Action Personalized Cancer Medicine. Data science, there's the strategies to collect data and then share data, and the ability of AI technology to exploit such data. So it's a matter of organization, and I think that this is the contribution that we can push and then try to pursue together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Guillermo. Now, actually, what you have said is very important. Let's put the different message together. Now, Peter, as the president of the European Society of Pathology, you have a very important message.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for having me here and also listening to the view of a diagnostician. And just referring to what Dennis and Tilly and all others already have said, I just want to address the last mile. Why are we not getting everything everywhere on the diagnostic market or on the diagnostic application? Just a few pieces. I think the key is of sustainable implementation is financing in the regular medical system of the diagnostic measures, but also availability of the treatments of the drugs. There is no drug, there is no need to do diagnostics. If there is no treatment, there is not the need to do the diagnostics. So both are actually coexisting columns we have to see. In terms of diagnostics, a key issue is that we have to see that these modern diagnostics, they're not cheap and they're not easy. So we have to go for a compromise of accessibility, availability to the patient, but on the other side of centralization. Just to give you an example, in my molecular diagnostic part of molecular pathology, we have 60 highly skilled people doing the diagnostic work. And of course, it requires update of instrumentation every 18 months. And of course, also consumables and everything is not cheap. So it's not for free. So we have to be very focused in implementing that. And this can only be done at the site of the whole medical decision, but also where the expertise is. So we have to go for centers of excellence. The third thing I would say is we have to go for more market. The medical system is the most highly regulated system I know. And everybody knows what is the right thing to do. Politicians regulate it. We have a lot of lobbying and everything. But we create actually gated communities by that. And measures we do in healthcare, like quality assurance, may create gated communities. So we have to review that. But also we have to allow for competition on the market. monopolizing makes things very costly, and that we have recognized in the past. So the next thing is we have to critically evaluate our quality assurance measures. Quality assurance does not mean quality. And quality assurance is some kind of a self-referring system. So we have done a lot of things in these areas that made medicine more complicated, but not better, made medicine more costly, but not better. And we have to work on that. And I'm absolutely certain that we have to change the way how we create evidence for the medical application. I think there's a lot of really justified criticism of the specifically manicured phase 3 approval trial. And there's not enough reflection of real-world data. So there is a lot of frustration when these drugs that have shown superiority or whatsoever come to the real-world market and the effect is mediocre. So we have to integrate much more real-world data, and that requires registries, that requires changes in our approval strategy, and of course, we have to also think about the trial strategies. Everything is there, we have to put it together. And as a last word, let me just as a pathologist correct one word I've been facing in the preparation, that was tumor agnostic diagnostics as an oncologist. This is a no-goer. You need tumor agnostic. Cell differentiation, tissue differentiation is the most decisive parameter for therapeutic response. So, of course, there's some core of truth to that. It is that we have comparable molecular alteration in different tumors, but the way the patient responds to it is dictated by the tissue and the cell differentiation, and we have to keep that in mind. So more knowledge and not less knowledge is needed for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. I think you have focused on the implementation, the rigorous approach, and as you were saying actually at the end, this correcting this agnostic, I love it. No, agnostic is much, I think, correct for this lesson. Now we have Jesus Garcia Foncillas. And from his experience at the clinical level and also running a foundation with a big ambition.
So thank you, Jose Maria. Thank you, Denis, for your kind invitation. So obviously, if we draw what is happening right now for catalyzing cancer innovation, so probably we can draw several challenges. Probably maybe the first one should be the financial and regulatory hurdles, because we have high cost of resource and development. We have a very complex and long regulatory approach processes. We have a big problem about the pricing and reimbursement issue. But even beyond the financial and regulatory hurdles, we have a scientific and clinical roadblocks. And probably let me to point out that we have a clear tumor heterogeneity, and it means that we need a different scientific approach for drug development in this very heterogeneous subgroup of different type of cancer. And something that I would like to point out is also be about the valley of death. I mean, the gap between the basic scientific discovery and how we're able to translate in any viable clinical product. And it's true that we have probably maybe right now, when we talk about the drug development, very challenged in clinical trial design. And it means that probably we need a different approach in clinical research, because we need to enhance early clinical design with better preclinical model. And at least in my lab and other institutions are working with better preclinical model for testing, for instance, what is happening about the relationship between and how is the interaction between the immune systems and tumor cells, because we know that we have new drugs right now and we're not sure about it. What are the best tumor types to be tested in first in human in phase 1? And probably we need a different phase 1 model, and we need to enrich phase 1 clinical trials with more molecular and biomarker analysis. So it means to incorporate more pharmacodynamics biomarkers. But let me to talk about something that is a question that we try to answer right now. So do we need a phase 2 trial right now? Probably we don't need, because we have right now a new different approach. It means the new seamless clinical trial model. So it often, sometimes we need a direct translation from the phase 1 to the phase 3, and probably we have new model in form of a platform design. So it means that we have something like a continuous resource about what is happening in a new drug with different Rs, including different tumor types, different conditions, different molecular subtypes, and it means that we have faster options for drug development. And it's true that we have subgrouping patients for a maximum benefit. And obviously, probably maybe all this information that we're able to get from these different new clinical designs, we can to be tested with real world evidence. But obviously, we have as well opportunities to catalyze cancer innovations. Maybe I would like to emphasize about the advancement in technology data. We have talked about the genomic and molecular profiling, obviously about the role of AI right now and the real world data. And maybe we need to talk about new collaboration and funding models. It means to think about public-private partnership or venture philanthropy or adaptive and decentralized clinical trials for getting better results in shorter time. But it means that we have very promising advances in clinical research. So we have the rise of immunotherapy, and not only the checkpoint inhibitor, because we have right now the cell and gene therapy, we have very promising mRNA technology, and we have how we're able right now to target the tumor microenvironment, something like a new, very promising options for fighting cancer. And obviously, I think that we have to focus on early detection. And here we have the role of liquid biopsy, not only for monitoring disease and as well for early detections. And the use of preventing vaccine, because you were able to prevent diseases. And in cancer, we have a very good example with the HPV vaccinations. We can do a better approach for cancer. And it means that we need to integrate data and to think about a personalized therapy, integrating omics data, and thinking about as well other forms of resource, the digital twins, for having something like a model for testing new drug. So I think we have a very promising scenario right now, and we can to try to leverage this landscape working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesus, for putting emphasis on tumor heterogeneity and adapted models to adjust the best treatment, taking advantage of all the developments in immunotherapy. Thomas, please, Thomas Di Maio, the immunotherapy, the preventive vaccines, and actually the early detection. Thomas Di Maio, please.
Thanks, Walter. Considering that we've got several very distinguished pathologists in this one table, I wanted to talk a little bit about digital computational pathologies, which consist in looking at samples not through a microscope, but digitizing and working on an image, and then potentially also running algorithm on this image to decipher a little bit more precisely what the tumor is about. So I would like to start by saying that it's very likely that adopting digital pathology in the short term is a necessity. The reality is that the number of cancer patients in Europe are increasing by 2 to 3% each year, driven by aging population, change of ways of living, etc. And at the same time, we've got a decreasing number of pathologists. As a matter of fact, only 3% of pathology labs in the UK are considering that they are properly staffed. And with this size or effect, will be soon a very big trouble when it's come to properly diagnosing cancer patients in the future. And we think that digital pathology, by providing enhanced productivity, will help with that. So that's the first element. The second element is also we think that digital pathology is a big catalyst for equity of care. As of today, between 1/3 and half of the patients with cancer are actually treated in community hospitals. And we know that due to the scale, you could not have a top-notch level of specialization in community care hospitals. Being able to share samples with more expert colleagues in comprehensive cancer center, in community, university hospital, is a big driver to make sure that each patient with cancer got the best and possible level of diagnostic. And I would just want also to bounce back about the previous talk about competitivity at a European scale from an economic standpoint. So we are still hearing the echo of the Draghi report. The good thing is that when it comes to digital and computational pathology, I think that Europe is a very good place from a competitive standpoint. We've got a lot of scanner manufacturers who are actually producing scanners in Europe. I'm thinking about 3DSTech, I'm thinking about Philips, other scanner manufacturers got a sizable part of the value chain also within Europe, thinking about Ventana, thinking about Leica, who are doing the optic in Europe. In addition to that, in the field of computational pathology, which is running algorithm on image of the tumor, we've got also top player in Europe, thinking about FinePK, Foria, Owkin, and many others. So I think it's an area where investment will directly benefit both from the patient, but also to the economic tissue. And while we are poised with having kind of digital computational pathology being the next catalyst for the precision medicine revolution, I think that we've got several call to action. The first one is to make sure that this technology is properly evaluated. I would like to give a big shout out to the Belgian Ministry of Health, which is currently evaluating this technology as a whole. And I hope that we'll have the outcome of this evaluation in the upcoming months. In addition to that, I think it is, compared to other branches of precision medicine, still a little bit in its infancy from an awareness standpoint. So I think that we talked a lot about the Beating Cancer Plan, and where genomic profiling is very well identified. I would like for the next version of it to incorporate digital pathology, because I think it's part of the next wave. And last but not least, we think that this is a new technology, and therefore it comes with a sizable upfront investment. But I think this is where the various Ministry of Health and the European Union could help. Even more, as in the grand scheme of things, the cost per patient is very limited. Very recently, the French Ministry of Health have published a report showcasing that the cost per patient will be close to $3 per case, which is, again, when we're considering all the cost of treating patients and the potential benefit, very small figure. And similar to that, and I could only say kudos to the talented cartoonist, because he touched on that. This is an investment that could pay for itself in a relatively short period, between 4 and 5 years, according to the latest medical economic study that has been performed this year. So focus on evaluating and into investing in this technology will really drive equity and precision medicine. Thank you.
Thank you to Thomas Di Maio. Very practical data pathology for equity with practical. Brilliant. Thank you. It was not a test to see that you were away. Yeah, no. But just in case, just in case. Excellent. We have Anabela Isidro, and it's a pleasure. It's Anabela.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation to be here today. And I was hearing the starting session and all the speakers in the panel, and I thought, what exciting moments are we living, and challenging, because so many disruptive technologies that we have out there, so many, I sometimes feel overwhelmed with all the information, with all the artificial intelligence and applications and so on. And I also think about how can we then take the best out of it and not disrupt our healthcare, financial, because I also hear the hospital saying that the increase in costs from the last years is incredible. So, but now speaking a little bit, how can we and what I do can contribute also to try to make disruptive technologies more equitable and decrease inequalities, not only inside the countries, but especially in between countries. So we are coordinating a project that is the ECHOS, establishing national cancer mission hubs in all European member states and associated countries. And this project aims at helping implementing the mission on cancer, that also that the Commission realized that the cancer was such a big challenge that we needed a mission. We need clear objectives to tackle the issue. And ECHOS and the National Cancer Mission Hubs, in a short word, in a short sentence, they help the Commission drive the implementation in the nations, in the European member states, at national, regional, and local levels. Because it's easy for us to be here speaking about the challenges, about what we have, but then how can we ensure that this is implemented at the regional, national, regional, and local levels, and how can we ensure that the less performing countries are at the same stage at the more or the best performing countries. And the National Cancer Mission Hubs, they are also basically they bring together, they are the connectors, let's say, in the countries that bring together different sectors. So they will break silos, or hopefully they will break silos and bring together policymakers, researchers, clinicians, industry, and patients, of course, at the heart of the decisions. And by doing this, we hope that this will improve the uptake of the technologies and the working together, that we are more in line with what the society needs and what we can do. So these national cancer hubs will probably help also in decreasing the inequality and ensuring that the low performing countries in Europe can also profit and be at the same stage at the high performers, and that the disruptive technologies don't stay in those that are more more in line to do it, more at the front to do it. So basically, this is the main message that I want to leave. Thank you.
Obrigado, Anabela. Actually, it's actually the deployment of the wonderful ideas of Cancer Mission. We have Christine Chaumier, who is going to participate at noon in the other session. She's the vice chair, and it is implemented at the national, at the regional, at the local level, because we need to really deploy this to make it accessible. We have actually some 12 minutes, including the 5 that Elil and Dennis are going to use, but I don't want to steal you the possibility of taking the floor. Who wants to raise the hand and say something? In a nice way, I hope. Yes, please.
Ja, ich glaube, Hamburg, I guess I have a loud voice, hopefully. Very nice session, really. I want to say that regarding sustainability, one of the limitations of the program, which I really like a lot, is that there is the 5 years limit. And together, consortium, I'm organizing a consortium with around 20 institutions. After 5 years, you have just, I would say, you're just in a situation where everything is running very well, and then it stops, okay? So there is no measure of sustainability of extension. And we have done a little pilot with our European Liquid Biopsy Society. We went on by ourselves because all the partners gave some contribution. And we are now going on already for 10 years, which is fantastic. So if the EU would give a little bit of extra money for, let's say, let programs go on after the 5 years, that would help a lot. And it would be only a fraction of the money that it needed for the 5-year period, just to go the administration's coordination going on. This would be a great, let's say, support for sustainability of the projects, because it's really sad if the projects dissolve after 5 years.
That's a very important question that we all share in some way. Carmen La Plaza, we have it here, and she's ready to answer. Thank you so much, Carmen.
Thanks a lot for the question. A very, very good question. We have heard that a lot in the context of the consultations we run for the life science strategy, how we need to provide not that siloed efforts, but try a more continuum. And we will pilot follow-on funding. If I was mentioning the draft of the work program 26-27 that is published, you can see that there is already a pilot foreseen in the context of regenerative medicine, but we are trying to pilot for the future, for the next MFF. I think this is also a matter that you can look, for example, in the context of innovative health initiative, how this specific problem has also been raised. And we are aware of some projects that have ultimately built foundations in order to pursue the sustainability. I think on this, we will also need to have a collaborative approach with member states and with other stakeholders, because it cannot only be European funding, but we are fully aware that sometimes there are very beautiful consortiums with excellent results, and it's very difficult to continue when the funding is over. So I understand the question, and we are trying to provide a better situation than in the past.
Well understood, and thank you so much, Carmen, to be brave and not to escape from the question. One more question, and then the summary from Dennis and Elil. There was another person who was raising the hand. Here, the first, the left.
Thank you very much. I think I'm Hisham Al Ghazali. I'm a professor of oncology, head of the Egyptian Cancer Society. I'm really happy with the great talks and very high caliber persons. But I think the most important is to try to have an outcomes from the meeting. So try to have a roadmap. It is extremely important to try to put points that can be implemented later on, especially the equity. And we will talk about Africa and Egypt and the Middle East. So we will talk about these interactions and the collaboration and integration. So I think extremely important to have an outcome from the meeting and try to have a roadmap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very, very smart point. Actually, this is action point, right? And we need to walk the talk, not just people blind. Let's see, we have a statement at the end, please.
Can I say something? I will maybe also say the same, something similar when we'll talk later this afternoon. During this intervention of this session, I hear very interesting points that highlight that precision medicine needs the collaboration from the public and the private sector. We were talking about before with Carmen, pre-commercial procurement, public innovation, but also in the panels, I heard about public-private partnership. I heard about also why not philanthropic initiatives. So, and that's really the key. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Rosanna Sandrello. I work for the Department of Health, for an agency of the Department of Health of Catalonia. And what we are really boosting is the introduction of innovation in our health sector, in our Department of Health, and the transformation of our health system, thanks to the collaboration with the private sector, but clearly driven by the needs identified by our health system. So the identification of the needs is key also for later on and making, structuring the model of sustainability. We cannot afford maybe an adoption of a Ferrari if we don't need it, no? So, and if we cannot pay it, and there is also a model, a financial model, a viable model to pay it. So that's also is very important when we are talking about the implementation at local level, that there are local sustainable models for the implementation and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, very interesting. And I hope that Italian love the metaphor about Ferrari. So, Dennis, 5 minutes, Another, so Dennis, Salil, you had the summary and we nail it. Thank you so much, dear panelists and dear.
So thank you so much for the great sessions that we just had. So science is moving very fast, as we've seen. So we have a cartoonist here all day. He will be drawing pictures. So we prepared some in advance, but he will have a lot of pictures that we want to communicate, because a lot of the issues need to be communicated to politicians, as was mentioned. So they, as highlighted by Carmen, I mean, there's a lot of, the European provides these frameworks, but you really need the member states and the stakeholders to support the implementation, because health is still a national competence. So Europe has facilitated a lot of issues. IC, PERMED, the partnerships for action against cancer. Then you have CanCon 1, CanCon 2. Now you have the partnership for personalized medicine. But really, you need member states to work together and agree to work together. And then you need a community of stakeholders, which we have led to all these joint actions. Now we have more joint actions. So there's been a lot of socialization. And a lot of these pilot projects, as mentioned, have been facilitated and funded by the European Union. But then you need to bring this innovation at a quicker level into healthcare systems. And this is one of the core issues. So we have a lot of fragmentation in terms of the data that we have. And this core issue is how we can work together to support this. And there's a lot of tangible activities in terms of molecular tumor boards, in terms of the issues around unequal access to diagnostics. But unequal access really links into some tangible issues around infrastructure. What is the infrastructure there? Do we have a shortage of pathologists, or do we have a shortage of the application of innovation? Is there a shortage of evidence, or are we asking the wrong questions for the evidence to be utilized? Do the private sector have a lot of this innovation existing? We have a lot of biobanks, a lot of data in biobanks. How can the data be better utilized? Do we need more funding to be allocated to support the curation of the existing data, so this data can be utilized, so it can be structured? How can we support interoperability? How can these tenders being given out by the European Union support an alignment between different types of healthcare systems? And how can we support quality assurance between different healthcare settings? And a lot of these issues have been done in pilots, but I mean, now we should move beyond pilots to implementation. So really I mean, there's only so many pilots we can train. Now we need to implement it into really practice in terms of what we have done. And it really needs the medical community to work in a more effective manner to support this in a more coherent way. And this is a lot of breakthroughs in what we've done, but often the Commission could view this as that this innovation is not being accessible. But accessibility really depends on local settings. One could take the example of Oncotype DX. This was approved and was launched, approved in the United States in 2003, but then it took 15 years to get into healthcare systems, depending on the different regulations in the different healthcare systems, and also depending on the reimbursement. So it was approved and reimbursed in Ireland in 2013, in Italy in 2018. So this has a huge impact on different women who have breast cancer who may get overtreated. So a lot of innovation is there, but the question is how this is facilitated in a quicker role, and innovation only can do so much. So equity can be achieved, but equity depends how we can work together and then choose how this innovation can be supported. So these are key actions which we'll try to synthesize to make it more palatable. As you can see the table here, we have different people, a lot of old people, but a lot of young people as in the room of different ages, depending how you view it. But we want to focus, say, okay, what are the key actions to support that? So molecular tumor boards are there. Liquid biopsy has been done, as mentioned. But really, I mean, it has been taken. One of the key points is this extension of the existing EU projects. A lot of projects have been funded, but maybe they're not on their feet yet. A lot of the EU projects were two years long. So then we got extensions for 6 months. Some projects are 4 or 5 years. Maybe they need more funding to support this getting into the healthcare systems, or working with regions, or those regions in Europe or bigger regions that can support adoption. And this could also be facilitated through the partnership on personalized medicine. So seeing what frameworks exist, because Europe has provided a lot of frameworks such as European reference networks. You have a lot of pilots now. So the issue is seeing how the existing frameworks can best to support bringing this innovation. And the LIFE strategy and all this political support provides this instruments how we can do this in a more effective way. And then also collaborating and supporting industry as a real partner, not only just as a in the public-private partnership in IHI, but really looking at healthcare systems and how they can support the adoption of innovation in a more structured manner. Because a lot of diagnostics are not reimbursed in Europe because healthcare is set up to treat patients. So we have to see, okay, and especially with the use of AI and data, how is that going to be supported and reimbursed? So a lot of these technologies are similar in a similar way. So we can cross this bridge, we hope, with a better wooden bridge or a better, more advanced bridge, or we could fly if we get the right pilots and they're supported. We don't even have to cross the bridge; we can just fly. So I thank you to all our speakers, and I thank you to the moderators. And I'll swiftly stop speaking now and move on to the second session. Thank you. So our second session is very exciting, has an exciting title, How Democratizing Trials, Blueprint for Inclusive Innovation. So we have a wonderful chair who has got a wonderful briefing by me. We spoke hours and hours on how we can focus this. So we will again have two speakers that will introduce the topic, and then we will have a panel discussion again to respond on what the main speakers have said. I'll give the floor to Tony, who has participated in many conferences of the European Alliance for Personalized Medicine. So I give him the floor. Thank you. He looks great here.
Well, as you can see, I had no change. A picture and the transcription of my name. My name is Antoni Montserrat Moliner. I have been during 13 years the person in charge of the rare diseases policy in the DG Santé of the European Commission. And nowadays I am the Vice President of the National Committee of Rare Diseases in Luxembourg. One of the things that I had the pleasure to do during my time in the European Commission, it was contributing in 2015 during the Luxembourgish presidency to the Council conclusions on personalized medicine. It was the first time that the Commission decided really to propose to the Council to start something in a so important area as it was the precision medicine or the personalized medicine. And one of the things it was mentioned in the document of 2015, the conclusions of the Council, it was the need of certainly doing something to improve trials. And certainly 10 years later, and we have a new clinical trials regulation in the European Commission, and this is something really important. But this is something that needs certainly discussion and needs certainly probably contrasting opinions. Clinical research in the high-income countries has long been constrained by outdated infrastructures, urban-centric recruitment, and narrow eligibility criteria. Now we have this Roma trial blueprint for inclusive innovation. And this is something really important because it's, in a way, something that permits to reshaping power. The Roma trial blueprint for inclusion innovation gives a way forward. It recognizes that innovation cannot be the privilege of the few, but must be guided by the voices of many. Opening trials to diverse communities, patients, stakeholders, we ensure that outcomes are not only scientifically rigorous, but also socially legitimate. And with this blueprint, we have certainly not only democratizing trials, we are democratizing trust, opportunity, and the very future of innovation itself. And this is a little the discussion that we will have here today with this ambitious title, Democratizing Trials, Blueprint for Inclusive Innovation. For this, we will have the privilege to have two important persons really setting the scene. And first of all, Catherine Alix Panavier. She's professor of oncology in the Faculty of Medicine of Montpellier in France. And on the other side, Hisham Exkalai, president of the Egyptian Cancer Society and director of the Masri Research Center. After, we will have also a very distinguished panel, having the opportunity to have with us Peder Mitre, professor in the Department of Cardiology of the University of Oslo in Norway, Kjetil Tasken, head of the Institute for Cancer Research, also from the Oslo University, Irene Braña, head of the Neck Cancer Group from the Vall d'Hebron Institute of Oncology in Barcelona, and global principal investigator, and finally, Brian Ward, director of advocacy and European affairs from the European Respiratory Society. And now, setting the scene is the moment, and I cordially invite Catherine Alix Panavier.
Well, thank you very much for having invited me for this task. I'm very happy. Thank you, Dennis and the team. It's my pleasure to be here and to set the scene, as it was said. So, how it works? Yeah. Very good. Thank you. Okay, let's go. So I have the task to introduce this very nice, topic. And I would like to make as an example with the liquid biopsy that we introduced already. So I'm sorry, there is a little bug with the... Okay, let's go. I don't know. I'm so sorry. It's going in all direction. I will start soon, I'm sure. Sorry for that. Okay, good. So it was really my pleasure to say why finally this session matters. I feel that clinical trials drive medical innovation. They are the main way we discover and validate new treatments. But they don't represent everyone, right? Many groups of patients, and we can discuss of that, often are not included in a sufficient number. And so the evidence is biased. And when treatments are tested mostly in ideal trial participants, and the results may not fully apply to the broader and more diverse patients, doctors actually treat in everyday practice. So to go on, I would like to say that in this session, we need to rethink the clinical research models in Europe. We need to make them more inclusive, equitable, and real-world aligned. We need to propose artificial intelligence-powered recruitment, decentralized trials, and cross-border collaboration. And of course, we need to have the main goal is really to have faster and fairer innovation. So when we look at the liquid biopsy as a game changer, and I would like to talk about that just a few seconds because I feel it's important today in cancer, at least care. It's really a non-invasive, repeatable blood test, or even in other body fluid in the body of cancer patients. And we can really test different circulating analytes. You see circulating tumor cells, tumor DNA, extracellular vesicles, and so on. But the unique potential is really to try tomorrow to have an early detection of cancer or early detection of minimal residual disease. And it's really important, I would say. And to also monitor correctly the treatment to have the best treatment to the best patient at the right moment, so precision medicine. And of course, we are part, as Klaus Pantel just said, in the European Liquid Biopsy Society, and we have this goal to try to harmonize all the protocols and to try to introduce liquid biopsy in clinical practice, which is really important. However, we need to bridge the gap from innovation, you see, to implementation or clinical application. And for that, it requires inclusive trial design, robust real-world evidence, and of course, health system readiness. And for that, I feel that without coordinated action at the European level, Europe really risks falling behind delivering equitable access to advances in cancer care. So it's really something important to discuss today. So what is the vision for 2030? I think that we need to democratize trial access with different like hybrid models, community sites, and remote sampling. We need to use real world data to validate clinical utility because it's really what we need to introduce liquid biopsy in clinical practice for precision medicine. And to make precision oncology the standard of care in Europe, it's very important. So we need at least at the end to ensure that all patients can have access to this innovation, which is not the case today. So if we want to go on with that, I would like to say that precision medicine must serve as everyone. And if it's not inclusive, it's not truly precise. And this session really should really make a move from innovation to clinical application. So what are the key European issues, I would say? So first, we have like harmonized liquid biopsy validation and trial 8 points. We need to develop common standards for liquid biopsy technology and consistent clinical trial 8 points to enable comparability and accelerate adoption. And of course, we are doing that as a main goal in our ELBS, European Liquid Biopsy Society. About regulatory alignment, we need to promote early dialogue and coordinated guidelines between regulators to streamline approval pathway across jurisdictions. We need to build EU-wide decentralized trial networks. And for that, we need to establish cross-country clinical trial platforms that bring research closer to the patients. We need to integrate liquid biopsy cancer registries. Of course, we need to embed liquid biopsy testing and outcomes into existing population-based registries to generate real-world evidence at scale. And finally, equity. We heard about that already. We need to ensure to make access to the liquid biopsy trials and diagnostics in non-academic hospitals and community settings, reducing disparities among Europe. So what are the concrete European actions? For my final slide, I feel that European liquid biopsy platform should be created to create a centralized European infrastructures combining biobanking and trial coordination to accelerate research and implementation. Also, common reimbursement frameworks. We need to develop EU-level approaches for evaluating and reimbursing liquid biopsy tests to reduce fragmentation across member states. Training programs for sure and for clinicians and labs to build structured curricula to ensure standardized liquid biopsy interpretation, reporting, and quality assurance. To embed equity, as we said already, criteria in, for example, Horizon Europe or cancer mission cores. To make inclusiveness of formal requirements in funding schemes to avoid wideness access gaps. And finally, public-private partnerships with biotech and artificial intelligence to foster collaborations to translate technological and innovation into scalable clinical solutions. So at the end, I feel that for the next 4 years until 2030, these years will determine if Europe will become a leader or falls behind in democratizing liquid biopsy, but mostly precision medicine. And we are there for that. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Catherine. Precise and concrete. ways. Very, very important. And now we continue setting the scene, and I ask Professor Hesham Iqbal.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, Dennis, for this great, important meeting. And really, I'm loving to have a lot of friends here and either meeting in Cairo or meeting in everywhere else. And love to talk about this equity and democratizing clinical trials. And I have a lot of hats in Egypt. So I'm professor of oncology, director of research center, the president of Egyptian Cancer Society, also head of the presidential initiative for women health, and going abroad to go in the IARC. So I'm scientific board member in the IARC. And talking about artificial intelligence and democratizing clinical research, I go for artificial intelligence use in Scopus to see how the impact of democratizing medical research, going that 3 pathways, including the aid and the funding, health and research and development, and public health, and going for a lot of points affecting this, including helping to, it is usually 2 ends. So it's important to help the others in capacity building and going for a lot of issues, including the public policy, capacity building for biotechnology, biobanking, data, and others. And moving from a lot of talks to the reality, and this is the reality. So a lot of talks everywhere about the democratizing things, but the reality you see that the results of the WHO activities in 2023, that only 4% of the world's clinical trial included in Africa, despite the global burden of the disease, 25% in Africa. So it's complete discrepancy between the involvement of the clinical trials of Africa, only 4%. Yes, there is a challenges, so we must know, so we must go for the gaps, to know the gaps, which are the regulatory hurdle, lack of pharmaceutical industry, which is one of the very important points. A lot of deficiency in collaboration, financing, and the infrastructures. The health records is not very good, and the biobanking is deficient. Institutional data access and sustainability lacking, and social and cultural barriers may inhibit, because that usually there is a lot of issues regarding that using individuals or human being in clinical trials is like rats and something like this. So it is an excuse for the Western and global effort to go for this important part of the world. And we must go usually thinking when. So it is important to know that not including Africa, Middle East, and low middle income countries, it is not only giving no winning, it is important to know that you have deficiencies, still you have gaps. So you are not, it is a win-win. So there will be this underrepresentation impact include incomplete genetic and biological data. Treatment decision is deficient because you are missing almost 25% of the disease, global disease burden if you exclude Africa. But if you exclude all the low middle income countries, you exclude more than 60%. The delay of drug availability and access, and also uncertainty regarding the safety, because you all know that is a difference between different ethnicity, You know that the EGFR is different in Asia rather than Africa, rather than others. And you know also that there is different in a lot of precision medicine. And when I listen in the morning in the talks, it is important to go for actionable mutation, but also it is important to have actionable decisions to try to change and to try to make a move. But also Africa is moving. So now we have a lot of efforts done in Africa, including regulatory harmonization with the African Medicine Agency, which was launched in 2021 to harmonize medicine regulation, clinical trials all over Egypt. And also extremely important to have this clinical trial network, including H3 Africa, and I think most of you knowing it. And also we almost use it in H3 Bionet, and which is called Human Hereditary and Health in Africa, connecting the genomics, biobanking, bioinformatics, and we are in Egypt as part of Masri Research Institute is part of this. Capacity building, including training and training staff, and also Professor Zizes was with us in the biobank in Egypt, and we are training some of our colleagues in Africa. And so it is important to be included in the global clinical trial through the WHO Global Clinical Trial Forum. In Egypt, I think this is something missing in the slide, but I want to tell you that in the Presidential Initiative of Women Health that is initiated 2019, we have mega data. So it is opportunity. So I want to impress you by the size of the data. We have almost 58 million records for the women in the screening program, including more than 700,000 radiology images, including more than 50,000 pathology. And all of them, now we go for like a mega project called Breast Intelligence or Breast Intelligence, trying to include all of them, connecting them with the genomic bank, with the pathology bank, with the radiology bank, try to go for modeling. And we talk about public-private partnership. And yes, we are already doing this with a lot of pharmaceutical companies. I don't like to nominate them, but one of them was here, AstraZeneca and Roche. And we are really proud that we are shifting the advanced cases in Egypt from 2019. It was 70% advanced cases to be only 20% now, and also helping in decreasing the time for diagnosis. So a lot of capacity building from more than 120 days to only 49 days. And also by the political will, which is extremely important also, going for mandating that all cases to be treated as in multidisciplinary tumor board. And this is my institute, which is Masri Institute, which is, I have the pleasure to have Professor Zizes inside this. And this is example of the roadmap to do this. Internationalization, digital transformation, capacity building, capacity building, capacity building, I think is the key issue of everything. And also positioning and the visual identity, empowerment, innovation, and sustainable resources. It is a very important word, sustainability, which is not easy. A lot of effort done. We have a lot of collaboration internationally. MD Anderson, Fudan Cancer Center have accreditation with CAB and ISO, going for a lot of projects, including genomics and other, with a lot of pharma, as you see here. And this is the blueprint that we want. And lastly, you must think about the collaboration. It is not win-lose. It is win-win. You must go for collaborating with more than 25% of the disease burden. And we must know also that Egypt have a huge role in the rare disease in declaration during the last WHA this year. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Hesham. It was really necessary to recognize this necessary contribution of African countries and African institutions in the democratizing of trials. And now is the moment of the panel. I invite the 4 members of the panel to join me here. It seems that we have a member missing. Okay. Then, much better, we have more time. Take the positive lecture. Then, well, we start the panel with Professor Peder Meijden. I hope I pronounced correct.
That was close enough. Thank you. Hello everyone. I am a cardiologist working with clinical trials in the phase 3 primarily. And as in our field, we are challenged with trials being more and more complex. And countries like Norway, and I think many other countries, have challenges getting these trials integrated into the clinic because clinicians are overwhelmed by all the clinical duties. And at the same time, the trials are getting more and more complex. So in the end, clinicians that do not have dedicated scientific time do not want to spend time or prioritize being part of a clinical trials, which is a problem. So we've seen a decline in Norway in the last 10, 20 years in the number of trials coming to Norway because the industry obviously wants us to deliver and enroll a sufficient amount of patients for the trials. And when we cannot succeed in that, we're getting lower and lower on the list. So now there's an initiative in Norway trying to lift this, and that is primarily on the non-academic hospitals. And I think that is important when we're talking about democratizing trials, that we have to encourage and build infrastructure also for non-academic hospitals to be able to enroll patients in trials and participate in trials. And another aspect of this is that the trials are getting so complex. You know, for every year, I feel like there's more and more requirements for training, for the documentation, etc., which takes a lot of time. So I hope that the progression will stop and hopefully regress a little bit so we can have simpler trials, more pragmatic trials. And when it comes to using the wealth of health data that we have in a lot of our countries and use that directly to make the trials simpler, so doing more pragmatic trials. A lot of patients come to clinic and are being registered in all our registries within cardiology, oncology, and it's used to analyze trends and it's used for observational analysis, but to do enrollment based on the registry. So to include a module within the registry so that you can efficiently randomize patients and then follow them through the clinical care. That will make it much more attractive for clinicians to be part of the trial. It will make it much cheaper for industry, and it will make enrollment rates much higher. obviously at the cost of less precision. So I'm not saying that this is a way for all fields and all kinds of trials, but in cardiology we have large trials. We need thousands and thousands of patients for hard outcomes like mortality and cardiovascular outcomes. And for many of these areas, I think we can use the registries more efficiently to make trials simpler and more accessible in the future. So I think we have to work with industry and the stakeholders and try to stop the complexity spiral that has gone out of proportions, and try to make it more easily available for the hospitals that do not have the huge infrastructures that university hospitals have. Thank you.
Thank you, Peder. Now, Kjetil Tasken.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation to speak at this meeting, and I have a few points that I'd like to mention, particularly from the precision cancer medicine area. And I have experience there building a national initiative in Norway, but also working in the precision cancer medicine for EU PCM for EU project, that's under the EU for Health program, and as coordinator of a project called Primrose, that's a cancer mission project. I'm also going to be working in the joint action for precision cancer medicine as the work package leader for what's called treatment, which involves trials. The points I'd like to make are in the precision cancer medicine area, that requires to stratify patients onto trials requires functioning molecular cancer diagnostics, comprehensive genomic profiling, and operative molecular tumor boards. I think what we learned from mapping some of this across Europe in the PCM for EU project, I also know that the CAN-HEAL project made some of the same observations. It's actually working quite well in a number of European countries. There are gaps, etc. There have been put out guidelines for how to sort of move this forward, and I keep telling industry, particularly, that Central Eastern Europe performs better in this area based on what we found than what they think. So I think we can advance precision cancer medicine. We need to fill the gaps, but I think it can advance. Some of this will continue in the joint action for precision cancer medicine. Then in precision medicine, when we stratify patients onto trials, we have in cancer a lot of rare biomarkers, a lot of things where we combine the organ-specific diagnosis, the treatment, and the biomarker becomes rare and very rare. And that is a problem in terms of the advancement of precision cancer medicine from trials into ordinary healthcare, because we hit the problem of how do we build evidence medicine, how do we collect the data on efficacy. We need to educate the regulators, we need to educate the payers, also how is this going to move forward. We do want it to be evidence-based, but we need to sort of build bigger networks and ways to collect data in more pragmatically, so that we can serve efficacy data also to the payers and regulators. I think Europe has a great opportunity now there. We can get together, can organize nice trial networks to collect that type of data. The Primrose project that I coordinate gathered data from 7, 8 ongoing clinical trials and merged the data to sort of get power. I think when this advances into the, for example, the joint action for precision cancer medicine, we can organize bigger clinical trial networks. That has to do also with European competitiveness. If we're well organized, if we connect every hospital that can do the molecular cancer diagnostics and operate the molecular tumor board, we can scale. Europe has a large population, bigger than United States. If we're well organized, we can attract more trials, and we can also collect the data needed to sort of advance this into more of the ordinary healthcare. And I also think we need to sort of work to collect the data in more pragmatic ways. We build registers, we collect data on off-label prescriptions, we use real-world evidence for control cohorts, etc. We need to work with industry in public-private efforts to advance this, to make drugs available, and data aggregation is going to be an important part of this. So we have all the arguments for scale. I think those arguments apply also in the wider context to other countries, referring to the talk about the situation in Africa here, for example, and then referring to some of the earlier speakers. precision cancer medicine, precision medicine can be viewed as expensive and exclusive, but it's also a way to couple diagnostics to treatment. And if it's evidence-based, we can also not only find out whether treatment is effective, but for whom is it effective. And it's possible to build health economy also into that type of approaches. That's what I plan to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kjetil. Irene Branja, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Today, I would like to share with you the experience that we have as a global principal investigator of a clinical trial that is a platform clinical trial for precision medicine that is conducted across 7 European countries that are a part of the association Cancer Core Europe. And this clinical trial is called the Basket of Baskets. So we have been having successfully during 6 years weekly molecular tumor boards with an algorithm-based assisted MTB. We discuss experts from the different countries, the results from the molecular analysis from the patients participated in the molecular profiling part of this clinical trial. And we have brought precision medicine opportunities to more than 200 patients. But it hasn't all been a bed of roses. It's true that we haven't get so far competitive funding from the European Union, but we are very excited to see that in the last Horizon 2020 calls, there are new calls that are promoting innovation and interaction between European biotechs and academia. And we thought that this is a place where Cancer Core Europe, with the expertise that they have in clinical trials, we can have an excellent partnership with the biotechs in Europe. We have also want to thank this opportunity to bring histology agnostic opportunities to patients, because I think that is essential to generate evidence on the histological context. And we have pleasant surprises of activity of novel agents in rare tumors and also in other tumor types that maybe are not the big fives, but that they are not in the main pivotal indications that the pharma companies were considering, and we open an opportunity afterwards for other patients. In addition, I would like to thank the efforts that the European Union has done to promote inclusions in clinical trials, and I would like to thank 2 European-funded initiatives. One is the OncoTrials track, and also the funding from the EU Next Generation that was done to an SME for supporting the platform trialing that has helped clinicians and patients from different areas to find clinical trials in some university hospitals or large academic centers. And for us, it has been a success, not only to provide precision medicine and new therapeutic opportunities to patients in the rural areas of Spain, but we have also been able to offer cross-border opportunities, especially with patients from Portugal. So we want to highlight that the European funds are being well used and that we need more support nowadays. So I would like to thank specifically the support that we get from the DART Data Rich Clinical Trials funding that we have from the European Union. That has been a way to envision new clinical trials using this basket of baskets as a pivotal study. And what we would like to highlight is that in addition to promote patient involvement, we have certain areas that are of special interest, thinking on artificial intelligence. So for example, one of the aims and one of the things that we are generating is the integration of multi-omic biomarkers using artificial intelligence. But one of the questions that I would like to highlight is how will the in vitro diagnostic regulation accept that novel biomarkers? And as Cancer Core Europe, one of the things that we consider is that maybe we should not ask for the same external validation of a biomarker depending on the stage of the development. Because right now, the regulation, and especially if it was interpreted in the earliest years, was jeopardizing innovation in Europe and was jeopardizing the access of patients to personalized medicine. These things have been improving over the years, the experience, the interactions with the different stakeholders is smoothing the path, but I think that the proposal should be that we need less stringent evidence for phase 1 and signal seeking phase 2. Then I would also like to highlight one of the problems that we have promoting the centralizing clinical trials as part of this DART initiative, that it was the electronic informed consent. And we were quite surprised because we have a regulation that supports electronic informed consent. We have also the environment, even the SMEs able to create this electronic informed consent in a legal manner, in a secure fashion. But what we found after having all the support from the Spanish Medicines Agency is that we couldn't implement it for political reasons, because of concerns of the use of the data, of the access to the electronic health records. And if we need to make a patient come from far just to explain a new version of the electronic informed consent, I think that clearly shows that we are far to remove barriers to promote decentralizing clinical trials. But I hope that this will improve in the future and that we will have better results than what we have during the DART project. Lastly, I think that AI is going to help us creating novel designs of clinical trials. We have the opportunity to create digital twins. We have the opportunity to mine our databases. But one of my concerns is, how are the HTAs, the payers, going to consider the evidence that it's generated, having, let's say, a control arm created with this kind of data? And I think we need to remember that for me, very sad story of the NTRK inhibitors. These were probably one of the most potent target agents that work in an histology agnostic fashion. And while in US, it was rapidly approved using a basket study design, in Europe, we found at the stage of the HTAs, after having the EMA approval, that these drugs could not be given to the patients because of lack of randomization. So if we are able to provide data from a synthetic cohort with the HTAs, approve that drug and make it get faster to the patients. And lastly, thinking again about the things that we can help and the kind of rationale that we need from the HTA, from the payers, from the novel clinical trials design, I would like to share the experience that we have from the DRUP-like trials in the PCM for EU and Primrose project that we share with CATIL, that unfortunately, we couldn't have the support from our HTA to open a clinical trial with shared risk with a pharmaceutical company, despite having very compelling data from the stage 1 and 2 of that clinical trials that have shown a 50% response rate in that specific patient population. And that has led to us to have our own hospital to grant paying for that. So one of the things that I want to promote is that we thank a lot all the efforts that have been done in the last 2 decades to promote personalized medicine in Europe, but we still have a long way to go. And we need support from the European politicians, from the national politicians, and from the regional politicians, because by the time that we become patients, and we must assume that many of us will become patients in the future, we don't want to regret having brought more opportunities to patients and have removed inequities. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene, and thank you to the rest of the members of the panel. You have your opportunity. Extraordinary, but we are on time. And here we have the first question.
So first of all, thank you for the speeches. I'm representing Europadona Europe and Europadona Luxembourg. And I would like to share something, a project that we have in Luxembourg, because democratizing trials means involve patients. And we have a project in Luxembourg, which is called PPI. It's patient partner involvement. So we've been working in close relationship with researchers, and we've reviewed and redrafted informed consent and all the regulatory documentation. It was, I expected, coming from the regulatory background, I expected it's going to be a quick thing, but it wasn't. Researchers don't have time, as you said. And they were reluctant in the beginning, which I understand, because the regulatory environment is more and more complex. But after 2 years, we've finished our work, and I'm very happy about that. But I think this is one thing, it's the best example of democratizing trials. Yeah. And second point I would like to mention is that we have a lot of innovation, but it needs to come into clinical practice, because many patients, they don't even know what liquid biopsy is, because the oncologists, they don't inform them because lack of time and everything. But I think there is still room of improvement regarding democratizing trials, democratizing and personalized care. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Adamu Adise. I'm coming from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm from the Network of Oncologic Research for Africa, NORA. And just to comment on inclusivity of democratizing trials, and I just want to allude to the fact mentioned by Professor Hisham El-Ghazali earlier on, about the importance of being inclusive of contexts and variations beyond the European context as much as possible. And I'm excited about the liquid biopsy initiatives and how promising that is. And I think that fits very much into low-income settings as well, where we struggle in making decisions on early detection, diagnosis, as well as follow-up along the way in oncologic patients. And just to also mention that we have a few fragmented initiatives in the continent, apart from what was mentioned by my colleague, Professor Hisham. We also have the aortic, an entity which is trying to organize research and training across the continent, and there is a meeting coming up in Tunisia in October, actually, October or November, early November. We also have the African Cancer Registry Network, which is under IARC, and the African CDC is also trying to organize efforts. So just to mention a few initiatives where we could capitalize on. Thank you so much.
Morning. Thanks very much for the great talks. Anton Ossi from Iatrus. Question to anybody who'll take it. The idea of AI-enabled patient selection and patient recruitment. AI is very good at promulgating human weaknesses, including biases. How can we ensure that AI is going to help us improve the democratization and inclusivity in trial recruitment rather than make it worse? Because AI seems to be taking also very bad human characteristics and making them even worse.
Yes, I think we have persons in the panel that probably can answer to it.
So I think for me, one of the parts is I like the supervised AI in which you can understand the process and I think it's a way to try to eliminate some of the potential biases. On the other hand, one of the points that I can see is like it can be a way to facilitate also for patients getting the information of potential clinical trials, but maybe it would not be directly what it leads to the direct access to the clinical trial. So there will be a human intervention. The same way as, for example, for us in this weekly molecular tumor board, we have an algorithm-assisted MTB in which the algorithm includes all the evidence from different databases and present to us in a user-friendly manner. But at the end, we have a human oversight of the process. So for me, I think at this time, and especially to avoid biases, that can be two of the solutions.
I think Irene covered some of the obvious things. We will have clinical decision support systems assisted by AI. We will have systems to find the right trial for patients. And I think there are a lot of other things that, some of them we probably can't imagine that could help us in advancing precision cancer medicine. You could imagine repurposing of drugs for indications that we don't know what are, for example, in rare diseases. So there could be a lot of things you could imagine that, would be a little bit further off. I do think we need the sort of supervised version.
Yeah. I agree. And if from the cardiology perspective, I just came back from the large European Congress in Madrid yesterday, and down there, everyone is obviously talking about AI because within a lot of fields of medicine, including cardiology, we spend so much time doing things that can be automated. For example, reading echocardiograms, ECGs, MRIs, CTs, all of that is going to be an obvious low bar for AI to make us more efficient and increase the effectiveness of the trials. But then on the other side, you have the power of AI to risk stratify, select subgroups, perhaps detect its disease earlier. That extends beyond what humans can do. And I also think that's a huge, going to be a huge thing in the future. But at least in our field, we're not there yet. But we are there to make things that we do manually more efficient. And that has already been part of outcome in trials and etc. So yeah, the future is bright.
Thank you. We have the time for two additional questions, one here and one here.
I'm Peter Kapitein from Inspire to Live, a global patient advocacy organization in cancer, representing in over 50 countries. And Dr. El-Ghazali, thank you very much for your speech. I was very impressed, and I think it's not only something that we should want, but I think it's also something that we need to improve the outcome, not only of the research, but also of the treatments and basically for patients. Treatments are important, but in the end, it's about quality of life. But could you stress the necessity of not thinking north-south, but thinking south-north? We become global in 2020, and I'm very European, actually, I'm very Dutch. And I made mistake on mistake on mistake on mistake. So now I learned to listen to my members, Dr. Aiwang in Kenya, Dr. Abdelaziz in Egypt, for example, Emma Chas in Egypt. All these people know exactly what needs to be done, also from a scientific. So please, could you elaborate a little bit on the necessity of thinking more south-north instead of only north-south, because we are Europeans and we lack that capacity.
Thank you. And last question here.
Thank you. Steve McMahon, Irish Patients Association, and also a co-author of the European Patients Charter so many years ago. There's no easy answer to the challenges that everybody has put here. There's no silver bullet that's going to cure the inequity within Europe, within, North-South, and globally and so on. The one thing I would like to say, and it's really in response to Irene, when you were talking about political influence in the area of healthcare, and maybe reflecting their societies and their attitudes towards these. The whole purpose, the whole point of all of this, all these data points, is the patient, and patients have rights. So if we together, as various stakeholders and players in the whole area of delivery of healthcare, remind those that are making decisions that are contrary to the good, the good health of our fellow citizens and global citizens, that they do have a right to innovation. They do have a right to quality care and the need for right touch regulation, as Peter was saying, the challenges there in cardiology and so on. So I just remind everybody to consider that it's really a rights issue here. And it's something that we care about, I believe, in Europe, and that we want to do good, but also to do well. And that's really the only contribution I'd like to make there, that it's all about rights. And forget about the politicians. That's a challenge to us all as information bearers to inform the public. Thank you.
And now the real.
Sorry. Yeah, just from the side of diagnostics, one remark for democratizing and lowering or keeping the costs. I think we're talking different methodologies, and we know it from the past. They're all very important, they're development fields, but we need methodology openness. So liquid biopsy, artificial intelligence, and so on, they have to find their point on the market. It's not like pushing the technologies and making it dogmatic. We have to see where it helps and where it doesn't help. And we also have to put the same point of view, for example, in other regulations like companion diagnostics. Companion diagnostics is anti-innovative. Companion diagnostics, as it is defined as a fixed provider of diagnostics for a certain therapeutic, and it's also cost raising. We know that, and we have to take that. So we have to have method openness, and we also have to put it into the clinical trials. We heard about the clinical trials. Keeping the CE-IVD regulation for a prerequisite for the clinical trials has harmed Europe as a position in clinical trials dramatically. So we have to see that, and we have to lower down on regulation, and we have to be open to the different methodologies.
Thanks a lot. Thanks to panelists, thanks to the people setting the scene. And now is the moment for the rapporteurs, Elil and Dennis.
So I realize Dennis and I are standing between you and coffee. We're going to do very quickly, following the method we've always been using with a couple of cartoons and then a couple of slides with content. So this one basically is trying to capture what people have been saying. We talk about open for all, but there's always fine print. Yeah. And the inclusivity aspect is sometimes left out. So I think everybody has been picking up on that. That's something I think it's very important for us. So what are the key issues? I think people have highlighted here. It's been a rich discussion. We're not going to be able to capture everything. So it's about this inclusivity, the limited inclusivity in trial recruitment, the fragmentation of these trials, that you have small cohorts which lack statistical power. Then you've also, you have slow transition from trials to standard of care, data silos and lack of coordinations. We've heard a lot about that. Preclinical to clinical gap is another big issue that's come up. The trust, collaboration, patient involvement, a number of the comments that came later on referred to that as well. And then this is about these things. You patients think they hold tickets to the research, but the criteria prevent them to getting there. So I think that's something we need to keep in mind as well. And we talk about next generation trials. They can't deliver next generation answers because, coming back to this, not everybody gets in through the doors. Yeah, so this is something we need to keep in mind as well. We'll probably come up later on with a collation of recommendations, but this one, for example, is how do you better leverage national registries? How do you adopt innovative trial designs? How do you scale up precision cancer medicine, bridging trials and reimbursement, aggregating data across borders, fostering public-private partnerships came up a couple of times, and how do you strengthen preclinical models? But what I found very exciting is also the fact that what you raised, how do you learn from the global south? Yeah. And I think increasingly, as you say, people are beginning to realize that. And I've been in a number of situations where people have been in meetings where the Global South has been providing a lot of useful information. And again, I think it's important to think about, okay, we do all these things, but how does that get, implemented in the Global South as well? Yeah. So those are some of the points I think of this.
I think Elil captured most of the points. I mean, just an additional point on his rights. I mean, rights are very important, but you can have a right to many issues. But if it's not the corresponding duty of the member state or the duty of the commission to provide, to act on, sponsor the right, or the duty of the doctor needs also the framework to respond. So it's very good that you have additional information. You can get the great information on ChatGPT. But then the question is that actual information, is that honest information, or is there a duty on the doctor to reply to that? So you need a framework to support the right to be in place. You need the lab to be there. You need the pathologist to be there. You need the oncologist to be there. Or you need a framework around how to tackle comorbidities with cardiology and oncology. You need a willingness of those doctors in different departments to willingness to work together. So all rights are very good in paper, like the right to life, the right to education, but everybody's not going to get the top level education if they don't have the university there or the professors there. So you need investment in the core issues at the beginning to provide, to act on these rights. So patient organizations are saying, yeah, we have a right to this, but you need to support the doctors and the researchers to translate all this, to facilitate this. And these key issues that you need to support the broader community on. So patient advocates have a core role here. I'll let everybody get a coffee now, I think. I'll get back to the chair. Hold on.
Fått et sånn referat. Dette her kommer kanskje. Ta med hjem.
Very difficult. Very difficult. And that's that's a core issue. I mean, how to go from one, like going from Brussels to Paris, or from Oslo to Helsinki, or from Oslo, even to Copenhagen, this area. It's ridiculous. But that's the core issue that we should say. These are just practical issues that we can focus on. Really try.
Organized by members. And where it's just like to make it more generic.
But even American trials make it easier for them, not for people to have to fly all the way to San Diego or wherever to participate in a trial, and when they're sick, again, it continuously happens. This is like a basic human issue, like even for the cancer. And that should be a low-hanging fruit that we can tackle very easily. We have a cartoonist there. He can draw some pictures. Yeah, ask him. He can do something. You could ask him to do a cartoon about going from clinical trials from one country to another, and a wall in between. Ask him. Let's tell him he'll draw it.
No, visual. This one is not the one version. Yes, they don't put them in first, right? So, yeah.
Ja, dat is de biggest job, hè? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, fine.
I was concentrating, but that's right. That's right. That's right. That's a photo of the photograph. That was a photo. Yes.
Well, now, yeah.
You're missing your shirts. You work in the commission and have to do a vote. You see, I'm joking. I have a baby. They say a big EU project, very important for you. But now we need concrete action. Yeah. You're very I would say
Okay. Let me. Okay.
And then my colleague put them on the guide, you now play those. There's something wrong. You need why you do scientists should do because of course sometimes this company is all the science and the words that yeah, everybody wants it, so it's the English, so you still this specialization, so your brain's secure. Yes, you know, this is essentially yeah. Keep me in the coffee. Very good. Yes. Keep me in the ideology. I like that. Of course, I will manage it. I will manage it. Nothing. And this one is the best of the world. And at the end, if you made a mistake in your knowledge.
Like kiwis.
Okay. Dennis? Dennis?
¿No conocerán el convento? Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? Did you have a good coffee break? Yeah? Okay. 12 minutes of delay, but we will catch up. You know, time is gold, time is precious. So let's use this time because you have made an effort to be here. And when we know things to be happening here, you know, adapting to the challenges. And now we have another session called Precision Oncology 2.0, rewriting the rules from RCT center models to innovation-ready systems. Once again, if we were in a theater, what is the villain? What is the bad guy of the movie here? It's not lack of brilliance. It's not lack of innovations or, you know, technologies here. It's rules built for yesterday. And actually, Christine, I think, is going to explain it very well. In cancer, particularly in diseases become rare, and, you know, we cannot play with the same kind of patterns and profiles and randomized clinical trials in the usual way with very focused endpoints. We are not flexible enough. This is wrong. And we need to acknowledge. And the worst thing happening is inertia. Have you noticed that there are in life many principles without continuities and many continuities without principles? There are people, why do we do that? You know, because we have been doing that forever. So this is one thing that we need to rethink. So we need the innovation-ready systems, learning health frameworks that blend trials and real-world evidence all together. I'm not going to dwell on this because we have a wonderful panel of experts, starting by two great colleagues who are going to set the scene. And the first is Christine Chaumian. Christine is actually the vice chair of the Horizon Cancer Mission Board, and obviously is more than that. She's professor of cellular biology at the Université de Paris, and has been, you know, the director of research and innovation at the French National Cancer Institute. So we all admire Christine. It will be the first question.
Thank you, Jose. And something which is never in my bio sketch, but probably I should add it, is that I've been probably hosting events here with Dennis for more than 20 years. And if these walls could actually, you know, send back to you what sometimes I've already been saying, I don't know how many times at the same place, the walls may say, well, are you doing any progress with Dennis? But we are. We were saying with Dennis that we have evolved, and I think we've evolved with time, even if some of the words that have been said today have been said in this room so many times. Silos. Are we still talking about silos? Well, anyway, so thank you very much. And setting the scene, of course, as some of you who know me will be setting my scene, rewriting the rules. Precision oncology. So 2.0, I don't know exactly what that means, but precision oncology. So yes, Dennis has evolved. Usually it's personalized medicine. And so we've come 20 years later at talking about precision. Of course, it's not forgetting the personalized aspect of treating our patients. But yes, we've come to the precise oncology. And oncology, and I am or used to be a hematologist. And of course, we were in oncology, hematology, the leaders of the precision medicine with the targets and the treatment that goes with the targets. And we've cured leukemias this way. And we've learned how to use liquid biopsies to monitor the diagnosis, to monitor the relapse, and now we treat the patients at a molecular relapse from a liquid biopsy. So of course, we've been all through this. I'm vice chair of the Cancer Mission. So I suppose that some of you know the word, but do all of you know why the Horizon Europe strategy decided to launch 5 missions to work on a specific concept, a specific way of working, which is the mission concept to find solutions for challenges. The 5 challenges were climate change, healthy waters and rivers, healthy soils and forests, clean cities, and one directly challenge linked to health, which was cancer. We've made tremendous progresses, and I can really say through more than 50 years of career that yes, we've done a lot of successes in cancer. We've tons of meetings here, tons of projects, tons of innovations. Cancer is still the first or second cause of cancer in Europe, the first cause of cancer in France. So there must be something that we are not doing correctly, or there is something that we are not doing fast enough. We are probably not talking to the right people, even if Dennis brings always a wide variety of people in these meetings. So something needs to change. And so, yes, rewriting the rules. So this is part of the mission concept. The mission concept is an approach which is used essentially by economists, so not our usual field of scientists, right? And it's there to be able to provide answers for challenges. And therefore, it goes through specific criteria. You need a specific goal that can be measured in time quantitatively. You need to be able to understand that to answer the goal, it's just not one scientist, one minister who has the idea, but it's a whole community of willing who decides that the goal and the question needs to be answered. So it's bringing together various sectors, various expertise who believe that the question is important and they are willing to provide the answer. They are willing to provide the answer with their expertise, but also with their funding. They do not have the same, let's say, feedback of interest that we usually have. How many papers in Nature have you published with your project? How many euros did you get back from your investment? It's a different way of working. It's also very important because it's there to answer the needs of the citizens, a challenge, climate change, carbon neutral cities, the clean oceans and waters, cancer, all this is related to a citizen's need. And so to be able to provide the answers to the citizens' needs, you need to be able to know what the citizens really need. And are the actions that we are currently doing really answering the needs of the citizens, of the patients, but are they also answering the needs of the policymakers? Are they answering the needs of the regulators, our HTAs, our EMA correspondents? Are they answering the needs of our future doctors, our future researchers, our future young citizens? So the mission concept states from the beginning that you need to be able to bring the people together to define what the needs are and then get the willing to provide the solutions. Of course, if everybody works together around the table to find the solution, people will take risks because they have trust that if the project is not going to work, then people are going to react and adapt. But in our way of having our rules, we do not have the possibility to take risks. So rewriting the rules, and I will finish here, for me is crucial for the implementation of all the good ideas that we have. Once again, we can have as many research projects as we want. We can have as many nature and scientific projects that we want. We can have tons and tons of patents. But if we do not have the right setting and the right evidence that our regulators want to be able to implement our innovation, that we are not working in the right way. So yes, rewriting the rules, I think, is crucial because, as I've said, cancer and other diseases are still the first and second cause, and we need to be able to work fast, right? So we need to be able to work differently. All our cancers in the future will become rare cancers. And so we cannot, of course, have clinical trials that find ourselves by having 3,000 of patients who are going to be entered in a clinical trial that will have an answer in 10 years, right? So we need to, of course, to think differently. But if we think differently, we have to think together. We cannot rewrite the rules alone. We need to write the rules with the HTA, with the regulators, with the finances, with the industrial partners, with the patients and the citizens. And we need also to do it with our young clinicians and researchers because they will be following the work later. So rewrite the rules, yes, it's absolutely needed, but it's important also that we know how to rewrite them, and so that, once again, they're not going to be rules that are going to be stuck in these wooden panels once again. I won't be here 20 years later to say these same words, but I don't want them to be stuck in these panels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine. Rewriting the rules, value-based, looking for the good thing, and actually facilitating our work. And now we have, this is called Lakidis, who is the head of the laboratory services of biobanking at IARC, where he leads the global initiatives of biospecimen science, diagnostics, and health biosafety. Izzy, it's a pleasure to have you here. So, I presume. No? In the other direction? Yes. Yep. Good. Good. Yes, there you go. So, thank you very much. Very nice to see many friends of IARC as well. It really is very nice to connect again after the summer. From our perspective, from my perspective, I'm looking at the systems, at the infrastructure, and I'm approaching this question about the clinical trials in terms of the infrastructure. Is the infrastructure we have in place innovation ready? Increasingly, what we see is that a lot of the material that we collect, biological material, information material, oh, I didn't touch it, is right. I mean, it's closed, but how do you close it? Because it doesn't appear on the screen here.
This is to make it more interesting.
Exactly, as we talk about
Yes, you know,
technology. There
this
you go, yeah.
it was strategized.
So it's not here. It's somewhere.
It's a ghost.
It's not here.
No.
WebEx.
Anyway, I'm not going to delay lunch, so I'm going to continue. So following up from what Christine said, I mean, it really is very true that a lot of the clinical trials pre-select the populations very tightly. The issue with this is that we are not future-proofing the cancer issue.
we're not future-proofing cancer research sufficiently. If we're excluding the non-ideal patients, then how much of the cancer's reality are we actually studying? And how much of that reality are we going to treat clinically when it comes to providing the treatment? The future-proofing is beyond that, though. It requires regulatory and infrastructural alignment. We have many innovation-ready infrastructures already in place. So we have learning health systems, we have healthcare organizations that perform exceptionally well. We have many biobanks that are really very well positioned to deliver data and drive AI processes. But these are not necessarily connected, they're not connected sufficiently to make a change. Oh, I can do that. So what we can say is that cancer research, yes, indeed, it is at the forefront of precision medicine. We have flexible trial designs that are needed. We have monitoring and global data sharing that is essential. But also cancer research is increasingly becoming hybrid. We have remote clinics, community clinics that need to be onboarded. We have wearables that produce data that needs to be onboarded. We have digital platforms that generate streams of patient-reported outcomes and biological data. So integrating this data in real time requires networked infrastructures, and we're not there yet. The infrastructure is being built. I'm not being criticized. I do recognize this is actually very well on the way. But we're still very often siloed by geography and funding. And the big question is, can the regulators ever be ready to move as fast as the science? And if not, who should push them? Let's see. So let's take a couple of action points. I think the first action point is to try and connect these infrastructures. I mean, one good example would be the cancer project that Jens is running with BBMRI, where transnational access has been in the core of that facility, transnational access of research and being able to bring people together across different geographies to provide solutions. The second is be able to take the risk, very much like Christine said, provide regulatory sandboxes, safe areas where the risk can be taken so that we can move quicker with the regulation. I will also borrow some of the economics terminology when it comes to infrastructures, because we know this is not new, this is at least 10 years old, that for anything digital to be successfully adopted, it has to have three elements. It has to be context-driven, it has to be able to facilitate or incorporate asymmetric information. The information is always asymmetric, and to be able to be locally autonomous. So we need to reflect into the real world data. How do we actually cater for these 3 points so that the research can be able to be adaptable and adoptable? So just to finish with a joke before the panel. So healthcare integration is a bit like dating apps. So everybody says they want to connect, but when it's time to share, suddenly nobody's profile is compatible. We really need to move beyond that. It's putting it lightly, but this is what's happening at the moment, and we need to move beyond that. Thank you very much, and that was the call to action.
Thank you, Susie. Actually, this was very good because it's shifting from the often rigid randomized control trial center model, which could even exclude patients, to balancing tradition with innovation. That's fine. The panelists, please. We have wonderful set of panelists, including Mari Parkkinen, the project coordinator of FinHIT and development management of FinData from Finland. We have Jordana Reykjavik Tungunse, Scientific Coordinator of the Belgian Cancer Center, Cienzano. We have Christophe Letourneau, the Head of Early Phase Clinical Trials Program and Head of Neck Oncology and Head Department of Drug Development and Innovation at Institut Curie. And we have Iris Fall, the Global Chief Medical of his Global CMO of SynLab International. So a wonderful group of people. We have a very short time. I'm sorry for that, but you are smart enough to survive in this environment and give the key messages. So I would like to start with Mari Parkkinen. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's really an honor and a very interesting day. As I heard that some of you dared to share that you have the experience of being a patient, I want to say that I have the experience of being a close person to a patient. I lost my mother to rare cancer 20 years ago as a very young girl, and this subject has a really special place in my heart. I'm a development manager in FinData, and FinData is a Finnish social and health data permit authority granting access to social and health registry data. We also pre-process the data, which means that we pseudonymize the data and provide it to the data users. We have the secure processing environment, which is one of the 10 audited secure processing environments in Finland. And I believe I'm here today to share the experience of from a country that has centralized access to wide variety of health and social data. FinData was founded 6 years ago in 2019, and we are in our operations, we are very similar to health data access bodies as they are described in the EHDS legislation. So I have to be honest and say that the last 6 years have been quite a lot of work with developing our services and setting up the authority, operational authority. In FinHITS project, we are further developing the existing infrastructure in Finland and preparing to join the EHDS, the European Health Data Space legislation. In this project, we are trying to solve the challenges we have faced and also prepare the technical infrastructure for joining EHDS. As I have, I believe, quite short a spot here, I'm gonna share one of the key learnings we have had from Finland this far. In FinHITS project, first of all, we are now very much working on streamlining the collaboration between data users and data holders and the authority, the centralized authority. Finland has very large variety of national, regional datasets that are available through FinData. We have data from hospitals, we have data from national registries, we have data from health-related data from national authorities, and data from private service providers. The variety of these different data sets is huge. And what we've done, basically, since we started our operations, we have been trying to help data users to understand what kind of data is available, to describe and design their studies so that the data they will have will answer the questions they have in their mind. We've been trying to facilitate metadata descriptions from the data holders, because without metadata descriptions, our data users won't know what kind of data is available. We've been trying to support the interaction between data users and data holders to really efficiently use the real-world data. The one that uses the data has to understand how the data is formed and has to understand the weaknesses of the data. And for that question, the data holders are the best to answer as they maintain the data. Secondly, what we are working now in the FinHITS project, we are working with the secure processing environment and facilitating the secure processes of the secondary use of social and health data. We, as in Finland, very similar to EHDS, the data has to be pseudonymized first. It can be only handled in the audited secure processing environments. And when the data that will be published, the anonymity of the results will be verified by FinData. So now we are working to increase the capacity of our secure processing environment, especially for the very large projects with a lot of data from the different sources or imagine data. The secure processing environments are not always enough or not the best to support the study. We also work to secure streamline the process of verification of anonymity of the results. That's been one of those questions that's been discussed widely in Finland since FinData started and gave a guideline for anonymizing the results. And thirdly, of course, we are preparing our infrastructure to join EHDS and working in collaboration with other member states to understand and build the system that would serve all the different user groups, the data holders, data users, authorities, but also citizens, that citizens can trust that their data is in good hands. Finally, I want to conclude with the three key learnings from Finland that I want to share with you. First of all, I think the collaboration between data users, data holders, authorities is crucial. These three different groups, they have different needs. Data holders, they have the problem of resources, of describing the metadata, giving help desk services. Data users, they really need all the relevant information of the data that is available to do the study design so that they won't end up in the situation where they have the data that they actually didn't need or want. And of course, the point of view of authorities, how the authorities can help to processes be as smooth as possible, but still keep in mind that they have to be secure for citizens to trust and see the benefits of the use of their data. The second thing I want to pinpoint here is agile operations. When we are building something totally new, it is quite difficult sometimes to understand all the challenges that lie ahead. They might not show in our nice paper plans. And with EHDS, I really hope to see the collaboration and possibilities to learn from doing and further develop the processes so that they will really serve the needs of the data users. And thirdly, I want to emphasize the importance of building trust. Without trust, we don't have data from the citizens. And I think trust comes from two different points of views. It comes from having the secured systems, having the regulated processes, and also for citizens to see the benefits of the use of their data, what comes out from the research and development work that is done with their data. So there, the transparency is a very important thing to keep in mind. I hope I didn't use all the time, but thank you.
Thank you, Mari. But you spoke about the very important thing, trust. In a world where we have lack of trust, which is very contagious and is disseminating. By the way, your mother greets you with a smile from heaven. Proud of you. So now, the next speaker is Jordana Bajcevic and Gutse, the scientific coordinator of Belgian Cancer Center Cienzano, and is an expert in procurement and making this happening, right? Thanks.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to to be today here. So Well, I will mainly talk about, when we are thinking about the Precision One or Precision Oncology One, we are thinking on the discoveries, on the science, genomics, treatment, targeted treatment discoveries, and so on. So there were a lot of breakthroughs, but many of them silos and fragmented with very few, accessible to very few. Also, the procurement system was seen mainly as an administrative actions. So the precision oncology actually ask us to make these breakthroughs or this innovation to work in real world practice. And when we are, that is nicely introduced in the previous session, that when we are talking about the implementation of innovation, we can not only think about how we are generating the evidence of the innovative solutions that are coming. So switching from the randomized clinical trials toward more adaptive pragmatic trials, but also we have to think how we can bring this innovation to the market. So how we are procuring the solution. So therefore the procurement has to be seen not only like a transaction activity, like, paying for the available solution at the lowest prices, but really see it as a strategic driver of innovation. So there comes the procurement continuum that consists of pre-commercial procurement that actually allows that the health system collaborate with a developer upstream and to co-develop the solution before it comes to the market and it's adopted in the system, health system. In this way, actually, we are sharing the risk and also enabling that the solution that will, innovative solution that will come to the market is actually answer our real clinical needs. So this is the crucial. Then, okay, we have, so it is all about designing right. Then when we have a solution, what to do with it, how to put it on the market, how to adopt it in our health system. Because, and this is very critical gap for the inventors because they have to cross so-called valley of death. And we also know that most of innovation fails actually not in the laboratory, but mostly at the point of adoption of this innovation in a health system. So, I mean, there is another type of procurement of pre-commercial procurement of innovation that actually enables early adoption of these innovative solutions. And actually, it enables that the health system act as an early adopter of this solution, creating somehow market and de-risking the early adoption program for the innovators. And the third point is the value-based procurement. So while the PCP and PPI enables a solution, innovative solution to come to the market, the value-based procurement is there to help to keep it sustainable, to adopt it in a sustainable way. Meaning that actually we are adopting the innovation that is closely tied with its measurable outcomes, patient outcomes, positive outcomes for a patient survival or quality of life, but also for the at the health system level. So this is the crucial, and thus the value-based procurement is actually not about paying for the solution, but paying for the results achieved. And this is very important for the healthcare systems to pay for something that really works and that really brings the value to the market. So having said that, I'm part of the OncoNGS PCP project that was already mentioned this morning, and that I have Rosanna that learned us all about pre-commercial procurement and its roles. That was not so easy to to learn. But yes, so in OncoNGS, actually, we are developing a standardized, affordable, and innovative NGS solution based on the liquid biopsy, and that would be used in diagnostic, in treatment and prognosis in solid tumors and hematolymphoma. So we are now in a third phase of this BCP with our 2 contractors, and the project will end in less than 1 year, and we hope and look forward for the next steps. So thank you.
Thank you, Jordana, for reminding the importance of procurement. Sometimes it's considered a secondary thing, but as you said, ensure that that take is tied that measure patient outcomes and system. And this is extremely important. Now we have Christophe Letourneau, who is the head of early phase clinical trials program in Institut Curie.
Thank you, Jose and Denise, for your kind invitation. So before diving into precision oncology 2.0 or even 1.0, I would like us to recall that most of our patients with solid tumors today are cured thanks to our surgeons and radiation oncologists. And the high quality surgery and radiotherapy is not available everywhere. So I'm not saying that drugs are not important. I'm a medical oncologist, right? They are important. In the locally advanced setting for solid tumors, they increase the cure rates of our patients. For hematological malignancies, Christine, of course, they can cure patients. In the recurrent or metastatic setting where local treatments are no longer available, so drugs are very important. For a long time, these drugs have been used in a palliative intent, so only giving a few months to our patients. But things have changed at the end of the 90s with a better knowledge of biology and the advent of molecularly targeted therapies and immunotherapies that are given based on a biomarker or a signature. We now, in the recurrent or the metastatic setting, can cure some patients when they get immunotherapy for MSI high tumors, as an example, or patients with an NTRK translocations, and that was mentioned earlier. They can be cured with the matching inhibitor. Not only in the recurrent or metastatic setting, now in the locally advanced setting, where patients usually would be treated with surgery and radiotherapy, in some cases now, patients might be cured with only drugs, avoiding surgery and radiotherapy. And this has been shown 2 years ago in rectal cancer, MSI high. And this year at ASCO, not only rectal cancer, but also other MSI high locally advanced tumors that can be cured with a drug only without surgery and radiotherapy. Now, and this is where I want to make my first point, even in the locally advanced setting, so at diagnosis, we need to know that information, that molecular information, the molecular profile of our patients, because in some instances, we might not be needing surgery or radiotherapy, at least for some cancer. And this is only the beginning of the story. We now have 9 drugs that have been approved independent of the tumor location of the cancer type by the FDA. Some of these drugs have been approved as well by the EMA, and this is great. Now, what is the reality in our countries, at least in some of our countries, or at least in my country, I do not have access to these drugs that are tissue agnostic or given independent of cancer type. And why? Because these alterations sometimes are so rare that it is impossible to run randomized clinical trials. And this is where we come to the questions, what do we do here? So the EMA and the FDA, they have provided the guidance for this kind of cases where we can use synthetic arms from clinical genomic databases where we don't need to have a randomization, but at least to have a comparable patient population that we can, where we can compare the efficacy of a new drug as compared to what would happen without that new drug from the real-world data. Now, the issue is that these clinical genomic databases, they are not frequent. There have been initiatives like the GENI clinical genomic databases from the American Association of Cancer Research, but this is academic funding and the data is not enough. So we need to have very high quality data, meaning not only patient characteristics, but also what treatments were received and what was the response to treatment. Not only it worked or it didn't work, but according to the criteria that we use in clinical research, so RECIST criteria, etc. And this kind of information is usually not available in the charts. So this is where I think the most important here is a private-public cooperation. This is the only way to have enough funding to have a high quality clinical genomic databases. And this is what is ongoing with some initiatives such as Wayfinder that is funded by Roche, which is a huge clinical genomic database of patients with solid tumors where we have all genomic data, but also all clinical data, but not only the characteristics, but all treatment received, when it started, when it ended, what was response according to RECIST, etc., etc. And this is from this kind of high quality clinical genomic databases that we can have high quality synthetic arms and then be able to produce high quality evidence and then access to these drugs in our countries. I do not have access to these drugs in my country, in France, because we don't have high quality enough synthetic arms from high quality clinical genomic databases. So the effort is ongoing, but obviously we need more. So private, public. Now, second point, and this is my last point, we need also new methods. It was clear that comparing a new treatment to another treatment was the way to go, and to compare two different, I mean, the same patient population, but receiving two different treatments. Now with rare alterations, it's more complicated. Another way to do things is to use each patient as his own control. It's clear that for patients, but for physicians as well, a patient who has been on a treatment for 1 year on treatment A and only 3 months on treatment B, it means that for that specific patient, treatment A worked better than treatment B. And that exercise, you can do it for every patient with cancer. The beauty of comparing different treatments on the same patient is that you can overcome the heterogeneity of the patient population. Now, this is exactly a new way of doing things and approving new drugs using each patient as his own control. So comparing the efficacy of a new treatment based on the efficacy of all other treatments received by this patient is something that is, this methodology is not available yet. So I agree with you, Christine. I mean, this is an idea from academics using the PFS ratio, and I mean, many teams working on that. But this is something maybe we need to work also together so that we can think of this kind of new endpoints that are meaningful for patients, very meaningful as well for clinicians, but that we would like to see be able to use them for clinical approval, especially for very small patients populations where really randomization is something that is not possible. So with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christophe, also for bringing surgery radiotherapy together with medical oncology and the clinical genomic databases into the scene, because we need interdisciplinary work, teamwork. This is very important. Well, now we have, last but not least, actually, it is fall. Iris is a wonderful colleague, is the global CMO of SynLab International with a broad experience in the field. Iris.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. It's really a pleasure to join this session today and be invited to be part of it. There's so many, I think, relevant points that are made. Coming back to some points before, maybe we have to pick up one or two and decide to follow up on those and make sure that we progress there, because it's really a big frame where we could add. So I'm a physician as background training. I really like to think about the patient as a whole. And so this session is about cancer and bringing innovation to patients in different ways. But patients with cancer also might have cardiovascular disease or an autoimmune disease or other elements, which goes back to each of us has a unique biology. And this is where really personalized medicine comes in. And I'm sure that physicians 100 years ago already looked at the patient as a one and as a whole. But thanks to all the innovation that has happened technically in diagnostics, but also in wearables, in monitoring, in data, in AI, same as in drug development, we are able to offer much more, to know much more about the biology of a patient, and maybe to better know how to treat. Usually it's multidisciplinary approach, and we learn from so many pieces, but how do we bring this really high speed innovation in the according pace to patients? And it has been mentioned that time is of the essence. We have been discussing with Klaus before starting. Patients don't have time. Patients don't have 15 years to get an oncotype approved. Patients don't have time to get the tumors profiled by tissue or liquid NGS. ESMO already states since many, many years in their guidelines for how many tumors there is evidence that you should profile a patient for genomic alterations. And still, we see a lot of countries or a lot of patients that don't access this. So my learnings over the years is that the best way to bring it to patients as soon as possible in an appropriate manner, controlled, quality assured, with all the steps you need to make clear that the patient is getting the right therapy, is showing the clinical utility. And this does not need to go always through randomized trials. Christophe has shared a lot of different approaches. We have to work together, public-private. We have to show the clinical impact. Does this change my decision? Does this change the opportunities that the patient has? Monitor the results, but really use these real-world data and share them to take decisions. Bureaucracy can be terrible. There were comments around CE-IVDR and other elements. Sometimes you have clinicians, researchers giving up on a trial, or it takes 2 or 3 years to even kick off to start a project because of administrative steps. I'm not advocating for not going the safe side and secure, but we have to be pragmatic. We have to look at the balance. Let's share this clinical decision impact. Let's share real-world impacts. And while we do that, because healthcare systems have limited resources, and we are also aware, we have to measure the process as a whole, from the moment you see the patient until the outcomes, all the elements that are involved, and give it some health economic value, calculate if this person is able to work or not to work, if this patient needs support at home or not. These are all elements that we don't consider, but as a society, if we want to access innovation and bring real util things to our patients, we need to do this together and have all elements in mind. So health economic is key and should be measured from beginning. It helps us also speaking to payers and preparing budgets to understand the impact. Collaboration, essential, has been mentioned. And this agility, we have to look for pathways that are acceptable for everyone. Also listening to the patients, but waiting years is not a solution for many of those. In cancer specifically, but in many other disease areas, it's the same. So I would really love to see some takeaways from these 2 incredible days and maybe define 1 or 2 things that we want to do together where we can collaborate, set some goals, set some timelines, and see how we can get there together. So this is all from my part. Most of it had been said already, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, Elis. Actually, this is so important, the health impact, quality of life, that was mentioned before, also the economic impact and so on. Without that, we don't have the overall picture. Unfortunately, my friends, the session is over, the time, but I'm going to use, with the permission of Dennis Organ, something that we use in biostatistics, which is called the confidence interval. Right? So I think I should not steal you the possibility of taking the floor, at least one of you, to say something. If not, we are going to summarize it with the wonderful rapporteurs. Yes, Paul.
Thank you very much for the presentations, very important points. And I also emphasize the importance of private-public partnerships. But I also want to bring to your attention that there are ways to generate this knowledge also in the healthcare system. Just to name you, the Centers of Personalized Medicine, German Network for Personalized Medicine, which is paid by the health insurance, is implemented in Germany, allows for the full molecular testing up to whole genome, whole exome, together with a molecular tumor board for all even progressed cancer patients, and which has been implemented in the southwest of Germany, has now been rolled out by the German Ministry of Health to all comprehensive cancer centers. So you need protected environments, comprehensive cancer centers, centers of excellence where you can do that. And the second thing is you need registries. And you have to have a constellation of trust where you report the results on the off-label trials of the clinical trial inclusion back to the healthcare providers, back to the ministry and everything. So this is the superior system to generating some industry-based registries and so, which are necessary, of course, also, just to let you know.
100% in agreement. Cannot say more in such a condensed way. Comprehensive Cancer Center, cancer registries.
Why not maybe a quick question? There's been a lot of very relevant comment about elements from the regulatory frameworks which are hindering patient access to clinical trial and just the delivery of clinical trial in the due time. Thinking about CIVDR for diagnostic, but also thinking about the relevance of the endpoint, both in early stages, but also in trial which are tumor agnostic. My question is that I think all of this is super relevant, but how do we start to actually change the framework of the regulations that it's driving the way that at least phase 3 trial are done. So I think as long as we are not changing this, there is no way that trial design will change. So what do we start, basically?
Who is the brave who wants to answer the question?
I mean, I think that the initiative should come from the regulatory agencies. Obviously, I mean, pharma, they follow the guidance, right? So please go ahead.
Sorry, again, Peter Kapitein, Inspired to Live Patient. No, it doesn't start with the regulatories. We have way too many regulations. Absolutely. It starts with the question to the patient, what needs to be provided, and then bring the right people to do the right things. And then you can say to the regulators, don't mess it up.
I mean, we have ideas, right? So then, no. I mean, yeah, of course.
I was diagnosed with a lymphoma. The discussion about that was, we need to share our data. Our data is not available. Innovation of the clinical practice is necessary. It's exactly the same agenda as we are now dealing with. What are we doing here? Having a good lunch. Where are the patients in this panel? I also direct to you, Dennis. There are way too few patients here. It's you who mentioned them. Hematologists have done a lot. It's you who mentioned them. Absolutely, yeah. But how many physicians, how many industry, how many regulators, how many scientists compared to patients? It starts with the question, what is needed? I always say it's not about the data, it's not about the research, not about treatments. It's about quality of life. And for that, you need good treatments. You need solid and good research. You need excellent and available data. Regulators completely mess up the data sharing. More than 95% of the patients, without even asking them, say, use my data. What happens? Yeah, but in 10 years, because I like Dennis, and he never quit surprising me. So as an oncology patient advocate expert, this afternoon I will be in cardiology panel. Okay, I heard it this morning, but in 10 years we have the same agenda.
No, 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 because your message got through. We got consensus.
Just to comment, as correct it is, we have to see that the regulatory framework is a self-sufficing, self-sustaining constellation. These points have been brought up, and what have we seen? The regulation in the clinical trials have increased. We have pointed towards the problems of CE-IVD, which generates these data, and they have increased. Another statement to that, you're right, but you also have to see that clinical data are rubbish. If you just combine rubbish, it turns out to be rubbish. So you need good registries, you need consent that takes long time until the data are generated. Follow-up data on cancer patients until they're sufficient, you don't generate in 3 months. It takes 5, 6, 7, 8 years until you have concise follow-up data, and you have to combine that. No, 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 it's not accepted. We're doing that. No, you cannot generate data on clinical follow-up in 1 year. No, you cannot. Sorry.
Instead, it takes 7, 8 years. And that's why we think it needs 7, 8 years. Patients don't have the luxury of time. They need it now.
Yes, I agree. The patients need it now. And it's true, regulators and policymakers could move quicker. Science has evolved very quickly in the last 20 years. So the regulations that were developed, even the screening recommendations, they're probably not fit for purpose because the regulation has moved very quickly. And maybe how they're designing even regulations is not fit for purpose because it's trying to follow the same way that we had before, rather than having a broader framework. So the patients are right to be frustrated because they want quicker diagnosis, quicker treatment. They hear stories in America where patients are treated better, or here in Belgium, patients are treated, or even participating in clinical trials, going from one country to another country is super difficult. So even though we have a clinical trials regulation, you have the cross-border healthcare, this is very, very difficult to do. So everybody's pulling on certain ways, so you have this tug of war. So what Peter has said and what you, Peter, so the two Peters, you're both pulling in both directions, but often you need Paul in the middle to say, okay, and then having a Peter Pan to say, okay, which way can we go? And this is the way maybe to go. So the regulators do need to frame, you need a regulation because you need to understand how actors can interact with each other. This is the purpose of regulation. It's not to restrict, which often is sometimes the case with regulation, is prohibiting certain issues, like general data protection regulation. By its definition, it was named wrongly, it was named data protecting. So we have to protect data from, because the issue there was we have to hinder the use of the data. So it should have been data empowerment. How can we empower the data? And then what's the regulatory framework to support that? But then the patients themselves, you chose this idea of the right to be forgotten, which is another area where they were worried about insurance companies who may discriminate against patients. But there you have a whole jurisdiction of law called the discrimination legislation, which would have been supported patients. So if an insurance company discriminates against, then you have this legislation. Rather than saying, hey, we should have a right to be forgotten, which is not very suitable for different disease areas. So there's many ways to approach this. And I think the purpose of the meeting is to say, okay, like Professor Chaumier mentioned, we have organized this conference many years in different ways. We have made a huge progress. DG Connect and DG Research have done tremendous work. And now we have a good starting point. Now the issue is going this last mile to implement it in the right way. And the Commission want to support this. But we also need to say, okay, where can we bring added value? And what is the willingness of the member states to support it in a coherent manner. And also then building on the infrastructure. You have BBMRI, you have Elixir, you have ATRES and all this to see, okay, and then you have the reference networks. So the framework is there. You just really need to say, okay, how can we push forward? So I will finish there because now I'm conscious that I'm running over time. Like patience, so thank you. So we will
We have a lunch. Isn't that good news? Lunch and interaction.
I really so happy with your point on the price, on getting the market.
Yeah, we're just going to try to gather all of you and we have a.
We could be much cheaper. In molecular diagnostics. They would be known enough. For example, the flow cells from aluminum, because there's no competitor.
Correct.
They cost 10 times what they should cost. So you need competition. And so anything that creates completely gated communities, either by the healthcare regulations, CE-IVD, the diagnostic is one of these things. Creates monopolies for those companies that have those CE-IVD, their competitors. Reduce the access to rare diagnostics, and increase the prices. Usually, these diagnostics are the patents. So what does it create? Diagnostics because the reimbursement procedure is lower than so you need to and anyhow, nothing can remain a longer time in the healthcare system if the healthcare system is not able to maintain financial either together or if there's the conflict. We don't have enough with diagnosis. And if those that provide don't get reimbursement, they can because they're liable in the budget. So putting the molecular diagnostics, your hospital administration tells you, well, you can spend money, but you're over the budget. So the next four positions for your doctor. Very the problem PPIs as in our phrase that we don't think you should and if you you establish with companies which have monopolies, you risk producing major absolutely, which can actually even in the environment, which is linked to Russia. Because when you get to this climate Russian and they are not really useful. So they are spread via like cartoons who connected to them. And they are actually clients like that they so they are not open data bias and they actually used to increase the monopoly. I mean, my curing the people. And we do a lot of, I'm not against industry. We need industry. But we need the right tools and the right measures. Yeah.
Just like when you're saying, when we introduce something, they have to find their relevance, yes. And we shouldn't be like pushing all those.
Yes. Yeah, there's many interests. I mean, what was said so with the pushing of the tumor diagnostic is not even against us as pathologists or other diagnosticians. Because it is very tedious to have these two entities specific. Then get all the logistics, it's very easy to say, okay, we just impose like big benchmark trials. Yes. We know. Let's see BRAF. If you say that the tumor knows you have BRAF mutation, and you treat it. 30 to 40% from benign tumors. You have melanoma, which you have colorectal cancer, which usually does not work as monotherapy. We on the other side have a cholangiocarcinoma, where we know exactly this mutation occurs in the we don't even have it just the extract. We don't have it in that association. So we've been treating with the checkpoint inhibitor. We're treating one patient at the expense of two others. Why? Because we're just ignorant. When we use diagnostics, we have pathologists to use totally irrational diagnostics, which is just the justification of the treatment and specific diagnosis based on biology. And why is that also a big problem? So in Europe, there's no big potential. Companies, when they go as EMA, and shows all these things. Some of the things is ridiculous, some of the things is necessary. And documentation on the diagnostics, pick up the right patient, whether the diagnostics is correct. That, and I tell you, not all the people as worse. In the EMA state in the real world. So, and when we discussed that with the companies, like when they were the early days, like when there was and all these other drugs, they came with their companion diagnostics. And this because we separated diagnostics, not only for your company and for this, it has to work holistic, otherwise you cannot write 25 apparatus, 55 tests and train them. And so I told them, okay, there's one thing, even you want to sell your pills or do you want to sell the tests? Guess what the answer is? One of them is so next step is in Europe. Because we're not survived. Too expensive. And it's not entirely innovative. Allows us not to identify those patients is the same disease. What are resistance mechanisms? That is there we have to we are actually, because we position we are actually victims. We have to see how we react better. Wait, where's the starting? Well, there's a little bit. Where is well, the reform? Yeah, well, to be very honest, Europe has everything from the United States. Is scale, financial ability, regulation, very difficult. So there will be not you cannot do it by law. We have looked at that, for example, the cancer screening installation. There's a roadmap for cancer screening where we face this. There are countries very few and others. And they don't have the logistics to it. We discussed that. We said, for example, if you screen for colorectal cancer and lesions, I find for cancer for years, this amount of. So it happens. But they're not integrated. See this thing they get, suddenly the triple movement, which is basically. So these are things you have to. And there's a big difference in country and difference between Sweden and Italy and Moldavia becomes part of the EU. So equality is each of of course, lowering the regulatory which make quality assurance me. One, the technical deployment for all the things to do. You know, much growth by learning.
Is that because of part regulation? That's there for the challenge that.
How many people earn money with that?
Oh, yeah.
Just
Like
like
say-
and today, the idea of so the regulations are tight.
It became sort of an industry.
It's like it is an industry. Even we, I mean, we're fighting back, we're earning money by molecular pathology. We are doing surveillance. Those companies would take care of. So gets some money back.
Yes.
So we really have to see what really increased and what is just.
What's the question, Dr. Johannes?
I had to change from the in my person because they were provided by a company that did not address it to the central meeting areas. But they were the rulers, you know, they measure. Okay, this is 1.2 centimeter to.
Oh, right, okay,
So you need rulers.
Yeah.
So we bought them by a company, which finally turns out, because they checked it, they did it, it's probably correct now. But they did not adjust it to central meter, which is.
What is it actually?
But if you know that in the growth thing, it's very negative in terms of fixation.
Right.
But anyway, that was it that I remember.
I mean, it's cost us 300 euros.
But
it's still very-
It's a principle.
It's a bit like the atomic clock. You have to align with everything.
I mean, that's okay.
Yeah.
Like you keep- way of
You
relying
can
on,
really do
thing.
it. I hear what you're saying, though, but
But
elasticity.
Here,
Like, the regulatory really needs to. For example, when I started from phase 3 trials and so we need to go to the system to adapt to the realities. But I think that one of the things that also to get, we should have learned something, for example, from what happened. We needed to move faster. We needed to reinvent.
So the data was submitted as it was generated.
Everything.
But at the end it worked.
but I mean, the mantra and the dictum was, we need to randomize phase 3. Okay, so that works in certain situations. I don't think, but in oncology, I'm not only talking about the red tumors, but I'm talking also about the version of the phase 3. So if there's a company with a target drug, what do? They manicure
Mm.
The patient. Where then we go on at this age, everything to make sure that they have a patient collected. Also spreading it was to different centers, many centers, so that only one or two included. And to make sure that this trial, in spite of moderate effect, superior or non-inferiority. And then, because the real aid, these patients only match to 2% of the real aid. They are the best, and they have a specific, maybe physiology, which is very good for the drug and everything. And then it comes to the real world treatment and expression. Real world data, there is no, there are a lot of examples. The drug is very expensive, has no approval. So there's a lot of frustration, for example, in our healthcare system. Say, okay, phase 3 trial randomized, not the solution. And they want, I think, the way to go registries for limited communities to test it, the possibility to find a, I mean, we have to have clean data. We cannot say, we need the drug, we need it this year. Sorry, I mean, there's always innovation, and we're further now than in 20 years. Patients,
because we risk getting the like the system.
Can I recommend that we
We risk getting the system very bad thing. Yeah. And then when the hospitals are these things,
Okay. Goodbye.
Here.
Yeah. I mean, or, no, sorry, here. No, here. She's sitting, Carolyn's sitting here.
Okay.
Whatever.
Here's
Yeah.
okay. Otherwise, I'm going to be turning.
Yeah, it's go there. I don't know. Here it is, the curtain.
Jesus.
All right. All right. Technology.
Quindi vedi le meraviglie. No, I will be delizioso. I will remember one. Anyway, allora vi penso. But I will try to find the latest information. But I will check. I just wanted to see what the other thing.
Yes, sorry for that. Yeah. Do you want votes? Oh, because of the.
Sorry about that. I totally don't know whether it's start or come. We're on the bike. Yeah. Well, let's say coffee breakers, whatever.
I am now very
I'm gonna run my session slightly differently, if that's okay.
No,
I
no, no,
already
no.
agreed with them, sorry.
Oh, all right.
Don't change it. Okay.
No, no.
Do you know the microphone? Where's the microphone? No, the microphone.
Right here.
You are the boss. Don't worry about this.
No, no, no.
Fine. It's 6 people in. Speak. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
And for the discussion, you want us to sit? Or you want to speak? Okay, so I can go up and then you ask the question.
Oh, hi.
Okay. I can make a few comments.
How many years are they communicating?
Finally.
How much?
Yeah, that's me, yeah.
Thank you for the great organization. With all the changes.
I hope so. It's okay.
No, I think it's perfect.
Everything is going fine.
Can I ask you, oops. Can I ask my panelists to join already, so we'll gain some time and we start as soon as possible? Hey, Alejandro Pires is in the room. Perfect. We are missing Jean only and another chair that he can take at then. Sorry? Okay, excellent. So perhaps I can start introducing already the session. Well, thank you very much for coming back after the lunch. Always a difficult and challenging moment. But you're going to like that. My job as a moderator is to say that I have great speakers and panelists. We all say that. But this time it's truly, truly true. If you had joined us, we had a very exciting, actually had lunch together, and we learned an awful lot. So if my panelists today, our panelists today, say just 10% of what they said over the lunch, that's going to be a very exciting session. And I'm going to defend, because I'm the moderator, as this is the most important, listen, do you want to join? As the most important session of all. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. We keep, I mean, half of my life been in this conundrum. We want innovation. We want incentives for innovation, but we want access for everybody, and we want it to be sustainable. Can we have the cake and eat it? Can we have the 3 elements? And how do we get these 3 elements? It's the story of our lives, isn't it? Can we pay for it? Is it value for money? Do the manufacturers have the incentives to bring that innovation? Number 1. Number 2, Of all the things we heard today, and we'll hear the rest of these 2 days, from better clinical trials, from better biobanks, from getting sort of real world data, from setting partnerships for research, from better reimbursement methods, so we get the right incentives for efficiency and access. Of all of those, one thing is in the back of all of those, setting up partnerships. And it's easy to say, and we all say it, but very difficult to do, the how. The partnerships with the patients, the partnerships with the industry, the manufacturers, the HTA, the regulators, the academics. And it's interesting, I wonder why Dennis, you call it public-private power plays. He didn't say public-private partnerships, he called it power plays. I don't know why you wanted to say that, but I'll say it anyway. Is it because of the power, because of vested interest? Is it all about the political economy behind the partnerships? Each one is pursuing their own story. Who has as we heard earlier, the interest of the patients at heart, the interest of the society at heart? Can we trust these players working together in their own power plays, in their own vested interests? First thing I should do now is shut up and give time to the people that really know about it to talk. So the way we're going to do is we're going to start with Alessandro Piris. You are here, you want to take the rostrum, please. Alessandro is, Alejandro, I call him Alessandro, as if you're Italian, and you're not. Alejandro Piris is Chief Scientific Officer at the Vall d'Hebron Institute of Oncology. He's been there for many years. He has an enormous amount of experience working with many European partnerships. So what we asked Alejandro is to give us a sense, a landscape of all these partnerships that we've been talking about. Their sustainability, how they work, the pros and the cons. But what's really fun about what's going to present is going to tell us about the strengths, the weaknesses, and the opportunities. So how do we strengthen those partnerships? And then our panelists, they will be talking from their own experience in their particular areas, giving us practical ways to strengthen, to set up partnerships. And I said to them and to all of you, there's no space to moan and complain. We got all the complaints. We want to hear things that actually work. And that's what Alejandro, not Alessandro, is going to do. Alejandro, your 10 minutes of glory.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very fast. I just want to introduce some terms that my colleagues are going to probably expand on and mention some examples that I think is more useful and it's always more fun if you do not know them to discuss about them. So first of all, I think the main message is we have tools. This is the good news, and we'll see it in the SWOT. We have tools to do these joint efforts on, for example, doing procurement to go together to the private sector, the academics, and go and try to develop some products jointly. And we have, for example, the joint procurement agreements that we will expand on that later, the panelists, and the managed entry agreements that are actually contractual arrangements between pharma companies and health authorities. And some of them are more, MEAs are more national, the other one are more supranational, and then we have other concepts like conditional reimbursement. Main message here, and very rapidly, we have tools, we can use them. We don't use them too much, maybe because we have too many constraints legally and in terms of regulatory and administrative work. An example of joint procurement that we are involved in Vall d'Hebron Institute of Oncology is the ONC-NGS. It's a next generation sequencing. It's a project that it's a pre-commercial purchasing. In the first step, we involved all of the partners, both private and public partners, to assess the technological needs of this potential NGS kit, pan-cancer NGS kit for liquid biopsies. This is an important topic to develop together in this kind of PPPs. And so once the first step was developed, and we think we well dimensioned the technological needs, now we are in the process of, in the second phase, to develop this joint technological devices test with a number of candidates that will be cooperating. And then in the last step in validation, we will have a maximum of 1 or 2 companies that will work on the final product. Some examples of regional joint purchasing alliances, I know you know, Benelux Initiative and Nordic Pharmaceutical Forum. These are the 2 ones that we know, which will have more at a European level, of course. And another important example of joint efforts, and my colleagues are going to expand on that as well, innovative health initiatives, IHAs. We know all of them, these initiatives, because we are all being part of any, as a partner or coordinator of any of them. And we know this is one of the best weapons or tools that we have at the European level at the industry to work in co-development with the industry, with the industrial partners. And one example that will be also further expanded is Guide MRD, that is more focused on guiding multimodal therapies against minimal residual disease, also focused on in liquid biopsies. 2 examples that are under the umbrella of CancerCo Europe, which is a European alliance that is formed by 7 different centers in Europe. I'm not going to go very in detail because my colleague Irene Brana has already developed on that. Basket Basket study is a successful case of joint clinical development. We have an eye profiler, we have an eye trial with different modules, and this is paid by the industry. This is an important message. We didn't get any academic money to develop this program, this study, but we did all in kind, including going through all of the legal, regulatory, administrative burden and obstacles during several years. And another example of future I hope successful story is the Virtual Data Center in CancerCo Europe, which will mean a federated model for sharing data from the 7 centers. We are in the first stages, but we are in the good way. Other joint clinical efforts, models of drug repurposing, very important. Drug repurposing right now, many studies working on that. One of them is Primrose study, and which is also a basket trial in rare cancers, and Remedy for All that is led by my colleague in Beatrice that will further develop on that. Another example that I can talk in first person because we are involved, Joint for NTMP, is more focused on ATMPs. It's a consortium of members from the EUHA, the European University Hospital Alliance, and one of the ideas is to negotiate, also not to negotiate country by country about the development of ATMPs, but doing together all of these negotiations from a European perspective and help develop also ATMPs for those diseases for which the industrial partners are not interested in. For example, rare diseases. Practical example, CAR-T product that can be, I mean, if going together, we can have 2,000 doses instead of 200 and 300 per country, which involves a substantial unit cost savings for the industry. I want to stop on that, but leveraging on European health data space is also, there are many initiatives. We have a virtual data center that are already shown, ANCAN, UKIM, and going to the SWOT analysis very rapidly. We have strengths. We have the mission of cancer right now. We have data space, health data space. We will have a legislation. We have a lot of initiatives that are working on that, and we'll have to adapt to that. But we have also many other initiatives that are providing proof of concept tools, like 1 million genomes, Basket of Basket, BDC, EUKIM, etc. We have a strong and competent academy and industrial environment and a landscape of very strong European infrastructures. Weaknesses, fragmentation of efforts, as we know in the different member states, heterogeneity of legal requirements, clinical history are different, lack of implementation of all we have already mentioned previously in previous sessions, that the projects end and we don't have outputs or we don't have money to carry on with the sustainability of the projects. Threats, well, MES, for example, are complex and require trust among the agency and the national payers, but well, this is a threat, but we can take it into our advantage and improve these tools that we have, making them more flexible. More attractive innovation, health environments. We have to work that more closely in Europe and make it attractive for pharmaceutical companies. And low speed of translation of research, as has already been mentioned before. Very rapidly, in my last slide, opportunities. The most important one, making current successful alliances or partnerships or power plays sustainable. If we provide money for those that are already existing and that try to do with their own means, will probably be more useful than starting again and again new initiatives. And leveraging data sharing platforms, of course, make it anonymized data for the industrial partners, as we are doing with the VDC, for example. Helping experts address the patient needs. This is, for example, for the European Reference Network that already exists, or the UNED-CCC that is working also in networks of experts. Joint procurement agreements for oncological treatment, not only for COVID or for other infectious diseases. JCAs to facilitate negotiations, and low-income countries. We can also say that this kind of collaborations could bridge critical resources for these countries to provide essential services that we already have in other countries. And my last phrase is institutional support for successful initiatives and tools to measure real impact emissions for sustainability. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Alejandro. If you can stay with us, please, because I'm sure there'll be lots of issues to discuss with our participants today. Some would say, Alejandro, that actually we're not in such a bad shape now with the European Health Data Space and all these tools. Actually, we can even compete with those are at the other side of the pond, of the big pond. I mean, you talked about the important areas, the problems with translation, the incentives to innovate, the fragmentation, the sustainability, as Carmen Laplaza, the way she's here today, she was talking about is one of the important areas, how to make these projects, these networks, these partnerships sustainable. ERMs, an important area to learn from. The ERMs are having a major conference this year in December, looking at as we are going to look in this conference as well as Draghi and Letta, and looking at all these innovations, personalized medicine as a form to make Europe more competitive and sell our gadgets, sell our mechanisms to other parts of the world. So a lot to be learned from the ERNs and this debate they want to have on these new ecosystems for research and innovation. Alejandro, of all these areas you mentioned, which is the one that doesn't let you sleep? Which is the one that keeps you awake?
I think that's something that we were debating previously is that we are developing, for example, infrastructures right now for data. So Uncan Connect or...
People hear you?
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. So my concern is everything that is being developed right now because of calls that have been issued by the European Commission. Are they going to be accompanied, for example, by experts from other, I know patients are going to be present, but for example, private companies that will be final users of this data to develop their own products. So it's not that I don't sleep. I mean, I think we are in the first stages on solving, who needs to be there. But I'm not sure whether all these initiatives are taking this into account because they are more basically academic. And precisely we're talking about PPPs.
We'll talk about the role of academics later on as well. Klaus Pantel is Director of the Institute of Tumor Biology in the Center for Experimental Medicine, University of Center in Hamburg. Klaus is an international, well-renowned authority in the liquid biopsy. You run this liquid biopsy society. And we want to hear about liquid biopsy. We are all very interested in that, but we particularly want to hear about your experience running partnerships, the successes, failures, and lessons, because you run already a couple of the IHI partnerships around this fundamental topic.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that it's very important for the implementation of our research discoveries that we have public-private partnerships. I mean, you can see that very easily. Academic institutions, their main endpoint are publications. So there are thousands of publications in the biomarker field, but only a few implemented in the clinic. So I was very happy actually, and I'm still very happy to coordinate these IHI consortia. And I think it's a fantastic program. And we have one of the EU officers that helped us a lot, Usama Karoum, here in the audience. So that's actually fantastic to work together. And Katrina Lix-Panabia is also one of the very active PIs in that. Why do I think it's good? Because we have to define a pre-competitive goal, which is very important. In our case, it's developing a blood test based on ctDNA that can be used for later clinical trials, testing drugs as a stratification measure. And each of these pharma companies, which are all competitors in my IHI, they want that as a common goal. And of course, academicians would like to support that too. So we do very tough technical and clinical validation. And I think that is something everybody needs in this consortium. What I also like very much is that it's really an eyesight thing between the scientific coordinator, in this case me, and the coordinator from the industry side. And if these two work together, the coordinator and the project lead, then it's already fantastic. And what I also like is that during the course of this 5-year funding, which is actually very generous, we can have new members coming up, so we can react, we can respond. You can imagine in the diagnostic scene, there are always new technologies coming up, and what you wrote 2 or 3 years ago in your application might be not up to date. So it's great to have new partners that can be also join you. And the last point I want to make is sustainability. I said that already before. With the first Cancer ID IHI, we decided after 5 years to go on with an in-kind contribution from our members, and we founded the so-called European Liquid Biopsy Society, which is actually a network. And that has been so successful that the number of members or partners of this consortium increased from 40 to now more than 100. And we are operating also beyond Europe and invite people. So this is also very nice. With a few €100,000, you can let these things go on. And I think we have another 5 years here. So that's also something I would like to say. The last point is over-regulation, GDPR. We lose in all our European projects 18 to 24 months of regulations. And whenever we need a new partner, we need another 18 months before the paperwork is finished. This is, to me, very unfair to the patients that need our research and need our implementation. Thank you.
Brilliant. Stay there close. We all complain about the GDPR. We all love to do that. And we're all talking over lunch that actually you come from a country that is particularly tough in this area and particularly strong. The question is, in terms of partnerships, how do we address that? You were saying earlier that the patients are less concerned about the data privacy, and we are the ones saying, or the regulators, is it more partnerships with the patients? We need to hear more from them that what they want is to use the data and stop slowing it down. More partnerships with member states to understand what. Yeah, reflect on that. You know, we can't complain about GDPR, but what do we do about it? Keep complaining the rest of our lives.
Absolutely, we need, of course, protection. There's no question about it. But it's a dangerous word. Whenever somebody offers me now protection without me having asked for protection, I get very nervous. Huh? So I think that what we should do, and we have patient organization, large ones in our European consortium, we should really ask these patients in these organizations, you know, to make a vote and really vote whether they need this tremendously tough regulation that can be interpreted in every member states differently. Even in Germany, in every university, it can be interpreted differently, whether they want that and have this 18 to 24 months delay, or whether they don't want that and take this little risk that somebody is doing something wrong. For the last 25 years, we already pseudonymized the names. We never work with names, so we already did some protection, but that didn't stop us so many months from starting our work. So the patients should make that vote.
More partnership with those patients to make those points very clearly. The second, very, very quickly, as you are very short, I mean, you take to the time. Let me ask a second question. I find difficult to believe that all these private companies, I love the private sector as the public sector, but actually they're going to compete to then commercialize the liquid biopsies, are actually working together. There's in common interest. How does that work?
Yeah, I never thought it would work. When I started my cancer ID thing, I thought, oh my God, why did I say yes to that, you know? And I thought nobody would work together. But I think the key is really in our field. It was a young field, it's still a young field. And what I said to the people is you can kill each other now and we cannot move on at all, or you can work together to prepare a good, fruitful soil for this new diagnostic approach. And that was also, I mean, a common, I think it's still a common goal that people understand. If they criticize each technology every time, and if they block each other, then the non-believers in liquid biopsy will be very happy.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Adamo Adisye, co-CEO, Network for Oncology Research in Sub-Saharan Africa, professor at Addis Ababa in Public Health. A lot about the North-South, supporting the South, but I would argue as well, South-North. There's a lot we can learn in areas such as frugal innovation, ways to use innovation in low and middle-income countries. Could you reflect on those a little bit? How do you set up partnerships in low-resource settings?
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I would like to start by thanking the organizers for the kind invitation, A Voice from the South. And I direct the Network of Oncologic Research for Sub-Saharan Africa. And in that capacity, I work with partners in the continent, not only in Ethiopia, but in South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, and also we are part of the African Cancer Registry Network, and we closely work also with the Africa CDC. I'm coming from Addis, which is the base for the African Union. So in terms of partnership in cancer care for the southern part of the globe, mentioning specifically Sub-Saharan Africa, we have come to realize that there is a dire need, and we cannot do science without partnership. That's the reality. And there are some frameworks on global partnership and how fair and equitable those should be. And for someone from the southern part of the globe to come to this partnership table where we have the private sector, we have a donor, and when you are in the receiving end, the negotiation power is not that strong. And I actually like the power play phrase in the title, because it depicts that there is a power and an authority behind those partnerships, and that should be leveraged appropriately. And partnership is not a new concept for Africa. So there are big partnerships at the government level for infrastructure, for road building, for example, telecom. And recently, actually, just I was about to travel to Brussels. There was a big news that there is an agriculture-based partnership signed by the government with Dangote Group back home. So this is an open field where we can venture partnership of private sectors, of course, with challenges related to lot of variabilities on the ground, the political atmosphere, security issues, bureaucracy, which is all over the world, but there is a special nature over there, which we have to navigate appropriately. And for this, we need proper skills for the scientists and those stakeholders to navigate the paradigm of diplomatically navigating this issue. So I will stop there. And
thank you very much. Please. I love the concept of science diplomacy. And I think we also chip in to send Adamu to the other side of the pond, United States, because they need a lot of science diplomacy there. I think our policymakers there. Adamu, let me push you a little further. There was a debate between WHO and Richard Horton, the editor of Lancet, who misunderstood, I think, at that point, that WHO was saying, listen, low and middle income countries cannot afford personalized medicine, cannot afford this kind of innovation, limited resources, value for money, go to the big burden of disease. Why the hell are you putting so much money? He was saying, no, personalized medicine, something has to take place everywhere for cancers. It was for cancers in this particular case. What's your take on that?
So my take on to that question is that I agree with the argument of everyone should benefit from it, and so we are all humans. And if this morning also we talked about the rights approach, and every patient should equally benefit, and that view should be there. But there are differences across the globe, and the South is more impoverished, which means there is more need and needs to catch up from different angles, including infrastructure, telecom, AI, all the support, and the advancement of science, technology, and medicine is not as optimum as is in Europe and other more fair-whaling parts, which means there is a need, but which means we need to invest more. And that's actually the very point where we need private to step in. And as long as we have leveraged this properly, this is, I would say, instead of a counter argument, it should be a positive argument to invite the role of private sector. As I said, if we are investing on roads and agriculture and telecom, why not in medical care? Why not in manufacturing drugs? Why not in the AI related to medicine? So
you're attracting this private sector.
Sorry?
You're attracting this private sector. You get.
Yes, it's again. I was saying that I cannot speak for the whole continent, and it's a diverse continent. But there are good examples in certain parts of Africa. If you go to South Africa, there are very good private public involvement in Egypt, and also in different countries. I haven't mapped that out, but this is working. So.
Yes,
it should be possible.
I think the emphasis should be as much as north-south, south-north, to learn how you manage those partnerships, and many lessons, because it's not that here at this end of the world we are doing that well, unfortunately. Thank you very much, Ines. And then I'll involve now. I'll ask Jin Yamamura. Jin, you are the perfect person to come now. By default of my design is exactly the flow I was hoping. Jin is General Manager, Care Area and Digital Monetization, International General Manager in General Electric. And you actually work a lot with low and middle income countries. What's in it for you? Do you make money there? Because at the end of the day, GE is about making money. There's nothing wrong with that. We are all to. So tell us first, perhaps, taking you by surprise, but how do you work with low and middle income countries as well to bring GE in there?
Yes, so thank you for the introduction. My background actually is clinical radiologist. So I've worked for academics, and then I moved to the private sector in a private healthcare system, and now I'm in the industry. So I know every part of the stakeholders that is involved in this setting. And so if we talk about, let me go through step back. If we talk about AI, and everyone is talking AI in this word, right? And everyone is talking digitalization. Now the question is, what is happening with this? And the things that we focus, or I focus with GE, is bring the digitalization into the LMICs, because this is to be honest, in the industrial world, it's a nice to have. But I think, as we have just heard, in these countries, digitalization and AI are much needed, right? So our approach, and this is also my approach from a point of clinician, is we don't want to go there and say, hey, this is our solution, please buy it, because it's not going to work. What I want to do is to talk to the people and then go bottom up. So we have to tailor the solution that we have. If it's an LMIC country, we have to tailor it for them and not the other way around, because otherwise the funding is not there. There's no money to pay it. So look at the needs of the customers and then build the solutions around it. This is the ultimate goal that we are focusing on. Now, in my role, I'm completely responsible for international market, and for GE, international is everything outside US, Canada, and China. So I'm dealing with LMICs, I'm dealing with Europe, I'm dealing with Asian countries, and in LMIC, the key to success is to build a kind of a triangle situation. So we as an industrial partner, we are not going to the hospitals or to the institution and ask for money. It's not going to work. It's never going to work. What I'm doing in my role is talk to the MOHs, so to talk to the Ministry of Health. On the other hand, I'm also talking to NGOs such as WHO, UN. Well, USAID doesn't exist anymore, but you know, Saudi help, all those Saudi aid, all those triangular construction is what we are focusing on at this moment. So we partner with WHO, get the funding, go to the MOHs, and then ask, okay, what are your needs? We have this kind of solution, but how can help we to be more effective in your world? And this is the approach that I'm pursuing at this moment.
Is it working?
Yes, it is. I mean,
get the funding. Do they play together? Do they bring the funding together?
yes, it really works. So in May this year, I was at the WHO meeting with the funding people there, but also with the reimbursement people, but also with the organization itself. And last month I was in Malaysia talking to the ASEAN MOHs and then figure out, okay, what are you heading to? What is your need? And to be honest, there are a lot of countries, especially in Asian countries, that are more digitalized than, let's say, Germany, right? I mean,
Germany is very much behind there. It's easy to beat Germany.
Right. That's why I mentioned Germany. But I mean,
Estonia and Finland, but not Germany.
And also in these countries, personalized medicine is much more needed. Why? Because as you can imagine, Indonesia, for example, is a huge country, fourth biggest country, but they have like, I don't know how many islands, 17,000 or something. If they don't have their own data on their phone, it's not going to work. And this goes to a lot of countries in those LMIC countries.
Yeah.
And this is why personalized medicine is much more needed in these countries than in our world.
Indeed, mobile technology in Africa and all these countries has really pushed ahead. I think that's been excellent because, Jeannie, you remind us the role of the private sector as a convener. So you can have the cake and eat it, make money, and at the same time bring the monies together and support the Ministry of Health. So well done you. Thank you. Anton Ussi now. Anton, I think Jose Maria was saying that you're the villain. You're the villain here. So you are now the Operations and Finance Director of Viatris, and prior to that, you were the Executive Director. You all know that that's the European infrastructure for translation medicine. We're not saying the villain. What he was saying, I just distorted it for the play. It was saying that actually this is the area to be much better, the translational medicine. We're all very interested in that, and we're very interested about your experience on your bond, so many years trying to run this complex, I'm sure, partnership. What are your lessons? What you can share with us?
Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, it is still the problem child in the whole value chain because the value of death still persists very, very much. And I think at its heart, there's probably two major problems. The gap is not really a valley. It's actually more like a mountain, very wide, but also very high. The length is because An academic's role, their job, they're paid to make publications. So their data needs to be publishable, not necessarily exploitable. Industry's role is to take validated concepts and turn them into great engineering products that can actually be sold replicably and reliably in a market. In between, there's a very big gap that isn't owned by anybody. And we're being forced to enter that gap and try and contrive ways of working together, but the KPIs in there aren't sexy enough to really build a value chain that's not seamless. So that's got that length problem. The other problem that I mentioned is about the publishability versus exploitability of the data, is we're seeing great academic science, great publications, but the data sets are not necessarily exploitable for the industrial partners or next. So when we've been trying to sort of to understand the symptomology here, one of the big problems is that we have huge knowledge asymmetries coming from the public funder perspective. The public funder is the gatekeeper who's got all the sticks and all the carrots to help ensure that the early development pathway is rigorous enough to help us get towards implementation. But if they're not involving people that understand the regulatory compliance, the data complexity and compliance, the engineering requirements, the IP elements in their public funding frameworks, we're going to still end up with data that's coming out a bit falling short. So we have this huge gap being developed. I think one of the things that we need to really realize is that people don't do what you expect. They do what you inspect. So we have to build public-private collaborations that we can utilize the truly multidisciplinary nature of all the people at hand, because it's not just biology.
More stick, more regulators? Is that what you're asking?
Say again?
More stick, more regulators?
Definitely more stick. Not necessarily more regulators, but more.
Hear that? No carrots, more sticks for you guys.
Definitely more stick from the public side. We mentor a lot of projects in the translational space. We've done about 300 in the last 5 years. And I would say maybe 5% of the researchers understood what an orphan designation was at the EMA. But these are researchers conducting translational science, trying to develop new gene therapies or repurposed medicines. That astounding lack of awareness of where their data set's going to go and who's going to ask what questions of it really makes us very poor at enabling translation. So we're pouring money into holes with lots of leaky little bits into these buckets. And we need to learn how to fix that with this lack of this line of sight to the patient, knowing who's going to ask what questions of your data and how to then answer those.
So who's the steward here? You earlier were telling us that we needed a midwife. Who's the midwife?
The academic researcher's job is to make publications. So I would
cannot be the steward.
Yeah. So the public funder, they would say, well, it's conflict of interest for us to be an investor. We have to do it arm's length. But I would say it's a conflict of interest not to be a steward of taxpayers' money to ensure it's creating impact.
So it's the public sector.
Public sector
to take more responsibility.
Doing more rigorous cross-sectoral collaboration. We've just embarked 2 years ago on Remedy for All, and there we brought funders into the project to help them understand the exigencies and the vicissitudes of developing repurposed medicines. So they're able to actually look at a portfolio and make good investment decisions by being investors in the outcomes, not just arm's length transactorial grant providers. And for us, that change is the only way we're going to be able to overcome these long-term barriers. Public-private collaborations are very important because we can utilize the regulatory, commercialization, scale-up expertise of companies together, and they can access all the amazing creativity and access to patients and patient data in a very robust way. But they have to be done right, because at the end of the day, it's the lawyers who are going to translate everything. So I was listening with interest to Klaus. For me, GDPR is not the problem. The problem is the lawyers, they're not safeguarding patients. They're safeguarding their institutional liability. Make them a part of the solution.
The story of my life.
Yes.
I understand that very well in my institution.
Bring them in early and make them part of the success of the project, not with the mission to safeguard liability, but to say, stay in that room until you are going to help us have patient success.
And you're accountable for the result, not for the process.
Indeed.
Exactly. In this long, tortuous, risky road you were mentioning, what's the part, I was asking the same question earlier, what's the part that doesn't let to Alejandro, that doesn't let you sleep? Which is the part, if you had money to resolve now, or power, or whatever, influence, what is the part of this translational long road that worries you the most, the one we put our limited eggs in our basket?
Yeah, it's instilling true interdisciplinarity. So people aren't just working inside their bit of the Venn diagram, but also the bit that's not in their KPIs.
Yeah.
So that we're all focusing on the patient outcomes. And if we can all contribute 5% of our time to the patient outcomes, working together.
And for that, we use
we can do
sticks.
better.
And for that, we use sticks.
We need sticks. It's the only way.
Sticks. Good. European Commission, are you listening, member states? More sticks. Thank you very much indeed, Anton. That was beautiful. Last but not least, with huge apologies, by the way, about the huge gender imbalance, but I don't think the conference is gender imbalance. I think the conference is very well balanced in all the speakers. But in this particular one, as you can see, lots of blogs and only one woman. Sorry about that, Christine. Christine Leopold is the assistant professor at Utrecht University, Division of Pharmacoepidemiology and Clinical Pharmacology in the Netherlands, and a real expert on an area that fascinates all of us, which is not one thing, a million things under it, the managed entry agreements and the complex partnerships to make those work. The regulators, the HTA, the private sector, the patients. Tell us more about those, because this is really an important partnership we need to get to work. Otherwise, the money doesn't reach the developers and we don't get the things out. The translation doesn't work.
Yes, thanks a lot for the introduction. And I see that I have a difficult part here because I was before listening in the precision oncology session, hearing strong voices, talking about time to reimbursement and HTA bodies, insurers being the problem of the system. So in my research, I work a lot with actually HTA agencies and payer organizations. Most recently, I participated in an initiative by WHO. It's called Novel Medicine Platform. This is a multi-stakeholder platform bringing together industry, patients, HTA, payer organizations, and academia to work together on how we can solve the issue of access to medicines, especially high-cost medicines. So there were different work packages. One of them was on sustainability and around managed entry agreements. And we heard before what are actually these managed entry agreements. These are contractual agreements between national payer institutions and industry. So we tried to come up with principles. So, can we agree, all of us, with different perspectives on how we do these very complicated agreements? And just for you to know, so there is a huge distinction between financial agreements, which are very straightforward. They're just around price volume agreements. But then there is a push towards these outcome-based agreements where you then link your contracts and your financing to, certain outcomes that need to be reached, which are much more complicated. And that's where, you come into the nitty-gritty of differences, maybe in opinions. So we try to bring everybody around the table and to agree on which kind of products go into these complicated agreements. How do we collect the data? And one of the takeaways is really, we need to start very early. We need to look out into the horizon and see what is coming into the market. And we need to understand what kind of registries exist for that kind of disease already, what kind of endpoints are already collected. Because if we know that these products will have insufficient clinical data, uncertainties around the effectiveness, but also high budget impacts, we will know that they will go into these early access schemes where they will need to collect data over 3 years, 5 years, and that will then lead to reassessments. So if we know early in advance, can we actually deliver this very complicated data collection, then we are more aware of how to get into it. One important point in these whole agreements is the reassessment part. So agreeing to assess after 5 years. And that could also mean that you could actually leave reimbursement. So unfortunately, that is also part of it. And we need to agree on that with all of the stakeholders, clinicians, patients, everybody, that sometimes data after a certain period of time might also mean it didn't show what we thought it would promise. And so that could also mean, and how do we then exit? If we have something on the market, if we reimburse it, but then we see the data is actually not good enough, how do we exit? How do we get out of reimbursement? So a lot of very difficult ethical conversations, but we managed to come up with these principles. So now we're in the phase of publishing and we are trying to implement that. And that means also we work together again with payers. And here I want to come back to a point that was mentioned in the previous section as well, is trust. So during that work, I saw that there's not only silos between public and private organizations, there are also silos between public organizations. So what I mean here is HTA, regulatory, insurers, ministries, they work also in silos. And we need to bring that also together with the clinicians, the ones who are running the registries, because they will know which data can be delivered. So yeah, trust is, I think, something we need to work on.
Trust will be one of the fundamental elements of all this conference, basically. But listen, yes, ex-ante agreements, trust, transparency, rules of the game, understanding exit memo, that's beautiful, that's perfect. But there's a lot of money involved. You know, remember all the debate we had on the vouchers and the development of new antibiotics, the risk sharing, who pays the bill, you know, the agendas are different. Money is there. How do we go about that? I don't know that has an answer really, but what is your debates on that really?
Yeah, I mean, very difficult point. And again, it's very ethical because how do we split up our budgets? We only have one budget.
Yeah.
Now we talk, even here in this precision medicine conference, you have oncology before, but then you have many other disease areas. So it is a fight of pieces of the cake. And that is, of course, very difficult. But I think for that, it needs also public conversations, and not only within experts, but within our societies. We need to talk about the fact that we have public budgets, which I think is a great thing. We are not the US, and I think most of us agree with that, but we do need to understand that there are limits. And where do we want to invest? We cannot invest the same euro twice. So yeah, I think that requires political conversations and conversations with our citizens.
Lots of transparency, as you're saying. Yeah. Brilliant, Christine. Thank you very much indeed. What I'd like to do now, with your permission, is to go around and ask you, not questions, but contributions. Contributions with your own experience on lessons of working in partnerships, on a Twitter or an X style, very short, concise, and then I'll give 1 minute each, as they've been all very disciplined, to react to those points you are making, okay? Actually, let me do one thing as well. I forgot to say who I am. I'm Joseph Figueras, Emeritus Director of the European Observatory. And if you allow me, Dennis, you've done everything on the subject, but you just also published a policy brief, just come out, on the actually policy elements of personalized medicine, the regulatory elements, the evidence elements, particularly all these political economy areas that, as you can see, fascinate me very much. And indeed, those are the ones we need to work with member states and all different stakeholders. So it's done by Dimi Pantelli, and it's available in our web. So that's the advertising from the moderator, sorry. Can I have some short, sharp contributions to this? What is your experience being in partnerships? What can you contribute? How we make them work? You want to echo one of the things you heard? You want to add your own points? Please. Thank you.
So I would like to comment on what Adamo Adisi said, because I'm originally from Madagascar. And if in Madagascar we rely on public health sector, it would be a disaster. So private sector is one thing that is very important, and the work of the NGOs there. So these are really the two sectors which are very important. I cannot talk about the whole continent, but for Madagascar, it's really the case.
Very good point. We haven't talked about the NGOs. Very, very good point. Thank you. You wanted?
Thank you. I'm Ben Gannon with Guardant Health. We have 3 partnerships in Europe with academic institutions to run liquid biopsy workflows. And I think one of our learnings is no institution is the same. And what I mean by that is it takes a long time to get to know each other. And so I think take your time. The other thing is just a question I had maybe to the panel, if you don't mind. From a public-private partnership, is it the public institution looking out for a private collaboration, or is it the private looking out for a public collaboration? I'm kind of interested in the perspectives there. And is it something which is forced, or is it something which comes naturally?
Like in a love relationship, you approach your partner approaches you. So you may want to reflect in your last 30 seconds each, which I just reduced of comments at the very end. So more points. Short and sharp, please. Thank you. Arron.
Thank you so much, Joseph. I'm Alberto Domingo. I'm a Global Head of Strategic Partnerships and Policy for Microarray in Thermo Fisher Scientific. And yeah, I was very inspired by many of the interventions and also by your questions, specifically from what Anton was saying. It made me think, you know, some of the really, and it's really success stories, some of the best research, both basic and translational, that has been done by using genomic data is when huge data sets from biobanks have been made available for research. And we have some of the best success stories in recent years with the UK Biobank, with the FinGen project in Finland. Perhaps, I mean, that is both a reflection of how important this is, that there are these infrastructures that make these data available, and perhaps also a question for the future, which is how do we make sure that we can keep having more of these success stories? Because you really see the curves of, like, just in sheer numbers of research, it just spikes when these data sets are made available. So just a word for inspiration that we should definitely go this way as well.
Thank you. Very relevant. Thank you. More points, please. Thank you.
Well, I already introduced myself before. I'm working for Aquas now. There I play the role of value-based procurement director. Yes, we know very well Anton each other. And really for us, a public-private partnership should be led by a demand from the public sector. It should come from the public sector. The public sector should be clear that they have a need. They know they should have done their homework, the risk they can take, and to define then with the private sector how to, the governance on how to.
When the public sector doesn't do it.
Well, maybe we can learn to do it. This is what at least we did the last 10 or 12 years in Catalonia. So it's this is our aim, our goal. If you want to really address our needs, we need to know how to identify them along all the value chain. And this is also important. I'm going to talk about this also later on. We were talking about silos. Yes, there are silos because there are independent budget. And it's each of in the value chain, each of the entities have its own budget. And they can take their own risk up to a certain level. So we can just do it, what we can do if we have this picture in mind. And we need to be clear the relationship with among the different entities along the value chain.
Really a useful point. Maybe in your final last comment then from whom? Yes, Ellie. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the problems we see in the global south is a supply-demand situation. So the private sector usually comes with supply. And it's really supply-driven. Ideally, yes, demand, yeah, and supply. So I think what we need to get is the balance between demand and supply. Yeah. In Malaysia, I have to say, the recent example of Malaysia, the Ministry of Health working with AstraZeneca on lung cancer was a win-win. Yeah. So each of them came out of that feeling they were partners and not being driven. So I think that's something you need to think about as well.
Very helpful. I'll leave it here if that's okay. I'll ask you panelists before I ask Jose Maria, 30 seconds each of reaction, like a short Twitter of what take up back home's messages. I hate when I'm in a panel and people ask me that, but, because it's impossible. But anyway, I'm going to ask you anyway. Jean, you start. Take them home in 30 seconds.
Right. So I think the partnership goes hand in hand, both public and private sectors. But in my opinion, the data in the future are not coming from the public sector because it's way too small. It's way too small. The private sector is much bigger, and that's where the data are. If we talk digitalization and AI, it's not coming from the public, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, very shortly. I've seen changes in 15 years on how these partnerships have worked completely. So I'm very optimistic in the sense that I think co-development is possible. So I don't think it's private or public, it's mutual interest. And I think we are seeing that more and more.
We heard good examples of that today, actually, on co-development. Christine?
Yeah, so where I would like to contribute in the next couple of years is really to bring together these silos of regulators, HTA, payers, but also clinicians, and then patients eventually, of course, as well, to bridge that gap of even understanding each other, where they come from, and understanding the barriers and maybe getting more
Language, cultures, and trust.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Anton?
I think for me, vision and leadership is the key to the success of any multi-sectoral partnership. So really about asking yourself, what is that long-term goal we're going to do, and ensuring that everybody you're inviting to join has an eye on that and is going to contribute meaningfully to that, rather than just come in and say, oh yeah, I can play with my toy
Held
here,
accountable.
and be held accountable for that indeed. And I think there's a huge amount of fragmentation in the research funding, especially in the early phases, that we need to come together. Things like IHI are a great attempt to do that. We're in one project where we have 30,000 stroke patients in 4 hospitals over a couple of years to train an AI algorithm. And then we can reach critical mass. Vision, leadership, and defragmentation, I think, are the key for me.
Beautiful. Klaus?
Yeah, I think besides trust, also respect is very important. We have to respect each other's positions. We have to respect each other's interests. We have to be open about it. And then I am sure that everybody will be happy with the project. Sometimes these interests are hidden, and that's not good for a project.
Beautiful. Demo?
Thank you. For me, what resonates is the fact that we need to do public-private partnership very well. And then since there is a demand in the Global South, I would like to emphasize the fact that we need to have the proper skills of negotiation and communication between the private sector and the public sector. And that's why I would like to mention once again that we need to bring science diplomacy, where the public, the private, the scientists, as well as those involved as stakeholders would be part of it. And the Science for Africa Foundation, which I work closely with, is actually developing a framework for science diplomacy in Africa. So we want to pursue that along the way, and please join us.
That's ways to wrap us up, actually, communication and diplomacy. Jose Maria, sorry I've been running late. You know me, apologies. What have you heard?
I accept your apologies. Thank you. It has been extremely interesting. I actually really enjoyed. Well, at the beginning, when we were even at lunch, we had the opportunity to exchange views. And we said, Dennis, why do you put public-private power plays instead of speaking of public-private partnerships? And it's actually power plays. And it reminds me that a Dutch author that I love called Johan Huizinga, who wrote a book called Homo Ludens, say that we are not Homo erectus, we are not Homo sapiens, we are Homo Ludens, we are playing. And all of us have interest. Sometimes are hidden, sometimes are explicit. Academics want to have publications. They are obsessed with publications. In some way, they get returned because the university, once you get the publication, you improve, you are promoted, and you convert this into money. But, obviously, private enterprise want to have revenues. I want to actually be careful of the shareholders. This is another interest. The public part want to be, stable in the position, and they don't want to be thrown away. So in some way, they want to have the support of citizens. So the different parts play different games, but at the end is how to converge in the interest of patients. This is the idea. That's why I actually have to say what Anton was saying before, because it is true that human beings behave on the basis of the blueprint, what they expect, and the life conditions, on the stick and the carrot. And obviously, at the end, nobody wants to suffer too much. So at the end, if I need to focus my attention, so instead of doing what is expected, we are going to do what is inspected. So if we don't inspect, this is a public responsibility. I think this is their part of the things. I don't know, there was a wonderful summary here with beautiful draws from artists, but I'm going to finish because I think just saying that in some way, this is a game because partnership, another thing that I learned at an European meeting some time ago about coordination. It was a banner. It was really inspiring. Everybody likes coordination. Nobody wants to be coordinated. This is the we need to actually everybody has to assume a role. We need a primum inter pares in some way. Obviously, we need to respect each other, but at the same time, saying that there are responsibility there in order to make this happen. This will be happening if we respect each other. We understand the different interests. We understand the legitimacy of that, avoiding the dark side of the commercial determinants, not getting money for the sake of getting money, even if it harms. This is absolutely unacceptable. It is legitimate that they want to get a return of the investment. But from that perspective, this is where the supervision, the overview, and the public responsibility is there. This is part of the European Parliament, for the European Commission, and for the member states. This is my view. I think this is a wonderful session that is inspiring. It's like the movies, to be continued. This is a series. It's not going to finish here, and I thank you so much.
Very nice.
Trabajo, ¿eh?
Now we will have a short coffee break for 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Thank you. Good. Thank you.
No, thanks for.
Joseph, how'd you go? No? That's the same now that you went. That's right. The emphasize one. They really push it very. I can. Yeah, but they come up with a nice, very helpful. Hang on to
Actually, we're of the parcel today, what we want.
Ale więcej.
Sure it is. Yes. Oh, especially coffee over there. Did you get there? Thank you. Yes. He was being. He's there. I love the Brooklyn now. Oh, that's.
You can sit down here.
Yep.
Birgit.
Hi, Peter. Hans Peter. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hi, Peter. Nice to meet you.
Where do you want me? In the corner.
The corner.
You need to be
disruptive. Oh, patients should sit in the center.
Yes.
I mean,
No, no, video. No, Birgit.
No.
Oh, you want?
Yes, a little bit, this in the middle.
Okay.
Fine.
Third.
So all of you are going
Oh,
to.
nice to meet you.
Following your advice throughout. Oh, and Peter, nice to meet you. All of us are going to be here.
Yeah.
Okay, we have not prepared.
No worries.
We play by ear.
It sounds
Okay,
good.
smart, smart way.
Well, I've prepared a presentation.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, I have not prepared questions.
Ah,
that you
okay.
expect me
Yeah, yeah.
to,
Okay.
or you.
No, it's fine. Otherwise, we can discuss the. Oh,
We have something to say.
obviously, all the oncologists are gone.
Who is interested in cardiology?
And there's also cardio oncology.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And there's cardio oncology as well.
Yeah.
Yes, warn them that if I get angry, I maybe come with it. Yeah, you have personality. You are a leader. You are a leader. Yes, I will.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
Put the,
Okay, sure.
just at the.
Okay.
And you know this, huh? I don't know how to
Any-
use it. You can test it, you wish.
Yes.
Take advantage. But sometimes people, they don't know
Yeah.
if it's reverse or.
That was the last, and I'm not sure whether.
Dennis around? Dennis? Yes, because you will be close, and then we move it here. I start? Okay, good afternoon. I hope you had a good coffee. We have a different session now, which is bridging the innovation gap, precision cardiology for the next decade. You know, this is a special session with wonderful colleagues and some colleagues who are also very good that were unable to come. Such is life, because this topic was also very close to their hearts, but at the end, they couldn't make it. And everybody's important, nobody's essential, and the topic is essential. Therefore, we are going to use one of the principles of Jean Piaget, the famous philosopher, who said that intelligence is the capacity to adapt. So you see the moderator is Donna Fitzsimons, and I don't look like her. So I'm going to be the moderator with your permission. And then we're setting the scene to great colleagues, Dr. Hans-Peter Brunner Larocca, a professor of cardiology, department in the University of Maastricht. And then we have Dr. Birgit Berger, Chief Executive Officer of the European Heart Network. Thank you so much. And they have also kindly agreed to stay with us during the panel because we miss another panelist, Dr. Robin van Stocken, who was from TNO, from the Netherlands, the Dutch Organization for Applied Research and Innovation. She's not with us, but we have Dr. Jana Sude, Research Associate and Project Manager of the German Foundation for Chronically Ill. Thank you, Jana. And we have our leader, you know, an assertive colleague, Dr. Peter Kapitein. How should I pronounce your name? Kapitein?
Doing a good job, Kapitein.
Kapitein. Okay, your order. Is a patient advocate, inspired to live. I loved it.
We're not leaving, inspired to live.
Inspired to live. Right. Great. So this is the layout of the session. Is interesting enough. We are going to intelligence the capacity to adapt, to change it a little bit. And I'm just going to say a couple of words about cardiovascular diseases because we know that it remains Europe's biggest killer. It's not a question of competing about diseases. I think a person may perfectly have different diseases at the same time. It's becoming more and more common. So I may have a cancer and at the same time a heart disease and or in the other way around and diabetes and respiratory diseases and so on. But it is true that being so important, the burden of disease arising from cardiovascular diseases is the care is still, and correct me because you are the experts, I'm more in the cancer field, but also in CDs in general, is basically too often one size fits all. This is not really personalized. We are, you know, this is a tendency of not getting, you know, the approach closer to the features of every person. But you know that this can be done. You have the experience that if we build the pipes, the interoperable data, the clinical decision support, the validation in real patients, that would be the way to go. And this is what, through our speakers, setting the scene, and the panelists, we are going to learn today. So with further ado, and without further ado, I'm going to speak to invite Hans-Peter Brunner Larocca, who is a professor of cardiology and vice chairman in Maastricht, who is also a researcher very famous in biomarkers and telemedicine, coordinates a major international project that I love also the title, called PASSION HF. So you will explain on physician avatars. And, you know, so Hans-Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here. I actually will not talk about PASSION HF. If you're interested, I can give you some insight maybe later. You will see that talk about another project very briefly that is much more related to personalized or precision medicine. Just very briefly, sorry, the slides obviously are not exactly the way how I submitted it. I will explain. You already heard that cardiovascular disease is an enormous burden. In fact, there are about 18 million deaths per year due to cardiovascular disease. And in, European countries, there are more than 100 million patients with cardiovascular diseases. So it's really enormous. And you also heard that there is a one-size-fits-all approach. To some extent, this may be also related to the success that we had with different kind of treatments. For instance, in heart failure, I'm a heart failure specialist. I know how it was before we all had the medication as we have right now. There are some, theoretical calculations about how much actually is life extended by this new treatment, and it depends obviously on age. But you gain certainly 6, 8, maybe 10 years by treating as we have it now, as compared to when I was a resident, a young doctor. So we have achieved quite a lot. So there was not really a need for personalized medicine. But obviously, we still have significant heterogeneity between populations. Quite a lot of type of patients were not included in the trials. And I think also for patients, it's wishful to have a kind of reference how they would be treated. And this obviously is not really considered in these trials. What we do and what I also do when I see patients, of course, I look at my patients, I see, just clinical signs and symptoms. We have some diagnostics and we have the guidelines. So it's what I apply. But there is also quite a lot of hidden that we don't really use in clinical practice. For instance, the genetics, with some exceptions, biomarkers, omics, but also deep imaging, but also behavior and environment. And actually, this is what precision medicine actually could be or should be in cardiology, to actually consider all these aspects and using modeling. And of course, it's impossible to read that on the left-hand side, but that's the way it is. But it's about not just reducing risk, but it's actually also tailoring therapy. Because in fact, there are quite a lot of studies in cardiovascular disease that deals with risk prediction. And in the last paragraph of all these studies, you usually read further studies are needed. And we can keep writing that because we obviously don't know what we should be doing with these risks. And so this is what, from my point of view, actually tailored therapy or precision medicine actually could be. And in fact, we have a lot of data. We actually collect a lot of data in cardiology, imaging, ECG, of course, clinical findings, drugs, just the effects of it, symptoms, blood pressure, etc. But we don't do much with this data. And with AI and the possibility of really also combining large data sets, it would be possible actually to more personalize and do more precision medicine in these patients, but we're not really there. So in fact, what we actually need to have, and it's really unfortunate with these slides, I'm sorry about that. What we need is really interoperable data sets. We already discussed that previously. I think personally, it's not realistic that we really can harmonize all data in all electronic healthcare records. Because, I mean, we're trying that, but when I see also when I do my outpatient clinic, I'm particularly busy with just looking at the patient, asking the patient, and I'm not so much busy in writing down everything in the way that actually the system would like to have it. So what we need, and we're working on that, is also to have generative AI models helping really collecting these data and harmonizing them. So personally, I think that's where the future is. and then actually to use clinical data as well as cohort data actually to do robust testing in real-world validation. We're actually busy with a IHI project, and I'm the coordinator of that called iCare for CVD. It's actually collaboration, private partnership of 38 partners, and more are actually to come. And the idea of this, and sorry for that, and sorry that I laugh, but well, what we actually aim is to have an AI-driven patient-centered precision medicine in cardiovascular disease. We include not just one kind of disease, but from early risk to advanced disease, so heart failure. An important part is a federated data structure that we're actually building. And this federated data structure actually allows combining data across cohorts on patient level to do AI, not just federation exchanging results, but really doing analysis across cohorts to advance AI-based advanced diagnostics, risk prediction, but not stop there, but also to predict treatment response, because that's, I think, is really key when we talk about personalized medicine. Yeah, well, the principle or the concept is actually published in the European Heart Journal. What we also do is not just modeling, but we will also do a prospective trial where we actually do as an intervention the validation of one of the models that we are currently developing. And I hope that we can start early next year with this trial. And we will also consider the integration of pathways, also to have patient-facing tools helping patients, and obviously patients, clinicians, but also industry and other stakeholders are also involved in co-designing and co-creating our solution, because I think this is really key when you want to bring such a project and also a tool that you develop to success. So that's very briefly what I wanted to tell you. And well, sorry for the slides. I didn't check it here. On my computer, they look a little bit different, but well, that's the way how it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans-Peter. Has been excellent. Excellent summary. And about the slides, once again, we need to take it in a positive way.
Yes.
We are challenging.
Yeah.
So sometimes you will see the letters, other time you won't see the letters, and then you have to imagine or follow the speech. Well, actually, what you have said is important. Precision cardiology using genetic, biomarker, imaging, clinical, behavioral, and environmental data. This is so exciting. I think it's a new future ahead in a very important topic. Now we are going to have the second presentation, and is Dr. Birgit Beger, the Chief Executive Officer of the European Heart Network. Is a qualified lawyer with master's degree in European Union and International Public Law. And she brings over 2 decades of EU public policy and senior leadership experience, including roles as CEO of the European Cancer Organization and Secretary General of the Standing Committee of European Doctors. So it's a privilege to have you here, Birgit. Thank you.
Right, split where they are. But, well, here they are. Voila, here you go. So, yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank the organizers for inviting me to give a little bit of a introduction into cardiovascular health, what we are doing. So, our organization, it's the European Heart Network, brings heart foundations and patient organization in CVD across Europe together. And it has been existing for over 30 years. And there maybe I'm a bit of an odd fish in the pond here. Our mission is primordial prevention. It comes maybe from exactly a general assumption, but maybe summarizing first, as was already mentioned, that it's a big burden, human-wise, but also economically. And I think in these times where economics arguments are important also in healthcare and different political priorities. It's good to see that it is a burden of 282 billion per year. But of course, we saw also that it is the human being which is attacked, and that there's a big discrepancy within Europe between West and East and North and South, and often vulnerable or marginalized groups are concerned. So that is a bit the background why there's an urgency and to act. So we are quite happy that the European Commission proposes as a, let's say, a priority with the new mandate of Ursula von der Leyen to work also on cardiovascular health and to develop a plan like it has been developed for cancer, beating cancer plan. So that is our model, and to say which we would like to see repeated and maybe improved. And it is we see it as an historic opportunity to unify efforts across Europe and to achieve cardiovascular health for everyone. Of course, the healthcare is a member state competence, but there are many determinants of cardiovascular health across borders. So what our ideas are for cardiovascular health plan, what would you like to see? As mentioned, we'd like to prioritize prevention, and there we see reducing risk factors and strengthening disease prevention. We see it much in food labeling, regulation, also nicotine, vaping. We would like to see much more policy action to that extent to avoid children getting addicted to nicotine, basically, because the tar is taken away from cigarettes, but in vapes, their concentration of nicotine is 4 times as high. So it is very toxic and very addictive at the same time. So we would like to see that, and also that people move more, that cities are healthier, that air quality is better, that there's more opportunity to be physically active in the way we construct our way to work, to schools, kindergarten. So there's a lot of factors we can regulate, and there's also, let's say, the social determinants of health, where it means wherever you live, it has an impact on how healthy you are. So there is something to be done. Our second pillar always was and is, and also in our new strategy from 2023 to 2030, to look at the patient involvement and empowerment so that they're involved everywhere from the beginning and onset, because we see that innovation is important, but it needs to be innovation which is efficient because it brings quality of life to patients. And therefore, the involvement is crucial in the beginning for research questions, for evaluation of research results, but also city councils. It doesn't make sense to invent anything without the patients involved. That's at least our view. And then many of our members, they actually believe also in the power of innovation to strengthen research and innovation, because there is need, as was mentioned. There are interesting opportunities to be developed and increase health like that. So we do also with the help of our patient consultants. So they participate in AI projects by Horizon Research. And there I maybe come in a little bit with the precision medicine. So we have 2 projects, at least 3 AI projects, but maybe most interesting here is probably AI for heart failure. It was mentioned heart failure already. So we are looking in an AI tool which develops a personalized risk assessment of a person for chronic heart failure, and what kind of advice it was given to there using AI for patient data to explore that. And another project is called Hypermarker. It looks into biomarkers patients or people bring with them that makes them vulnerable towards hypertension, and adapt the medication according through the biomarkers to the metabolic condition. So that's another where I say, okay, this is also where AI can find a tailored, precise means to help cardiovascular health. So these are the 3 pillars. And from our point of view, because we discuss research here, we find it as important that research needs to be well funded, also in a cardiovascular health plan, because these inequalities exist in care. But we also see that there are also gaps by prioritizing underrepresented population. This needs to be improved, and we see that often women, children, and socioeconomically disadvantaged groups, they are not represented in research, but also not represented in policy. They are hard to reach, or potentially hard to, at least, or it's claimed that they're hard to reach. So we look in another Horizon project, which is more policy oriented. It's called Cities at Heart, where we work with different cities across Europe, like in Belfast, like in Turkey, in Poland, in Udine, in Italy, to reach out to city council and see how to improve cardiovascular health through the healthy environment. So that is another project which I'm looking forward to. And my organization would also support research into sex-specific symptoms, hormonal impacts, and pediatric CVD. So we know that it is very complicated for children, and we also have a problem with the medical device regulation, where because it's an underrepresented rare disease in a way, and the medical devices which exist for children, they are falling out of the healthcare system because the medical device regulation is too complicated for companies to fulfill. So children are left untreated because the medical devices are missing. Yeah, we would also like to promote innovation-friendly regulations in that sense to accelerate access to life-saving diagnostics and therapies. Voila, that's a bit in a summary what I wanted to say to set a bit the scene from the perspective of the European Heart Network. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Birgit. I think what you have said also is summarizing beautifully the idea of prioritize prevention, but at the same time focus on vulnerable groups that sometimes have been forgotten. So many things, and to create partners. Here to say invest more, but also this is linked with the previous session on private, public, and all together working on this. Well, now we have two panelists who are going to also share experiences here. Jana, the Research Associate and Project Manager from the German Foundation for the Chronically Ill, is specializing in patient-centered digital health solutions for chronic disease management. And she actually has a doctoral degree in neurorehabilitation in Parkinson's disease and a background in exercise therapy and rehabilitation. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today. I want to focus also a little bit on the patient perspective, also from a standpoint of trying to advance care through patient participation and co-creation processes. This is what we are doing at the foundation, and this is also what we are doing together with Hans-Peter in iCare for CVD. So I am also part of this consortium, and I just wanted to share one little insight. We actually had our big consortium meeting last week, and there was the patient advisory board also present there. And one of the board members was speaking to the consortium. And the first thing he said before he started was, "I'll be provocative." And I think also a little glimpse of this as well when for some of us probably when patients really speak up. And yeah, I think it's part of the process. I think we can't really avoid that it can get a little bit uncomfortable also for myself as a researcher. And it is really necessary to have those discussions, even if there's a bit of discomfort there. So one of the points I really want to stress as well, and also Birgit has already touched upon that we really do need to involve the patients in all stages of the projects. We need to see them as partners and not only just involve them a little bit here and there. We need to see them as like the private partners as well. We have patient partners. And actually, what we saw when we were speaking to patients in one of our workshops was that they said it was a really new experience for them to be asked what they actually need. And I think this is quite an important point, that most of the patients haven't really experienced this, that we really are interested in what they need. And what we need to do is listen and ask the right questions, of course. And also another point is that we really need to also empower patients. For example, in our iCare for CVD project, we will have AI tools, and we can use those AI tools to improve treatment through, for example, medication changes, but we can also use it to empower patients to learn more about their own disease. That is also a very important point. We have here, for example, I think probably someone who is kind of a professional patient, maybe. That's what we sometimes call it, patients that are very informed about their own disease. They know a lot, and they are already involved in patient organizations and also in projects. But this is not the standard patients. The patients are really heterogeneous, and we have many patients who don't even know a lot about their own disease. We had this one example, one patient telling us he was measuring his blood pressure for a year, every day, every morning rigorously, was writing it down, but he actually didn't know what the numbers meant, which is wild to me, but to him it was his reality. And through using AI, we can also use this to empower those patients to learn more about their disease and educate them. And the last point I wanted to stress as well, that was also covered already a little bit by Birgit, that we need to create equal access. And there are definitely underrepresented groups in our trials, but also in the involvement part. And it is sometimes really a struggle to get to them, but we really need to get to them because we need to identify their barriers. We need to identify what makes it hard for them to, for example, participate in those trials. So my overall point is I'm not a patient myself, but I really want to empower patients, drive patient participation forward in those projects. And I hope everyone is considering that as well in their own projects, and we can have a more better partnership between patients and other stakeholders in the future.
Thank you so much, Jana. It has been very clear. And as you say, the patients are heterogeneous. There are patients who sometimes didn't have access to information, and they feel very vulnerable. And there are others who, I don't like professional patients, I like expert patients.
I think so, yeah, that's probably a better word for it.
Expert patients are teaching us a lot. We were speaking with Jesus Garcia Foncillas that it would be very nice to have a special sessions led by patients teaching doctors about the experience. Speaking about that, we have now a leader on this field. It's Peter Capitan. It's a CEO and patient advocate at Inspire 2 Live. You can come here to the podium. In the meantime, I'm going to introduce you, Peter. He connects patients, researchers, and clinicians to advance cancer research and cancer globally in general, but he's also interested in health. Actually, I was reading his bio, and he co-founded Alpe UCS, not UE. So it's a very ingenious way of playing with a very famous challenge at the Tour de France. It's a cycling initiative that has raised over 100 million euros. Oh my goodness, congrats for cancer research. Besides his advocacy, Peter serves as a program manager at the Central Bank of the Netherlands. And he is a colleague of us because he was awarded an honorary doctorate by the Free University of Amsterdam for his contributions to patient engagement. So thank you so much, Peter. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It's always nice to be surprised by Dennis. He was asking me 2 months ago to talk a little bit about oncology and patient advocacy, so I did, and I prepared myself. I was asked last week to send in a brief summary of what I was going to tell. And yesterday I said, okay, let's make the final preparation. So I went to the program on the website and I thought, okay, talk oncology. And this morning Ilona said to me, hey, you're not in the oncology panel anymore. I said, okay, what's the topic? She says cardiology. I said, okay, well, the only thing I know about cardiology is that I have a very solid and stable heartbeat. And that's it. Well, thank you for having me here, because basically what happens in cardiology when you are talking about innovation of the clinical practice is maybe not 100%, but it's pretty much the same as in oncology. And I liked your remark about uncomfortability. I was diagnosed with a lymphoma in 2005. I had relapses in 2006, 7, and 8. I needed an allogeneic stem cell transplantation, and the preparation for that failed. So in June 2008, we planned an autologous stem cell transplantation, and 2.5 months later, we had the final allogeneic transplantation. I had the best treatments given by best nurses and doctors in best hospitals that you can think of. I'm curious. I wanted to know who came up with this stem cell transplantation. There were 2 researchers. One was an American researcher, Don Thomas, and the other one was a Dutchman, Dick van Beckham. And I consider him as my mentor. And he used to say, I want to know what you think, even if it makes me uncomfortable. And he was a huge researcher. He was a director of the Radiobiological Center in the Netherlands, and I learned a lot from him. I also wrote a book about what you can say, innovation of the clinical practice, and reminded a couple of times today about 2015 when we started, and that was in Luxembourg. And in Luxembourg was also my soulmate, Stephen Friend. And he said to me, I think, Peter, you should study the military industrial complex. I said, Stephen, you're talking about the medical? No. Study the military industrial complex. So I did. If you type in military industrial complex, you immediately are confronted with the farewell address to the nation by Eisenhower. And Eisenhower is not like me, a left anarchistic socialist. Eisenhower is the most respected general ever and former president of the United States. He should know about the military industrial complex, government, armed forces, and industry. So I started studying more and more. I work at the central bank. Well, I stopped in June this year. For 40 years, I was working in the financial industrial complex, where government and financial institutions are working closely together, not necessarily for the benefit of people with a saving account or for people who need a mortgage. And I'm part of the medical industrial complex. So I wrote that book, How Has It Ever Come to This? The military, the financial, and the medical industrial complex are working exactly the same way. A camel is a horse designed by a commission. That's the statement of one of our board members. A camel is a horse designed by a commission. I was running the Millennium Project at the central bank. There was one thing that we did not discuss. That was the date of delivery. That was quite simple. When people say we need more time, it was simply my response. That's not the right answer. Have you seen Apollo 13, where people were asked to close a round circle with a square object? And then someone said, that's not possible. And the leader at NASA said, that's the wrong answer. Apollo 13 is coming to Earth with a speed of 35,000 kilometers an hour. And they solved the problem. Basically, what it's important is leave it to the pros. I run my project since 2000 by leave it to the pros. People who know what they are talking about. I was interviewed this today, and it was what is important in our métier. Cooperation. Of course, cooperation is important. We need to cooperate, and that's what I teach for at least 15 years. We need to cooperate. But if you do not know what you're talking about, you can cooperate, but you will fail. There is also something else very important. If you work together with other professionals, you have to know the context. You have to know something about the profession of the other people that you are working with. I'm a patient advocate. I'm a program manager. I know how to organize. But I've worked with Baselga. I've worked with Friend. I've worked with Lex Egermond. I worked with Hans Cleavers. I worked with Dave Toeversen. Ilona and I will meet with him in a couple of weeks again. I know about their work. I know the context. And when I speak with Hans Cleavers or when I speak with Dave Toeversen, of course they are the specialists. They know 100 times more, but I need to know the context of their work. I was in a plane flying to Paris with Hans Cleavers, and Hans Cleavers said to me, Peter, don't manage this project. We know what we are doing. We are the experts. You will teach us the purpose of our work. With Hans Cleavers, with Baselga, with Egermond, with Friend, with Toeversen, with Charles Sawyers, we built 4 beautiful organoids projects. That's what these people, and we were part of that group, but it is what these people did. So leave it to the pros. Tell them the purpose of their work. Don't manage them. It's about the purpose of the work, and they will know what to do. The moment a project manager is going to tell his people what they need to do, you will for sure fail. It's about the purpose. It's about the context. And facilitate adaptability. Because we're all in projects of 3, 4, 5 years. One thing is for sure, if you start, that will become completely different after 1 year, 3 year, 4 year. As I said, I studied the military-industrial complex. I'm a pacifist. I'm an anti-militarist. But I also listen, taught by my mentor, Dick van Beckham, to generals. I read a book called Team of Teams, written by General Stanley McChrystal. He was head of Iraq Mission 2004. His men were shot to death immediately by Al-Qaeda. He asked himself the question, do they have better equipment, better weapons? No. We are the United States of America. We have the best arms. Are they better trained? Oh, no. We are better trained. The group of Al-Qaeda looked like a mess. He was so honest that he said, but they were much better warriors. And he started to study them. And he saw two very important differences between the US Army task force and Al-Qaeda. Purpose, very important, and adaptability. We have set up our work so efficient that we forget to see the necessity of adaptability when something changes. And for sure, things change. So I want to know I had a discussion a couple of weeks ago with Hans Cleavers, and then I will wrap up. And he tells me that he now is head of research at Roche. And they work on early detection. And I know for sure that his result will be brilliant. But it is only affordable for 600 million people. 7 billion people are left behind. Why did I ask Hans, don't you use your brains to come up with something that can be used by 8 billion people? That's not possible. That's the wrong answer. One of our members of the World Campus, we call it World Campus within Inspire to Live, is Professor Mao Mao. He did it. We can do early detection with shallow sequencing, $1,000 to $1,500. He produced a product that is affordable for 8 billion people. So I want you to think about the necessity of purpose and adaptability, and to give the right answers, which always come up in the group represented by all stakeholders in healthcare who listen to the needs of all. Yes, the patients need to be at the center of what we are doing, but also listen to the needs of research, industry, physicians, regulators. Then you will succeed.
Great.
Thank you so much, Peter. I was about to use the bell because you need a keynote speech. We will speak with Dennis, but very inspirational. It was very inspiring. The military industrial complex, as you say, and the medical industrial complex, and all the commercial determinants and how does this work. By the way, you said a camel is a horse designed by a commission. I wonder what is a donkey?
Donkey.
Yes. A donkey is a horse designed by an accounting department.
I'll use that the next time. Yeah.
It's the next evolution of this. Okay, friends, the time is almost over. I mean, we have 7 minutes to finish this because we want to respect all the sessions. Then we have another one on neurology, but still you have the opportunity to raise your hand and participate in this session. Cardiovascular, heart.
Give me an uncomfortable feeling.
No, they were so much in agreement with you that they didn't want to challenge. So I would like to say that, of course, one side does not fit all. I think it was well intentioned. You said it very well, Peter. We don't need to be, actually masochist saying we were not doing the, no. I mean, this comes from a natural way of really, in public health, we call it mass approach in prevention. We want to do the best for everybody. But we have discovered that human beings have the beauty of being different, having features, and it's much better also to adapt a little bit. Once again, this is intelligence, the capacity to adapt. So what would be the next quantum leap in cardiovascular disease to make this happen? We have the tools, we have the knowledge. What would be, according to your knowledge, and this is a question for the four of you. So if you need to prioritize, if we have here the MEPs who are here with us, not physically present, but with their list, believe me, we have here also the European Commission, and say, well, we need to invest in a very smart way to make this happen. What would be your advice, Peter?
Well, that's, I think, many aspects. By the way, I think a mass approach and a personalized approach is not really excluding each other. That's, I think, just one remark. I think related to projects, I really would like to say administrative burden really needs to be substantially reduced. because we are not really efficiently using the money that we get. Just as an example, we now finalized our first year report at year 2. We were asked really forward and backward many questions. One of was, for instance, that one partner claimed 90 euros and the bill was 90.25 euros. So questions like that, I really think that should be avoided, and we should focus much more on content, because content doesn't matter. Maybe this is a little bit too provocative, but you can actually, there should be really more looking at results by experts and reduce the administrative burden. I think that really already would help to use the money that we have much more efficiently. And the next point I really would like to make also for our colleagues is we don't need just modeling, we really need prospective validation. And that's something we're afraid of as cardiologists because we're not really used to it. But we are good in modeling, but we're not really good in testing and implementing that prospectively. And just knowing, for instance, increased risk doesn't mean that I know what I should do about it. This is really something that we need to be bring forward. I think just a couple of points.
By that, Birgit.
Yeah, from our perspective, I think the plan is already a good idea to have a plan. There's this saying, if you're failing to plan, you're planning to fail. So I think the cooperation, bringing the experts together is important in these days, because nobody has the solution on his own. It's the synergy and the expertise coming from all areas. And the patients definitely, because otherwise nothing will be efficient or contributing quality, and that's what we are seeking for. So we need a plan, we need the expertise involving everybody, all the pros in it, and I think it needs to be wisely funded also. I think it's time to work together, not harder, but smarter in a way. The way we work together is, I think, very important to avoid loss of speed, because we have an urgency with the crisis, with the permanent crisis in which we are dealing, be it climate, be it conflicts, be it resources like water, clean air. So we have to find solutions quickly, and therefore we need a plan. We need to involve all experts, and it needs to be funded correctly. And maybe administration. I know what you are talking about. I think there's room for improvement, as the English say.
Thank you, Birgit. And Jana, please.
I want to maybe also talk about funding as well, because patient participation, this is also very essential. And right now, I think it's still funding for those kind of purposes is still very, very limited most of the time, which makes it very hard to do the work. So we really need in those projects to have an adequate amount of funding to also pay our patient partners adequately and make it happen, so we can have all those things like advisory boards, have surveys, have interviews, have workshops, and so on. And yeah, that's what I maybe want to stress.
Peter.
Talking about cardiology. Now, my idea should be learn from other diseases. In 2015, we set up an annual congress together with the AIDS movement. We learned a lot from the AIDS movement. I'm now bringing together research on fundamental research on DNA repair, aging with Parkinson's disease. And I can imagine there are different causes for cardiovascular diseases, of course. But I think by learning from other disease areas, how they approach it, that might benefit cardiovascular disease research, treatment, and in the end, quality of life of patients as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We are almost time. I mean, now time to transition. I was also the rapporteur. I'm multiplying myself. And I'm going to spend 30 seconds just to catch up with and to capture some of the ideas that you said. First, as Birgit was saying, work together in a smarter way. Second, plan also in a smart way, in a wise way, because failing to plan is planning to fail. Second, do this with prospective validation so that we challenge ourselves and say, let's see the evidence. Is this working or not? And then finally, funding, because it's important. And this is not a cost. I mean, we repeat this very many times, but this is an investment. Actually, it will pay back, will have a return. Remember, health is not everything. Without health, everything else is nothing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wir machen das nach dem Prinzip der European Patient Forum. Immer in Punkte eingebaut.
We have still time. You giving me the baton now? So good afternoon. So I guess we're moving to the next panel. And I'd like to invite panelists on stage.
Yeah.
My name is Frédéric Destrebec. I'm the Executive Director of the European Brain Council. We are an advocacy organization promoting brain research and brain health at the European level. It's an honor to be here this afternoon and moderate this panel on bridging innovation, the innovation gap in precision neurology for the next decade. And I'd like to invite Professor Philippe Amouyel as our scene setter, if he can make his way to the stage. So Philippe, you are the president of the French Foundation of Scientific Cooperation in Alzheimer's Disease, amongst many other titles. So I'd like to leave you the floor. Over to you.
Thank you, Frédéric. First, I would like to say that I'm very honored and happy to be there, just to discuss about a field which is far less developed than oncology, which is neurology in the term of personalized medicine. I found my slides. Okay.
Magic.
So really is the point there is to discuss what we have done during for the next decades in neurology. Things remains to be done. And so I'm Philippe Amouyel, as mentioned, Frédéric. I'm public health professor at University of Lille and head of the Fondation Alzheimer in Paris. One of my activity during this last 15 years was to set up and develop and coordinate European joint programming initiatives around neurodegenerative disease, which the name is GPND. Further context. In neurology, we have a lot of disease. We have neuro-oncology, but it may be already treated, neurovascular disease, epilepsy, neurocognitive disease, neurogenetic disease, traumatic brain injury, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, and much more others more than known as rare neurological disease. There is a large activity of research at different levels, research, translational research, clinical research, and we generate with this, all this information, sorry. We generate a lot of informations, a wealthness of information, which is really important. And It's not at the level of one physicians or one patient just to be able to understand that and to move on decisions. So we definitely need to manage informations. And for now, about 4 years with generative artificial intelligence, we have new tools that allow to develop that even at the level of the clinical research. First, the SWOT analysis. The strengths in the fields are mainly based on all the cooperations and interaction that have been developed during the last 15 years. GPND for neurodegenerative disease, Neuron for research, eBrains, and we'll have the chair of eBrains will be there today, European Brain Council initiatives, and innovative health initiatives. I think this is our best asset in the field of neurology because during all these years, we build trust. I think this morning, this term has been used, and I think it's very important. Everybody speaks of silos, of fragmentations, but just to combat these fragmentations, we need first trust. Trust within researchers, trust within commissions, trust with everybody. It's a very first step. Weaknesses. Weaknesses, of course, there's the fragmentations. Europe is a big continent, but with more than 27 countries, with a lack of scientific strategic investment. Another problem is that UK is outside of EU. The implementation is very weak, and I'm really sorry because my slides have been modified. So I don't know who did that, but I think it's not fair. So then we have, because you have bullet point, but I don't know why it's like this. Weak AI implementation among European physicians and scientists. About opportunities, we have a lot. We have the European Commissions. Whatever we can say about European Commissions, this is our best asset for investments at high levels, for coordinations, for implementations. There is a new opportunities which will appear in January 2026, which is partnerships. We heard about missions in cancer, but you have also other tools which are called European partnerships. And in 2026, brain health will get to partnerships, and we bet a lot of this on this new alliance. About the threats, a lot exists. Actually, the economic crisis, tariffs, because science cost is increasing, instability, dependence on non-European countries for high tech. This made a lot of threats altogether. I hope the other one has not so much been changed. Okay, no, it wasn't. But we can have a lot of success. I will take the example of genomic for Alzheimer's disease. Most of the informations has been set up among European cohorts. This European cohorts has identified more than 75 susceptibility genes for Alzheimer's disease. This is the last results that will be is under revisions Nature Genetics. It comes from French teams, especially mine, and in work with all the European countries who invest in a lot of patients and put in common this information. Just to give you an idea, working in Europe, plus adding information from UK Biobank, from ADC, from US, we reach about 400,000 cases and 1.2 million controls. So this is the other way to identify this large diversity in this disease, which will be very useful once we have treatment just to implement this precision medicine. Another example of the success is GPND. Between 2011 and 2025, this initiatives published 2,657 publications in neuroscience, in neurology, in molecular biology, in psychiatry. The funding for all this came directly from the own money of the country. So it's possible not to work only with European Commissions, but also on a direct initiative with the money of the different countries. We raised around 250 million euros altogether. We invested in more than 1,000 teams in Europe. And this allowed to have a lot of results. This is from Clarivate. The number of citations, more than 100,000. If you estimate the GPND as a researcher, he could get an H index of 141. Not bad, though, that levels in 15 years. Another point which is important is not publications. We had during the previous discussions information that universities, publications, private is innovation. No, this is academic organizations, and we produce 8 patent applications, 5 licenses granted on IP right, 9 patents pending examination actually, and 2 licenses in or acquired patents owned by another organizations. And there you have the list of all the society who get benefits of this research. So we have good example of what we can do. But the key issue to be tackled, and what is interesting, I think it's not only for precision neurology, is first to reintegrate UK in European medical and scientific community. My slide has once more been changed. Second, to continue reducing fragmentation among European countries, to invest in a European sovereign cloud. I will come back to this for medical data. To invest in European AI companies developing tools to analyze this data. And finally, to increase the budget for the upcoming European Brain Health Partnership, which starts in January 2026. And if we have to choose one actionable policy recommendations, is to invest in a European sovereign cloud for medical data. Actually, I think it's GPRD is very good to protect individuals. It's important when you see what happens in other countries, but it's a big problem for research. Since GPRD launch, it's more and more difficult to do the study that I show first on genomics, for instance. It's almost impossible. It depends on the good willingness of each country, and the level of good willingness among the country is very variable. So what we need, at least in Europe, is something where we could put our information, the information on our patients, on a specific cloud, sovereign, protected by European Commissions, without having to do all this exhausting works, administrative works to obtain authorizations, to obtain sign-off by each patient, one after the others. And when you have a cohort of 1.2 million people, believe me, it's a lot and a lot of work. To conclude, this citation has been attributed to Hippocrates. I think it's far more important, especially in neurology, to know what person has a disease than what disease the person has. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Philippe. I think you made fantastic work to put us in orbit. I'll probably ask the panelists to come on stage. So Philippe, Roberto, Rosanna, please join us. And as you're doing so, Philippe, I'd like to ask you a question, as it was alluded to in the last panel. So precision in cardiology was said to be the same as oncology, that at the end of the day, you know, we could implement it one to the other. So what about neurology then?
But in neurology, we would be very happy to do precision medicine, but we need treatments just because we have treatments, but not enough. We have very rough treatments. If I take the example of Alzheimer's disease, some new treatments have been accepted by the EMEA, but they are very specific, a lot of undesirable effects and so on. So we are not at that stage, but we need to prepare now that stage. First, with the informations, because all these wealth of data allow us to better understand what the diseases are. There is not only one Alzheimer's disease, there's not one Parkinson disease. There are differences, and probably the fact that we don't find one treatment is that we don't know precisely this information. So precision medicine, for the time being, is really oriented to identify the patients and to stratify the patients. Then afterwards, we'll see what it will be.
Well, thanks a lot for that. And as we now have all panelists on stage, I'll turn to our other Philippe, Philippe Vernier, who is the co-chief executive officer of eBrains, the research infrastructure in the brain space and in neuroscience. So Philippe, or first, Philippe has put quite a number of issues on the table, particularly, and I'll pick up the one that you emphasized, the EU sovereign call for cloud for medical data. So obviously, eBrains is working a lot on digital infrastructures. Maybe you could reflect on that and push us forward in the conversation, and would like to hear your perspective on that. So over to you, Philippe.
Thank you, Frederic. Certainly, I will push on what the other Philippe has already put on the table. So first, yes, I'm the joint CEO of eBrains, which is the digital infrastructure for brain research, gathering data, not only for then using them to put them in the right format, the right shape to then make models of brain disease and many other things. And of course, being the last session in the afternoon, I would say many points have been already raised, and you, Philippe, yourself, you spoke already about fragmentation, about research centers, countries, institutions, and so forth, and also compliance to regulation, which is both of them really hurdle to development of precision medicine and innovation. But maybe and also, but these questions are not also field specific. They are not specific to neuroscience or to neurology. We heard it about cancer, about cardiology. So they are really systemic. So what is more, I would say, specific to neuroscience or brain health data? So in fact, the nature of the data is they are dealing with the brain, with the nervous system. And this made the entirety of the discipline very homogeneous. And this needs to be taken into account. I think it's the same for cardiology at some point. But also the tools you are using, for neurology, for psychiatry, you are using a lot of imaging tools, for example, not only MRI, but also CT scan, PET scans. You have electrophysiology, EEG, high precision EEG, magnetoencephalography, even intracranial EEGs. All these data needs to be put together. You have also all the omics you spoke about, Philippe. And this very large set of data and also needs to be also combined with activities. The brain is not isolated. Brain is in a body, the brain is embodied. And all the diseases that Philippe Amouyal has touched upon, like, for example, Alzheimer's disease, they also depend a lot about the life conditions of the patients. So bringing this data together, the environmental data, the way of life of patients is something which almost doesn't exist right now. And putting this together, it remains a major challenge. And it remains a major challenge also because these very large data sets, which are mandatory for so this morning, for example, many people said we need to set up the data for the users. Indeed, but to do that in a nice way, the one that we need for patient stratification and precision medicine, the need for integration and the way integrating it is really, really challenging. And Philippe, you said already that we need really good AI specialists to do that. And this is a major hurdle also right now, convincing, the best brain in our countries to go to health and use the algorithm they are using for, I don't know, climate, car traffic, and to the health system is also something which we badly need to do because we need more people in this field. And this is also a major threat, I would say. And also this data needs to be curated because we need not only data, but high quality data. This is something which is not very often put forward enough, I would say. And this is, and to do that also we need people. You mentioned, of course, data warehouse, and I cannot say more. I think it's one of the major bottleneck right now, at least in brain health. We really lack good, even not only for clinical data. They are in the hospital. I'm speaking more about research data, clinical research data. For this, we need a specialized, secured warehouse, data space, and we don't have them enough. They are even more fragmented. We have ways of overcoming this fragmentation, but we need this space. Of course, here we have spoken a lot about this collaboration with industry, but for example, I think in the field of psychiatry, neurology, neuroscience, we still need the right workflow to do it in the right way, I think, to smoothen the process. So for all this purpose, since I see I have several colleagues who are heading also infrastructures, like Jens and Ray here, I think research infrastructure are a mean, you know, to try to put together these means. But as you said, Philippe, and as many other people said, for this, we need also some top-down approach. We need the Commission. We need really also the support and the money. We need to be more convincing toward the governments. And here, the patient association are really key. I always have in mind the first time I was presenting activities of FeeBrains. In fact, the best support we received from patient association, because they said we would like our own data to be used in the best possible way. So yeah, so I think it's a few remarks I wanted to make, and now I can leave the floor to my other colleagues.
Thank you very much, Philippe. I'd like to maybe turn to you, Roberto, as so we could not avoid having oncology invading every of the panels. So Roberto has defined himself in the preparation as a neuropsycho-oncologist. So he qualified to be on our panel, but still, you know, giving us a bit of a flavor about cancer care. But Roberto, you wanted to maybe shed light on your work, and obviously you're a user of the platform, and certainly a lot of the recommendations formulated by our first Philippe were applicable to you and relevant to you. So maybe you'd like to provide us with a reflection there and your perspective.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you all. It was a very interesting day. So I'm a psychologist, neuropsychologist by background, but in 2009, I started working at the European Institute of Oncologists. And we discuss about a lot regarding physical problems, also technical problems. I would like to also to discuss about mental health and well-being, which is something that is really important for a cancer patient, but also with some of symptoms that are not very underlined, which are cognitive aspects. So cancer patients are dealing with a lot of cognitive symptoms. For decades, we discussed and referred that to ChemioBrain or ChemioFrog, but this is more complex activities. So these symptoms come from different treatment, radiotherapy, surgery, but also chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and so on, and affect all the quality of life of the patient, the relationship, the family aspect, but also the return back to work, and are quite invasive. So 70% of cancer patients are dealing with cognitive aspect, memory, attention, executive function, and 60% up to cancer patient after the end of the treatment still having this problem and having trouble to going back to work. Now, we know that, but the problem is that in clinical setting in oncology, there is nothing related to neuropsychological aspect, neurology, and all these kind of figures that are quite important in cancer care. But also we have a lot of problem with tool, because we use neuropsychological tests which are based on Alzheimer, dementia patient, but also Parkinson disease, that are not so much sensitive for cancer patient. That's why in 2011, the International Cancer Task Force Coordination started making some specific battery on neuropsychological tests. The fact is that we're going through a systematic review of more than 200 studies, and no one used the same test. So there is a need of standardization of this test and use it also in the clinical practice. Which is the good news? The good news is that if we can, detect early the cognitive problem, we can make something for the patient. We can do rehabilitation. We can do cognitive training of that. So try to improve the function that are not that are cognitive impairment, basically. The problem is that we need to make a standardization of these of new tools. And we need to make it available also online for all the patients that are living in a rural area and are not able to access of some comprehensive cancer center. So that are important. We need also to integrate data, also the cognitive aspect in the cancer setting. We talk about a lot of quality of life, about relationship of the patient, depression, anxiety, but we have to know that also cognitive impairment affect also these psychological aspects. So patients with problem with memory have more high probability to get depression, anxiety, and so on, especially because it's difficult then to return back to daily life. So we start work at IO with a few different European projects, especially on one of cancer and mental health that's called Altea. So Altea is a project which coordinated by IO in dealing with 30 parts and around Europe and more Ukraine to create a systematic screening on psychological support, but also to cognitive aspect. The problem is that more of the tests we are using also language tests. So we need also a cultural adaptive solution for all these tests within each singular European countries. And to do so, we need a collaboration. Another issue that we are raising, I work a lot with a European project, and this is a field between neurology and oncology. So most of the time, oncology in the European Commission I spoke with tell this is a neurology problem. And neurologists say this is an oncology problem. I think it is a common problem and we need to solve in some way with a new project and making more collaboration on these aspects. And I would like also to express some clinical work that we have done at IEO. Most of our patients are coming from outside of Milan, outside of the Lombardia region, especially are coming from south of Italy, Sicily, Puglia, and so on. And we are trying to get as much as a request as we can regarding this cognitive rehabilitation, a cognitive aspect of these symptoms. It works. It works a lot. So they are having a lot of improvement on working a lot every single week on reinforce their ability of each singular cognitive aspects. And this can be exploited also in other centers in Italy, of course, in other centers in Europe. So this is a aspect in IO is our OECI Cancer Comprehensive Cancer Center, so we are doing a lot of research and clinical activities, but we start making this neuropsychological assessment and also rehabilitation only 1 year ago. So there is a lot that we can do, and we need also to discuss with the neurologists because we need the neuropsychologists, but we need also the neurology in the clinical setting. In Italy, we have a PDI. We have a PDI for oncological patients, which psycho-oncologists are required to be there for sure, but we need also other kind of physician and clinician to do so. And of course, we need to do more research about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. And I think you're providing a beautiful segue to your colleague panelist. So Rossana Alessandrello, you are Director for Value-Based Procurement at Aquas. I'm guessing that a lot of the key points that Roberto has just flagged up would be relevant and would be of use for your introduction. But before you start, maybe you can explain to us what Aquas is for everyone's knowledge and maybe tell us about your perspective.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to join today. A really interesting, very interesting event. Aquas is an agency of the Department of Health of Catalonia. It was born more than 35 years ago, and it was born like an HTA agency. So we were born an HTA, pure HTA. And Giuseppe, he smiles because he knows us very well. And but during the years, we progressed and our portfolio of services for the payer increased. And it was the agency responsible to create a common repository for all the data of our healthcare patients. Sorry, yes, for our patients, healthcare record repository. And so we started to collect, have this common repository, technological agnostic repository already more than 20 years ago. And it's a very major repository with images, and then little by little with everything. And all the public hospital push all the health record in this agnostic technology repository. So before there was a speaker saying that the data are from private companies. I'm not sure. This depends on the policy of each of the Department of Health. And this allowed the Aquas also to start to monitor and to evaluate how we were delivering the healthcare services. So also we are really, year by year, we are delivering an evaluation of how we are doing with our healthcare services. Almost 12 years ago, 13 years ago, the innovation area was created with my manager. This is called Ramon Maspons. And we started to work on, I joined right away, and we started to work on how to adopt innovation in healthcare system. Clearly, we were initially doing as other countries were doing, that enforcing innovation areas, units in each of the hospitals. But at the end, we understood that it was not enough. Because at the end, the innovation adoption does not pass just only through the innovation unit at each of the hospitals or healthcare providers. And we started this unit really pushing very hard. Innovation adoption does not go through just procurement, but we have a very strong push in pre-commercial procurement, public procurement of innovation, value-based procurement that already Gordana was explaining in the previous sessions this morning. We started with innovation procurement. It's a very interesting, the mention that our patient representative did in the previous panel, because innovation procurement was born in Europe almost exactly 15 years ago from a policy-making perspective, inspired by two programs that we have in Netherlands and in UK, the SBIR, SBIR, and the SBRI, SBRI. And one of the main players in UK in healthcare, was led by an engineering that was coming from the aeronautical industry and the army industry. So he was somehow the father of the policymaking in innovation procurement, coming from aeronautical and army industry. And I'm not saying that he was the father, because clearly it's European Commission, but clearly he was a great inspiration. Regarding, so we are involved in several procurement co-funded by European Commission, and others also launched by us, because already we are somehow now, with this experience we gain with this cross-border innovation procurement, pre-commercial procurement, we are now also leading from the Department of Health initiative that maybe we launch call that our health providers can do their own procurement of innovations. Mainly today, stay saying this, mainly my idea was to start my intervention saying that there are some studies, there are not several studies, let's say it, but in the literature you can find some systematic review that are identifying the barriers for the medical device, for innovation. I'm talking about medical device, not drugs, in my case especially. At the end they're not implemented, they're not adopted. What are the main barriers? And in the room we already said HTA, reimbursement, also some technological challenges, aspects, okay. Also adoption per se, so at the end of the day they forget to look at how it's going to be adopted in the real life. Well, I would say that these are the main four. There are a couple of more, but these are the main four. I would like to add something personal. Maybe I'm the one. Before we had an Italian speaker this morning that is there sitting. That he said that he's a cancer survivor. I'm also a cancer survivor, and I think that I should also look at my chemofogging because I forget a lot of things. But by the way, this is another story. So your speech was really interesting. By the way, these are the main aspects. Let's focus on these three ones because I think they're important. HTA, reimbursement, also clinical evidence, uncertainty, and clinical evidence uncertainty and adoption. If we look just these four words, we say, okay, let's address these four. But this is, if we start addressing them one by one, just saying, let's look at how HTA is done, is exactly what we want to avoid with what we have learned with innovation procurement and value-based procurement. You need to address them from the very beginning. You cannot come at the end saying, look, now you need to do HTA. Look, I forgot the reimbursement. This is something that needs to be done from the very beginning. And as we already mentioned at the beginning, patients and citizens, I add citizens because citizens, all the preventive medicines are citizens. We don't want a patient. We want to try to prevent all the vaccination programs, all the screening programs. So also citizens are important, needs to be there and needs to express in a way that they can, because unfortunately it's not always easy, that the patients can express their needs. They need to be enabled to express their needs. But every time that we introduce an innovation, we also need to somehow remind us that we are introducing something new in our way of working. This is the definition of Frascati. Let's go back to Frascati manual. No? We are introducing new product, new service, new way of working, internal working, new way we relate with other stakeholder, internal stakeholder. And the last point of definition of Frascati manual is that it's brought into use. So innovation is brought into use. If we don't bring it into use, we don't have innovation. So the very first thing is to understand how we bring into use this innovation. So every time we perform a transformation, how do we do it? We need to look at all the impacted stakeholders, citizens and patients, but also we are impacting the healthcare professional. Maybe the healthcare professional, we are changing the role for sure in the neurology setting. Also, maybe we have our social care. Maybe also we are changing some role in the social care. Maybe we are introducing new roles. All the healthcare organizations, social care organizations, the payer and the healthcare department, and why not also the society as a whole. We are talking a lot about data today, and that's important. Clearly, we need to talk about data, and we have a new regulation of today. We barely mentioned about the European Health Data Space. That's an important regulation. Also, we barely mentioned about the fact that we have the HTA regulation now, and that's important. The clinical domains are now going to be assessed in a centralized way. So now we are going to, with the HTA locally, we're going to just look to no clinical domains. And all of these, but by the way, let's go back to the environment, to the society. Data are contamination. Data is not something that it has a major carbon footprint. So we need to have data for sure, but also let's work with the industry to see in a way that we can reduce our carbon footprint. When we talk about data storage, let's see how we can do it in a way that also citizens are not, we don't increase contamination to our citizens in 10 years' time. So all of this needs to take into consideration. So this concept of value, the value that we bring to each of the stakeholders with the transformation and the impact that we bring needs to be taken into consideration when also this morning I was mentioning about the silos in the budget, we're also considering the budget of each of the entities in the value chain, because if I am the ones that I'm going to adopt, I want to take the risk, I need to understand with my payer what is the relationship and what if it's going to change my relationship, how it's going to impact the reimbursement to deliver the service to my patients and to my citizens. And finally, to define these adoption pathways, for us, there are these 5 elements that we take in consideration. We take in consideration the value that we bring, so we need to understand the needs, the results that ultimately we want to expect to bring to each of the stakeholders, the risk that we can take, that the adopter can take, the evidence and the generated and the uncertainty to manage, because maybe we are still in the research and development project, but this does not mean that we cannot support with the commercial procurement this final research part and final termin. If it is worth, we need to make it happen. And then the level of readiness of who is going to adopt, not everyone is ready to adopt. So when we are saying about equalities, if not every healthcare provider is ready to adopt, most probably we need to plan for a longer escalation. No? We need to start with the local adoption, with the adoption of few healthcare providers. Then we can scale up maybe to, and then when maybe we can scale up across Europe. But we need to draw this path. It cannot be done in one day. We need to get ready for such adoption. And also who is going to provide the value to us needs to be ready. Maybe also the player, the economic operator is not ready. Maybe is ready just to provide the technology and the service in few hospitals. So also this readiness. So the readiness is not just the technology that is ready, it's the readiness of the innovation of who is going to adopt and who is also provide the value. So these are the main, sorry. Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rossella, but I'm sure that we'll pick up on some of those points and come back to it. Maybe, Philippe, I can turn back to you. Having heard the perspective of our 3 panelists, how does that reflect on the elements that you have shared with us in setting the same scene, and maybe also reflecting on I can almost call it a case study, Roberto, what you brought to the fore about these, let's say, symptoms in the care for disease outside of neurology, but that are impacting let's say, the brain space. How can we deal with those and avoid for kind of longer term impact? We're talking about depression, obviously, other issues with cognitive function are probably more into your space, Philippe. But so share with us your perspective from what you heard. Maybe we ask panelists to comment again.
So I think first that everything was in line. We didn't met before, but anyway, we didn't meet before, but anyway, this was in line. I will have 2 points. One, of course, is about the data warehouse, but we are discussing for that for years now with Philippe. In the different European programs. But 2 points were interesting. First, the fact that you consider neuropsychology of cancer, which is very important. And I think when we have discussions on brain health, at no time we discuss about that. So I think this is very important, should be introduced in that, and we'll pass the words to the Brain Health Partnership. I think this is very interesting. And it's a different way, but of course, our tools for Alzheimer's, I don't think that were really well adapted for this type of analysis. So there is a research to do and to develop new.
Yes, I think it's very important because, in fact, it's very related to what happens also during the COVID period. People realize that, when you have neuroinflammation, you impair the brain health, indeed. And these inflammatory markers now are more and more, studied. And this kind of data are pretty new. But I think in the field of psychiatry and all what you said, brain health is very important indeed. And it is now a major set of data we need to gather and to analyze.
I won't launch you on the carbon footprint of e-brains. We'll probably address that on another occasion, but it's something important to mark. Maybe a point about overcoming fragmentation and the impact of the Brain Health Partnership. Yeah,
If I may, because I didn't finish, because I didn't speak about
Oh, okay, it was on the
another
first
point,
point
which
of
was
the
very
book, sorry.
important.
Sorry.
Yes, which was very important. I think it's how do we transfer innovations? I think it's a real question among our physicians. As the best example, actually, from my point of view, there's a simple innovation which has been pop up, which is, of course, AI, generative AI. It should, there is a generation problems. My young resident use that every day. My old physicians hate that. So I think this is typically.
And where do you sit?
Oh, I'm using with the young.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. I use
we
this
had no
has
doubt.
been done. I've done this with DAL-A for the one who knows that from. So I created this image. What's interesting, you create image with no image rights. That's interesting. There, and this is one example of what we can do with DAL-A or ChatGPT or others. So I think this is very important, and I think it was one of my point. My key point is to begin to acculturate our physicians and researchers to these tools, because you spare a lot of time with AI. At what moment this morning there was a question, I think, from the Finnish girl. So I don't know if she is there about. She's not there anymore, about how to align the information, align the data. With AI, you don't have to do this anymore. You just ask the AI to do it for you, and you do that very well. So you save a lot of time, it changes. What we need is to have the informations, whatever the format, in a place, and then we manage that. We don't need to manage that a priori as we done in epidemiology before and says, okay, because it's in the right, not in the right size, I can help a lot. So I think what you say is very important because this is simple. But when you have a new treatment or a new way to take people in charge, and so it's very difficult to impact that. I know that because I'm coming also from the field of cardiology, where I did a lot of epidemiology, and you see the paper in New England from a new trial or something that it's not in the common use before 5 or 7 years. So how can we short up that? It would be very interesting.
For sure, there is a problem also of readiness of the adopter. That is, if to be ready, maybe you need, and there are some also tools, to evaluate the readiness of the adopter. There are different aspects from infrastructure, technological, but also, for instance, the user readiness. And there are, for instance, some tools to assess the user readiness. And there are specific tool that assess how far the end users are prone to use new technology or are afraid to use new technology. This kind of look for new technology already because they are because they in their own personal life. And so maybe this user then they are prone to use new technology in the professional life. So all of these kind of things needs to happen. So also there is a need of education, a need of trust of also the tools. The trust is important in AI. And it's true that sometimes, depending on the task, the AI that is already available does it perfectly, but sometimes maybe the answer is we cannot use it depending on the task and the need to perform.
Yeah. Roberto, you wanted to react to that?
Yeah, two things I agree with the brain, and we collect different information inflammatory, but also regarding MRI of cancer patient, which was we know that there is some changing also in the cancer brain during the treatment, but after also the end of the treatment. Another thing regarding AI, because I hear a lot regarding the trust for sure from AI to physician. Need to take care about the patient perspective. So how is communicate the results of AI to patient, how they trust it, and what about if for example there is two different output, one from AI, another from the radiologist. So we are try to make AI, especially for the mammography within IAO, and as a psychologist, we are working also on the communication explainability of the input of AI in the patient, because it's quite important. Because as you know, more is a good patient doctor communication is good. The outcome also of the treatment, it's improve a lot. And we need to take care about all these new devices and how we can access this in the clinical setting.
Thank you, Roberto. We obviously also have a moment for Q&A. So if any one of you has a question to any of the panelists, well, exactly, you do as the young lady over there, and raise your hand and attract my attention. And we'll have a second one over there right after. So over to you.
Hi, thank you so much to all panelists. My name is Atefe. I'm also a cancer survivor. And I want to come back to your points on psycho-oncology, because when I'm sitting here and from my own experience and what I'm hearing, the importance of it is, it's already there. We all know that. And I was actually quite surprised when I was receiving my treatment here in Belgium at UZ Leuven, the lack of the presence of a psychologist, a therapist. There was one for the whole cancer ward, and they were not available frequently. So you should be really, really down and bad until they make time. And it's basically the lack of resources that I understand. But when you're talking about this whole aspect of introducing more and more the psycho-oncology side and psychological therapists following up with the cancer patients, that's really important. But with my lived experience, and as a person who was fired after my cancer treatment, I want to come back on that, saying it's double-edged. You also, while you're doing that and bringing that to the highlights that, this is cancer patients go through cognitive issues and this and that, it's again not one size fits all. And if we are talking like that so much in general, and the society and the employers know that, they just have little information in general that, okay, so she's back to work now right after her cancer, which was my right. I wanted to go back to the normal life and, recovered. So they would just pick on that. Okay, well, she has issues, she is not focused. She's that. Whereas in my case, for example, I had no issues. It was just the toxic work environment that were causing issues, which was harder than the cancer treatment for me. So if you are working on that for everybody here, I would say it should go in parallel with policymakers' work, and also awareness raising amongst the employers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roberto?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there is another point that we need, I forgot to discuss, which is health literacy about these topics, not just for the patient, but especially for the physician, for the oncologist. So this is, as I told you, the cognitive aspect, very high impact, 70% is a lot, but it seems that is not too much visible for the physician as well. And I agree with you also, the environment, it's quite important. We need also to move forward at the policy level.
Thank you. Do we have another question?
Yes. So first of all, thank you to all the panelists for the great speeches, and thanks a lot to you. So we as a patient organization, we go very often to companies, especially during Pink October, because they are soliciting us. And we talk about the return to work. And it's very difficult for HR departments to tackle the issue. And what I thought when you were talking is the solution is not only HR, because we have a lot of patients, young patients in the middle of their career who are not able to work anymore. And the thing is, they are hiding their problems because they are afraid to be fired. And I had the same experience as you have, but the problem is there is no follow-up after the end of treatment. So everything stops. You need to go to your normal life, and that's it. And your side effects are not really treated. And what I really would like to see is that we have more clinics that treat patients with neurological problems, that they are not seen as people who have old person disease, because people are afraid, the patients are afraid, the young patients especially, because they think, I need to go back to life. I cannot afford to lose my job. So it's really important that there is a framework where there is a follow-up neurologically and a real follow-up.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. First of all, we need to detect this problem, and we need also to plan a follow-up, but also plan some, as I told you, there is the cognitive training, which is work. It's not taking too much time, and it's also funny. It's also can be done also in a group, which improve a lot also the you know, the possibility of getting a better solution of the problem. But I agree with you, there is a lack of information, and especially to the relationship, to the daily life, especially to work. Yes.
After my cancer, I did the rehab, but many patients, they don't do it because they are ashamed. But I had brain fog really bad with a lot of neurological problems, but I did the rehab, and afterwards it was okay, but just after 4 weeks. And it's really a pity that there are so many patients struggling with those problems, but they are not tackled. And with the explosion of cancer on young people, we really need to find a solution.
Joseph?
Yes, briefly, Rosanna, you brought on the table something, many important points, all of you. There's this issue about HTA. I think we have really a good opening with HTA now in Brussels with this new initiative. Some of us, we've been pushing that forever. Finally, it's there. It's very coy, still very humble, but has enormous potential for the field we're talking about today. I mean, expanding that will be fundamental. But the second issue that Aquas, I like to say, does very well is the governance of HTA in our member states. In some countries, HTA, and I won't give examples, but I could, is perceived by the Ministry of Health as this threat out there that they go on their own way. In some countries are accountable to the parliament. They put the things on the table. Can they be paid or not is another story. What I like about Aquas is that Aquas is integrated into the decision-making process. Aquas is because often, again, all these HTAs are disregarded, are not funded, are perceived with certain mistrust by the industry and by the public sector itself, by the ministries, by decision makers. So a lot of that, what we can do to ensure our triangle, that there's access and sustainability and the right innovation, is on HTA. And I think many of you, some perhaps are a bit mistrustful of it. And I think this is the way to go if we can integrate it within the governance. Well, that was the question, I gave you the answer. Would you agree? And what can we learn from Aquas on that? Sorry, I always do that. Apologies.
So you gave the answer, she needs to find a question. That's it. That's fine. Yeah, okay. Rosanna? Rosanna, and maybe I can suggest that this could be the start of, your reflection of as a conclusion of the panel, as Dennis is getting anxious that we miss the booze afterwards.
No, well,
I cannot say, how can I say something against what Joseph said? Reference in the assessment in Europe. But by the way, yes, I agree that Aquas makes part of the decision process, and that's very important. And no, what I want to say here, my closing remark is innovation, precision medicine can overcome the Valley Gap, and it can happen, but always take in consideration all the stakeholders across the value chain. And also, that's important, I would add something I didn't say, in the right moment. That is, we need to introduce all the stakeholders, but also take in consideration what to evaluate when and who needs this evaluation. That's very important.
Thank you. Roberto? Final thoughts and words of conclusion or reflection on what you heard on the conversation and the exchange with colleagues?
So I think we need to make synergy. I think we need to make synergy between different fields. I think we need also to create a way how to integrate different data sets from different setting pathology. And we need also to report to the European Commission some of the issues that we are raising for getting some important feedback from the patient organization, which are quite impact in the day-to-day life.
Thank you.
Yes, I think now we can dream a little bit. We spoke about, you know, these large data sets. You spoke about synergies. I think we are very close to have the set of data which allows the field of structural biology to set up AlphaFold, you know, this tool which allows to predict the structure of the proteins. I think we could predict, you know, what the brains will be doing if we do the effort to do that. We have all this, but we need some impetus, some forces behind us to do this, and maybe the European Commission, hearing to us, will do that.
Well, we've opened the window so that they can hear and eavesdrop from across the street. But so, Philippe, I'm tempted to ask if you had the AlphaFold in preparing your speech and predicting, you know, the conversation that we just had, and how it unfolded.
So AlphaFold is, I think it's very interesting because the Nobel Prize is Google guys, but it's only for proteins. And in brains, there's a lot of proteins. So we'll have a lot of time. But anyway, we need to begin by something. So just putting that, and we have the image, we have the increase of the TSLA, we have a lot of things that could help to better understand some very difficult syndromes we have. No, I didn't predict anything, but what I think is I'm very excited because I was there, and Dennis maybe remember in a meeting like this, I think 12 years ago. I go back to my email, I think it was 2012. Yeah, I was the very first. And we're very exciting about that. And we were very isolated at that time. And what I'm happy to see there is all the people who are doing it. Plus, we were right, but technology increase our rightness. And that's important. So I think it's really the right directions. For neurology, I think it will be very useful and help to do a lot of things. And of course, concentrated a lot of things. Cardiology also. So I'm very happy to be there.
Well, please join me in thanking our panelists. And with that, I think we can close and put it over to you. Dennis, as you are the rapporteur for this session together with Professor Ranganathan. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all those who are staying until the very end. I see Europe Adana is just disappearing. Please. So neurology is a key subject for personalized medicine. As we can see, it has many different applications. Overlooked. Often we just focus on certain body organs, and of course neurology is linked to a body organ. But when we just focus on a certain area, we don't take account of the psychological needs of the patients. and then how that person will exist in a society. Even with AI and how it will map the brain, one is an interpreter or translator to see how that person will understand their disease and take account of this impact. Always a doctor may not be available, so you need a way to ensure this. And this is really a key from the two patient representatives that are here. And I see Peter nodding his head earlier. They're very supportive of the needs of this issue because it's often overlooked. What we have, you need the similar issues are happening across all different areas. You have a fragmented data ecosystem, insufficient funding for the European Brain Council, issues for interoperability and regulatory hurdles, under recognition of cancer-related cognitive impairment, and a lack of innovation to be adopted into healthcare system. And I think this last mile, we know a lot of the issues, as Philippe just mentioned. A lot of these issues was mentioned 12 years ago. Technologies are now pushed us forward, but now we need to say, okay, the regulation needs to be framed in a way that enables us to cooperate and collaborate across the European Union, not be isolated in a hospital or a region or in a country, but we need like a true ecosystem to allow us to collaborate across different areas, because there's a willingness to collaborate, and the eBrains projects and different initiatives support this in terms of the partnership. We need more stakeholder alignment, and we need not more guesswork, but in terms of just understanding what needs to be done. So a lot of frameworks exist, a lot of actions that have been developed in different EU projects. Now we need implementation, and more frameworks to facilitate public-private collaboration and cooperation in this area. Patients often get lost in the maze, as in many slides that are presented. But one needs to have a guiding light or a lighthouse. And psychologists and neurologists can provide this framework to support the patient better understanding their disease, but better understanding their comorbidities. A lot of patients have cardiovascular problems, or could have patients who get Alzheimer's and have cancer. So there's a lot of different issues that needs to be taken into account to shine a light in what needs to be done and how it can be done in the best way that really keeps the person in personalized healthcare. So we need, a lot of these issues have been discussed, so we need a framework to implement, but the neurology and psychological needs of this issue needs to be put front and center in front of politicians, but policymakers to say, okay, this is a core area where Europe can have an added value. We have a lot of expertise in Europe, a lot of brains in Europe to realize this, but then we need the resources to do this. As the patient representative mentioned, there's only often one psycho-oncologist in a ward or in a department that can support an actual patient. So this needs to be better looked at and how that can be done. And you have the screening council recommendations on screening, for example. And when a patient may get a certain cancer, then this should be integrated, that psychological needs should be adapted now, so that can be taken into account for really established breast cancer screening programs such as breast, colorectal, and cervical cancer, but then looking at lung and prostate, how best we can do that. So not reinventing the wheel, but allowing the wheel to move forward and taking account where we are now, where there's potential to improve the quality of life of the patient. That's what we're really talking about. A patient who gets a cancer or gets a cardiovascular disease can contribute. And then you have other legislation that should ensure that persons can stay in their employment or stay in their recreational sport, still play tennis or swim, whichever sport. So this is really needed. Now I see this ball. So I'll give it to you, Lynn, to explain that.
No. I'm not going to explain this, but I just want to maybe close today with some thoughts from the Precision Public Health meeting for Asia, which we held in Malaysia a couple of months ago. And there was an opinion piece in BMJ in relation to that. So I just want to highlight some of the things that were put forward there. Precision public health must get political. So, you can apply that also to precision medicine, personalized medicine as well. It offers radical potential, but risks being a technocratic fix. Yeah, because it doesn't necessarily address the rooted health inequalities. Yeah, so they are the bottom line. So the core arguments were that it uses technology, big data, AI, genomics to target interventions, but rarely addresses social, political, economic, legal, and commercial drivers behind a lot of the things that happen, health problems. And focus only on technical solutions, and focusing only on technical solutions can reproduce or worsen inequalities if underlying power dynamics remain unchallenged. It's a bit of, radical people, radical thinking. There are 5 pillars that were suggested for taking things forward, for impactful precision public health, equitable governance. And Peter, you will appreciate that there's affected communities involved in designing research, recognizing lived experiences, and then encouraging intersectoral collaborations. The second one was democratic data stewardship, data usage being transparent, participatory, and ethical, open standard, community standard frameworks to strengthen accountability. The third one is not so much in precision medicine. It's about partnership with social movements. In public health, it's good to have social movements moving certain things. The fourth one was upstream systems change, target not just effects, but the root causes. That includes practices, taxation, housing, work conditions, environment, etc. And then the last pillar was narrative building. Use data and tools to challenge stigma, promote equity, and highlight structural, not personal determinants of health. So that was for precision public health. And I think a lot of those things can be also applied when we want to take precision medicine forward. Yeah. Thank you.
So now, yeah, so day 1 is finished.